Overcast in Saratoga Springs. Let's run 11. Live look, Saratoga Racecourse, Saratoga Springs, New York. So glad you could join us. This is Saratoga Live on Fox Sports 2. And right from the start, we have action. The kids are on the track, starting with 2-year-olds. Most promising prospects to start the Saturday program. And just outside the paddock, he's Paul LaDuca, Richie Migliore, I'm Lafitte Pinkai. Guys, these races, these 2-year-olds, Richie, like what better way to start a Saturday at Saratoga?
Well, in a game that we're always in the moment, we're always looking to the future, and usually, historically, Saratoga has been the place to unveil your best 2-year-olds, and you don't know who you might see in one of these 2-year-old races. You might see next year's Derby winner or next year's champion or even this year's champion.
Yeah, the Colts in the first race, Phillies in the second race. This is always an exciting time because you just never know which horse is going to run off the screen, and it's going to be your horse that's going to say, okay, that horse is next year's favorite for the Kentucky Derby. Or maybe for the Breeders' Cup Juvenile. You're always looking at that aspect too. But yeah, these are always exciting races like Mick said, and usually the horses do deliver.
Hard to predict the next wow moment by a 2-year-old, but yeah, if it's gonna happen in a race like this. There's the field, 5.5 furlong sprint. Magic Chuck is out 5 strong. Midnight Still, the even money favorite, right on cue. We start with him, Midnight Still. Solid debut at Churchill Downs, but drawn inside again.
Yeah, but he got a lot of experience out of that first start, finished well, and a son of Curlin, he's going to like this extra 16th and beyond.
Matawali, 1 start, lots of room to improve.
Yeah, I just didn't do any running. I would consider this a first-time starter, and a son of Life is Good who's gotten off to a good start as a sire.
Decimation, expensive colt, 1 start, lots to like.
High speed first time out. I like the blinkers coming off. I thought this horse ran through the bridle first time out.
Johnny Hockey, no doubt named after the late NHL superstar Johnny Gaudreau.
Yeah, good third place finish behind a Flightline first-time starter for Rudy Rodriguez that was dominant flight command.
Harbaugh, expensive DJ Stable, first-time starter.
Well drawn outside, has good clocker, daily racing form clocker reports, and certainly a major player taking money.
So much potential. All about the future. 2-year-olds and the early pick 5 starts here. Circling back to Decimation, Richie, you went with him. Why?
Because of the high speed he showed first time, but he actually, to me, ran through the bridle, meaning he wasn't really listening to his rider's cues as much. He wanted to go as fast as he could, as far as he could. Take the blinkers off. I think he'll settle just a little bit more. That doesn't mean he won't be on the lead, but he won't maybe run through the bit.
Exciting time to be a New York Giants fan. Paul, you went with Harbaugh, the expensive first-time starter.
I was thinking about the Harbaugh in San Diego, Lafitte. Yeah, 3-1 here. A colt by Not This Time. A great pedigree here. Usually when you look at these Not These Times, they are runners. They can go on the turf. They can do a lot of different things. Jose Ortiz shows up. That's a big plus for me.
Winding up Harbaugh as we welcome Maggie Wolfendale to the broadcast. Standing by trackside, Maggie, let's start with Harbaugh. Expensive DJ Stable acquisition. According to John Green, general manager, like they got their guy. He was their #1 choice in that OBS sale in April.
And as he should be, Lafitte, as a physical, he is very impressive looking. You know, he's got a lot of size, but he's still kind of up behind, like we say with these 2-year-olds. And that's kind of a scary prospect, given the fact that he is so big. So there's still some development, still some growing for this guy to do. Now, I don't love the fact that he does show up here first time out wearing front wraps. Don't often see that with these 2-year-olds, but here we are. And yes, the DRF clocker reports have been good, but watching his one workout, which was albeit by himself, 2 back on First TV, to me, he just seems so lost out there, and he really didn't finish up that well. And to me, his stride looked more turf meant, and that kind of lends itself to his pedigree. And that the dam, she was all turf. She only won 1 race on it, though she was greatest stakes place. And the lone sibling, albeit won a race, but it was an off the turf. And the second dam, she was all turf too. This guy did work 9 and 4, not asked for much, great extension, but to me, again, moved more like a turf horse. So I guess it is a positive, I suppose, being that it's counterintuitive that he shows up here going 5.5 on the main track. He does get that outside post position, which can be advantageous. He has warmed up well. I'm not going to be surprised, though, if we don't see the best from him today, that the best is yet to come. Plus, he has to face a field of experienced rivals. And we'll take a look here at number 1, Midnight Still, who's still your favorite, as he should be. He ran a really fast figure first time out, and he broke well, but he just wasn't quite quick enough to get to the lead going the 5.8s first time out. But he really hit his best strides late. I love to see a horse finishing the way he did this one for Kenan LaRose, and he was wired that day. He's a little bit of a smaller, finer boned. Curlin, usually see them a bit more raw and kind of bigger and robust. He's not, but then again, that speaks to a horse who is ready early in the season. He was so professional back in the paddock. It spilled over to the racetrack. Look for this guy to show us much of the same as what he did in that debut. Motowali, I think, is a bit interesting for Bill Mott. I know on the surface of things, it looked as though he didn't show much in what was a pretty good maiden special weight field where we saw booked. He came back and won the Sanford earlier on this meet. He got bumped around soundly at the start, and then he was just wide throughout and acting kind of green. Now, John Velasquez, he will take over here for Bill Mott, and I just think this horse is also that much more fit here at second asking, and he's been so professional, moving incredibly well on the racetrack. However, I, like Richie, went to Decimation in here. Lafitte, I know he is another one that is bred more for the turf. On the second generation and the dam side, it's all turf, but he is by Jackie's Warrior, horse that loved it here at Saratoga, and boy, does he look so much like his sire. I agree with Richie with taking the blinkers off. He's been professional but sharp. He took money first time out. I think he runs to it today.
Find somebody who looks at you the way Maggie would look at Jackie's Warrior. Who made history. Jackie's Warrior, the sire of Decimation, only horse ever in the history of Saratoga to win at the Grade 1 level at the ages of 2, 3, and 4.
That's a pretty notable distinction. And you think about all the great horses that have campaigned here, Paul, to do that. That's saying something.
And like Maggie has noted, he was such a looker, good-looking horse. And I would think he's going to be a tremendous sire. He's got a filly. Steve's got a filly in the next race by this horse. But the 1 Midnight Still, good race first time out. These other horses are going to have to run to beat this one.
Decimation steps forward. Ricardo Santana shocked us yesterday. 26-1 upset in the victory ride. There goes Johnny Hockey. To Frank Miramati with the call. 2-year-olds taking center stage in the opener here at Saratoga, live on FS2.
Here's Harbaugh to complete the lineup. Goes in. And they're off. Decimation very fast away from the gate. Motowali is up close, and Harbaugh comes away in third. Johnny Hockey, Midnight Still. Down the back stretch, it's Decimation just in front. Motowali wants to press and is doing just that along the inside. They race together as one past the half-mile pole. 4 lengths back, Midnight Still is in third. Harbaugh fourth, and Johnny Hockey has to pick it up. 22-2. Decimation is simply quicker than Motowali. Struts his stuff and opens up 2, coming to the quarter pole. It's Decimation in front. Motowali angling to the outside to take another shot. Midnight Still starts to pick it up outside of them. Top of the stretch, Decimation the one to catch, with Midnight Still gaining serious ground on the outside. 1 furlong left, and here's Midnight Still running right on by, and it's Midnight Still putting away Decimation and all the rest. Midnight Still, much the best, wins by 5 lengths. Decimation was second, Motowali third, then Johnny Hockey.
Building off that solid debut at Churchill Downs, and for trainer Kenan LaRose, Midnight Still, Flavia and Pratt, the odds-on favorite, delivers in the opener at the Spa.
And Lafitte, he's still a little bit green. Ran the entirety of the stretch on his left lead, but maybe he's just a southpaw, Paul, because he was still motoring. Nice effort by Decimation, just second best. And Kenan LaRose, his first Saratoga starter, his first Saratoga winner.
Yeah, a little green, looking out in the stands, but reaching still, right? I mean, you could tell right there, switch to the right lead. Flavian probably has to be really good about that, because now he's looking really good. Ears go up at the wire. This is a pretty good son of Curlin. And like Mick said, I think the longer the better, even with that stride there late.
And room to improve.
Yes.
Lots of room to improve. Take a look at the head-on here. Not only the wrong lead, that's a mechanics thing. Lugging in Richie in the stretches. Midnight Stealing goes right by Decimation.
Yeah, you see Fabian Pratt draw his crop to his left hand, much like a saber, right? And he's trying to get in, but he's going to switch his leads very late, right in there. And that's actually when he found his best stride. He was already drawing away, but then he found another gear. This horse is going to relish going further.
You know what, Lafitte, my father always used to tell me, when they come back to the winner's circle, don't they just look like they have a golden star on them now?
Especially a 2-year-old, especially here in upstate New York. If he did everything perfect, all right, well, you're a little bit closer to the ceiling. This guy, in terms of potential and upside, when he puts it all together, the physical attributes, and figures out what it means to be a professional thoroughbred, like, look out.
Yeah, I mean, there's certainly improvement in that area, but also the fact with his pedigree and the way he runs, his style, he's going to really appreciate going further.
As you check out the menu for today, we got races from Indiana, Horseshoe, as well as Monmouth Park in Oceanport, New Jersey. This horse right here, the one that just won that race, I hate to say it, and you don't want to say it, but I think this horse is on to big and better things. So.
The menu, as Paulie mentioned, today's races brought to you by Claiborne Farm. You see the kind of day, good to have that Naira Bets account up and running, especially for you, New Jersey horse player. Naira Bets live in New Jersey. Sign up anytime. Take advantage. The $200 deposit match bonus. Just use that promo code SPA200. Enjoy betting on over 300 tracks around the world. Start winning today. Join now. NairaBets.com. Just getting started on Saratoga Live. And when we return, a look ahead to the Bowling Green. Trainer Will Walden near miss in last Saturday's Belmont Derby. West End kid did everything but win. Back at it today with Minaret Station. Exciting closer in the Grade 2, Bowling Green.
Can wait no more. 3/4, 111 and 3. Lion Lake attack and fixed right. Angles out for the drive behind them. Kind of a stubborn Lion Lake. And
Charlatan is the leading second crop sire by stakes winners, graded stakes winners, and graded stakes horses.
Charlatan, ultra impressive.
It's a new day for a new king.
Welcome back to Saratoga Live, as we are proudly brought to you by Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. And I'm sure a lot of people use their accounts to bet number 1, Midnight Still, in the first race today. A popular victory, second time out, and so pleased to be joined here by Kinnan LaRose. And Kinnan, this has got to feel a little surreal. Your first Saratoga starter. You end up in the winner's circle. For somebody, as you just said, you grew up 4 hours north of here, and this is kind of where it all came together for you.
For sure, yeah. I mean, super grateful. You know, I'm honored to be here and grateful to be here, and super grateful for Tom Amos for giving me this opportunity, and just pleasure to work for Double Down Racing, Alex and Elza Mitchum, who own this colt, and he's a nice colt and ran well today, and hopefully he has a bright future.
I love how he's finished his races. He really, even though he's still a little bit green, you can tell he has big strides. This is 5.5 furlongs. Is he just getting started here?
I think so, for sure, and he's just learning too. Like you said, he's a little green. He didn't want to swap his leads late. He finally leveled off, and he looks like he certainly wants a lot more ground.
It's got to be so exciting, but you're right back at it in today's second race. Hormesis from the rail. You were telling me she's pretty quick.
For sure, and I think that we're going to use that to our advantage. She's been quick for us in the mornings. Manny's on her, so we're going to give her a good strong warm-up, try to break there, leave him running, and see what happens.
I mean, let's hope for the early double here. Kinnan, congratulations. This is an amazing start for you.
Thank you, Maggie. Appreciate it.
All right, Kinnan LaRose, as he said, from here to the scoreboard was Canada, where he grew up. So getting here to the Saratoga Winner's Circle in his first try is quite amazing. Lafitte?
Maggie, a moment he'll never forget. Yeah, he gets to enjoy for about 10 minutes, then right back to work. But first, they'll enjoy this one at Midnight Still. Flavien Prat, remember his name. Promising prospect, Midnight Still.
I mean, this is a kind of horse, Paul, I think we could see in the hopeful at the end of the meet, and he'll appreciate every bit of that 7 furlongs.
Yeah, and good on Kinnan. Had to probably didn't learn a lot from his ex-boss.
He'll have a 2-year-old filly coming up next in race number 2. We have 2 stakes races this afternoon, the Caress and the Bowling Green. One is a sprint, the other is not. We call it a mini marathon. Bowling Green presented by Emerald Innovations. Long distance, 1 3/8, 3 turns, inner turf course. Number 4, England's Fort George, who is the 9 to 5 morning line favorite. U.S. debut, 2 starts back in Dubai. Paul, Grade 2, City of Gold, Group 2, City of Gold at 1.5 miles. Fort George makes a bold run. He's not going to catch him, but it makes a bold run at Rebels Romance.
Yeah, and I think Rebels Romance, his resume speaks for himself. Him alone would be, I would think, 3 to 5 on the line, and I think he just won a race over in Ireland too as well. He's obviously a champion, but Fort George tested him as much as he could, and probably out of that race, he went to Dubai Turf and then faced Ombudsman. The horses that he's faced are probably Rebels Romance and Ombudsman, and probably, I would say, top 3 turfers in the world. So he's been behind those 2 horses. I think he got a little bit tired in the Dubai World Cup. Now this is a freshening. It's going to be tough to handle in this spot.
Connections have indicated runs well today. It's onto the Grade 1 Christophe Clement turf. Richie, so top to bottom overall, how strong of a prep do you think this Bowling Green is as it relates to the Christophe Clement turf?
I think historically it's been a very good prep for the Christophe Clement, formerly the Sword Dancer. It's a dress rehearsal. The Christophe Clement is 1.5 miles. It's 1 3/8 miles. They got to go around 3 turns. And particularly for a horse like Fort George, tighter turns that he's ever negotiated before. So this is going to give them a really strong handle if he should stick around for the Grade 1 Clement.
Fort George for you or someone else?
I'm going with the 1, Old Crazy Bone. I don't see a lot of speed signed on here. He has the inside draw. Flavien Prat knows how to take advantage or exploit these kind of situations, and he gets to save all the ground. For me, in a 3-turn race, which this is, you've got to save ground on at least 2 of those 3 turns unless you're so much the best.
Exciting edition of the Bowling Green, race 10 around 5:39 Eastern. As we mentioned, we have lots going on this afternoon and all over the country, from here to the Jersey Shore, out in Shelbyville, Indiana, a little bit later on this evening, Altoona, Iowa. But the My Frenchman is the featured event at Monmouth this afternoon. And Cairo Surprise, 2 to 1 on the morning line. Big Destroyer, second choice, 5 to 2. We have Megan Burgess on site, up and down the Jersey Shore, up and down the Atlantic coast she goes. Megan, this feature and this particular prospect, just the 1 start, what are you expecting from him today, and what are the plans moving forward?
Well, as far as number 6, Big Destroyer for Miguel Clement, shipping down to Monmouth for this turf sprint in the My Frenchman. He's a horse that they've found has talent and certainly has speed as he does face winners for the first time off of a very complete and professional debut at Belmont at the Big A back on June the 12th. As we'll take a look at that race, he was able to sit and rate off of horses and was incredibly professional, being able to angle out and best that day. And he does benefit from some of the speeds being scratched out of this race. The number 5 Beach Beamer and the number 7 Chasing Freedom, as he could very much assume a forward tactical type trip yet again. And as far as his trainer Miguel Clement, per the Daily Racing Form write-up on this race, he said that they've thought highly of him, and they're trying to separate out some of their better 3-year-old turf sprinters. Intricate Spirit will be heading to Saratoga. We could see him in the quick call, and as well as Grunge. So Big Destroyer certainly has the talent, Lafitte, I do find, to progress and move forward. But we will take a look at race number 1. That's going to be a turf route, going the mile in a 16th here, and most of them offered for $16,000. One offered for 14. This was an interesting race because you're trying to parlay some of the pace dynamics in this race. And I thought, as far as just looking at them physically, as we'll find, the 4 was actually taking tepid favoritism, but has floated up is the number 9. The number 9, y'all ready for this? Significant drop in class here for Antonio Arriaga, who's just been facing much better horses and finally kind of gets to what feels like the right group. But I'm also a little hesitant as she hasn't shown a modicum of early speed. She's had to carve her own trips off of the pace, and I find she can really get herself into a predicament, particularly in her last couple of starts against better, the number 9, as far as slow paces that she's had to face. But the number 8, Rhonda World, up there at 6-1, Wire to Field at 33-1 last time out in impressive fashion, and she didn't set a fast pace, but she certainly freewheeled it, unpressured on the front end. She likely won't be able to do the same with other speeds, though I thought she was incredibly professional in the way she handled herself. I've always really liked her physically and find she will be tactical, setting a 60 Beyer speed figure. If she can move forward off that effort, she'll be a player as well. Number 7, Only You, cleared the field on June the 20th, coming off of the freshening for Jorge Delgado. Back in for the $16,000 tag, the same level where she just missed last time out. She showed more speed than was typical for her. Usually she has a target, the number 7, and I'm hoping that she can do the same in this spot, as I felt like she kind of got lost a little bit, but she was incredibly game down the lane. We'll see if she can indeed get that target, and I find she'll be a bit better for it, as she does come off of a career best effort doing so. The number 5, Lady Hathor, also another huge price for Juan Avila, who's been doing incredibly well, is also one that was able to control on a very slow pace and get the better of a maiden $16,000 field last time out. Juan Avila, while this horse is a big price, Juan Avila has poor numbers when it comes to maiden victors last time out, taking on fields of winners for the first time. We'll see how she ultimately fares, but will be a part of that early pace. The number 2, Sushi, just as far as looking at this entire paddock from top to entire horses in the paddock from top to bottom, I thought was incredibly strong for Jorge Delgado. I think was kind of my long shot bomb play up there at 15-1. Incredibly strong. I do find the ground suits, as she's kind of had some turbulent trips in her last couple. Let's see if she finally finds the right field, as she actually ran in the PG Johnson and Stakes Company last summer at Saratoga. But enough of me. Let's send it up to Matt Zinnerman for the call of this first race right here at Monmouth Park.
El Matani, 2 back, Rhonda World, hand to the outside. Y'all ready for this? 8 races today on the program. Good luck. We're ready to go. Looks like they're going to back out Lady Hathor. Lady Hath are going to reload into the gate here. Now we're ready in the opener. We're off and running at Monmouth Park. Good start from post 8 from Ronda World, who's on the lead with El Ma'ani. Radar Loop, the stablemate to that one, taking back as they come out of the chute here. There's 3 across the track. Ronda World outside, short lead going on with it from El Ma'ani. Radar Loop to the inside. Only U's not far away in the purple jacket. 4 paths off the rail. Level second now with El Ma'ani. Radar Loop taken back to 4th on the rail. Lady Hather is next as they go into the first turn. Red-haired gal parked wide as they corner. Dakota Cam alongside of that one. Sushi is second to last, and y'all ready for this at the back of the pack early. 9 runners separated by a dozen lengths or so. Ronda World is carving out the fractions off a long shot maiden win last time out. Ronda World, a length and a half in front. Only You gliding in second, takes that spot away from El Ma'ani on the fence, and there's Lady Hather making an early bid. Only You is moving up, and now 3 runners are across the track. Ronda World, Only You in the middle, and Lady Hather a half length off of that pair. 2 back now to El Ma'ani, red-haired gal to the outside. Another length and a half to Radar Loop in the 6th position, just ahead of Dakota Cam, who's biding her time in the 3rd last spot. Sushi, y'all ready for this at the back together? Y'all ready for this? Claiming the 2nd last position away from Sushi as they go into the turn. Only You steps on the gas and puts away Ronda World, who gives way. Only You dives to the rail, accelerates to a 3-length lead, hitting the quarter pole. In second is El Ma'ani now. Radar Loop has given way to 3rd. Red-haired gal alongside as they come off the turn. Only You down the lane in front. El Ma'ani alongside, gradually gaining ground and wearing down Only You in the final furlong. El Ma'ani going to the lead. Only You second. Y'all ready for this? He's charging from the back of the field down on the fence, but El Ma'ani spurts away to a 2-length lead, and El Ma'ani is going to win it under Francisco Martinez. Y'all ready for this? Was second. Only You 3rd. Radar Loop checked in 4th in the opener.
All over the track, but fastest of all, El Ma'ani in the opener at Monmouth Park.
Michael Deeney having a really nice meeting there at Monmouth. He really is. All his horses are running well. If they're not winning, they're hitting the board. And this filly has a lot of pedigree.
He has a horse later in the card here today. But yeah, Francisco Martinez, the 9, rolled up late there. Christopher Elliott, who's going to be on the Miguel Clont runner in the Frenchman.
Still wondering how Jose Ortiz caught him yesterday in that 6th or 7th race. Wow. Exciting finish after exciting finish. And the 2-year-olds. And for trainer Jenna Antonucci, 2023 Belmont winning trainer Jenna Antonucci, always looking for that next Arcangelo. Maybe she found him. Maggie, paid her a visit. Find out.
Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the NyraBets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch and bet on live horse racing from over 300 tracks worldwide. Get expert picks, play live money betting contests, and boost your bankroll with daily promotions. NyraBets is the official betting partner of Saratoga Racecourse. Sign up now. New members use promo code SPA200 to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with NyraBets.
And here's Tama in the final stages. The Santa Anita Derby goes to Tama. It's Tama, absolutely terrific, winning Malibu by 4 widening lengths.
Get with the New York Bred program that supports farms across the state and puts more babies on the ground. The program that lets your New York Bred race against other New York Breds on the same tracks where Manor War won the Travers and Secretariat completed the Triple Crown in the Belmont Stakes, but at a beautiful new facility offering the new Empire Trillium Series. Get with a program that respects thoroughbreds from the foaling farm to the starting gate to the second career.
Definitely the best horse I've ever had in training.
Sierra Leone has won the Whitney.
Sierra Leone, gun runner reaching for the wire. Sierra Leone does it in the Breeders' Cup Classic. Today was the day that he got it done. It was Sierra Leone.
Jenna, tell us a little bit about Aerial Affair, daughter of Flightline, but on the bottom side, she's actually a half-sister to multiple graded stakes winning sprinter on the Grade 1 test, Bella Sophia. So, you know, talk a little bit about buying her as a yearling with that pedigree in mind, and are we tempering expectations or are we expecting big things?
We're going to let her lead the way.
Yeah.
You know me, I'm a big one on let me stay out of their way as much as I can and not mess up things, but obviously trying to find some balance and, you know, a Flightline kind of horse carrying all that distance, obviously looking to put a little bit of speed into those two-turn type of horses. And so when we went shopping and looking, that's what, you know, Brian, when he's putting all that work together and all of our pedigree work, and when Katie and I are really digging at physicals and working as a team and building these pictures of horses, that was a huge focus for us.
What has Aerial Affair been like around in the barn?
She's a really cool customer, really good-minded. Just again, she's one that you can kind of forget about sometimes because she's just like checks all the boxes for you and is such a sweetheart. It's nice that she's one you can love on and play with, and you know, is a love where she's not that real racy, sharp filly.
It seems as though her last 3 workouts, including one from the gate, have been quite quick. Has that kind of been the plan, or is she just turned the corner within the last month?
I think, you know, we've done a couple little shifts in how we're bringing 2-year-olds forward and showing them a little more speed before they're running, and so there has been a little bit more of a design in that, but they're also carrying a little bit more naturally, and that's a little bit who she is as well.
They had me at Flightline.
Well, Flightline's had 4 starters, a winner, 2 seconds, and a third. So out of his first 4 starters, they've all hit the board. They all look different. They all favor the female side of the family, but it looks like he's throwing runners.
He's, I think, the most, how do you say this? The most anticipated sire. You can say Stormcat, but he never started like this. You could say AP Andy. You could say a lot of different sires. I think he's the most sought-after sire now, and so I would put him next to Seattle Slew.
Sky's the limit. Terrific, undefeated racehorse, and off to a running start as a young, exciting stallion. Maggie, great stuff with Jenna on Aerial Affair, but we'll start here in your paddock report with the Angel of Kirk, the Greenwall Thoroughbreds $500,000 filly first-time starter.
Yeah, I was betwixt and between Angel of Kirk and Aerial Affair as to who to do the 2-year-old report on to kick things off this season. And I really did like what I saw from Angel of Kirk's workouts, which you can watch from Kentucky. But Brad Cox, he's not here that often. Jenna is, and she's always so obliging and so good to talk to. But as we talk about Angel of Kirk here, this daughter of Yalpon, now the dam, she did win first time out, albeit as a 3-year-old on the synthetic. She was more of a synthetic runner overall, and this lone sibling from Crazy Sweet has not been much. But you can go back and watch her workouts. There is a bit of a gap. They're not as consistent as far as timing and spacing as I would like to see there in Kentucky, and obviously she did have to ship up here to Saratoga, but you go back to May and June, they're not every week like you would like to see. But when she did work, they were very good, including the one back on May 19th where she was outside of a horse, Scarlet Begonia, who won last week, first time out at Ellis with a 67 buyer, and she was going so much better than her at the end whilst hard on the bridle. She's a very racy looking filly where it feels like she very well could have speed, but also that she can carry that speed. She has been professional throughout, has a little bit of that good kind of race filly attitude, but not too much, and she's very well prepared from a fitness standpoint. So she is taking a lot of money, and I think it's warranted. As we'll check in with Canelo Rose's number 2, Hormesis, as he looks to go back to back. As he did say to me, look, she is very quick away from there. It's just how far can she go, and she'll have to take some pressure foreseeably from that inside post position. However, when she walked in, I really liked what I saw. She's a beautifully put together filly. She has a good amount of size and substance, and so therefore that physical maturity that you like to see. Also mental maturity as well. And watching her workouts, 3 back at Keeneland, she broke very quickly outside of an unraced mate. She had to wait for him, a colt, to catch up, and then she drew away while under just a little bit of urging. She did finish up on the wrong lead, so maybe she'll need this for experience, but she's painted a lovely picture here in the paddock. Now, Steve Asmussen is always dangerous in these spots. He'll send out another progeny of Jackie's Warrior, Hot Fries, as the dam. She was 4 for 4 as a 2-year-old, albeit in her native New Mexico. Multiple stakes winner there too. And there's a lot of precocity in this family, including going back to the second dam. She looks it too. She looks like a speedball. I mean, she just looks quick. She's compact. She's got that really broad hip and shoulder on her, but she's been very laid back. So I kind of don't mind that. It just speaks to the professionalism, to the schooling that these horses receive in the Asmussen barn. So look for her to be forwardly placed. Did watch her workout too, a long way back when she first came to the racetrack, but she was outside of Personality Plus, who was second, first time out in his debut, and she was under a hammer lock just to stay in stride with him and galloped out way in front. So this looks to be a field of some promising fillies, Lafitte.
Maggie, Hot Fries, that 7-1 work for you, Paul?
Yeah, it does. I think you're getting a better price than I actually thought. You know, sometimes I think it's beneficial for the trainer who trained Jackie's Warrior, obviously the sire here, Steve Asmussen training Jackie's, this filly, that diabolical. I'm glad that Maggie mentioned that bottom side of that pedigree. New Mexico fast, that usually means very, very speedy on the bottom side. I would think this filly's going to show a ton of speed early. We'll see how she ends up late.
See Maggie just flash across the screen? She just sprinted.
Maggie
took off from the paddock. If these fillies break as sharp as she just did, they're going to be just fine.
She walks with a purpose, and when she's got someplace to go, get out of the way.
Yes. Locked in on these 2-year-old fillies, freshmen to start the Saturday afternoon here. And yeah, for trainer Kenan LaRose, don't have the stats in front of us, but I can't imagine it's happened too many times. He has Hormesis here, where a trainer may have won with the first 2 horses they ever saddled at Saratoga.
I think that would be something that to look up. That would be very impressive.
Get a tattoo. Spendthrift 2-year-old race of the day, brought to you by Spendthrift Farm, home to #1 sires into Mischief, Omaha Beach, Vacoma, and Yaupon, leaders of their sire classes in 2025. You're looking at Hormesis.
Yeah, I've been working in Kentucky at Keeneland and at Churchill Downs. This one for Joe Paletti.
Hot Fries, the Robesons debuting homebred.
Yeah, they campaigned the sire Jackie's Warrior, and is there anybody better than Steve Asmussen with 2-year-olds schooling them?
Number 4, Rum Twist, Lee Lewis's first-time starter.
Yeah, the second one here by Mandaloon filly, they paid $260,000 for. Been working at the Belmont Training Center, or training track, excuse me.
Fit and favored, Angel of Kirk, 6-5.
They're taking all the money, and that's meaningful with these first-time starters, particularly in what looks like apparently a loaded 2-year-old filly race.
Harpoon, number 6, DJ Stable, West Point Thoroughbred first-time starter.
This horse looked tremendous behind us. And this one, the daughter of Cyberknife, kind of held his head up high. We've seen a lot of the Cyberknives do that, but this filly looks like she's been handling everything okay.
Team Nitrogen, those colors, Jose Ortiz, Mark Cassidy, then Aerial Affair to the outside, and the Late Night Stable debuting filly for Jenna Antonucci.
The by Flightline, who's getting off to a terrific start as a young sire, and those workouts speak for themselves. And Maggie doesn't chase any empty wagons.
That's true.
Christopher Vetter, Michael Dubb, Elkstone Group first-time starter.
This horse has been working steady since May, so fitness shouldn't be a problem. You're getting your price at 15-1.
First day at school, first day on the job for all of them. 2-year-old fillies to start the early. Pick 4. We circle back to number 7, and Aerial Affair. Yeah, Richie, you're going with the Flightline filly.
Yeah, I am. I like everything I'm seeing from her. The workouts, like I said, bullet work 58-2 out of the gate. Previous to that, bullet work 59-2, and she looks like she's got her head together. For horses that work fast early, sometimes it rattles them a little bit. This filly looks like she's got a mind to match the ability.
You're Jenna Antonucci saying that she's so laid back. She's one of those horses that you almost forget is there.
That's a good thing. You know, it's when they're harder on themselves and then they're just harder to keep together. Yeah. The fact that she's a little bit easier on herself. And Flightline is exciting to see what he's going to turn into as a sire.
Aerial Affair, the number 5, the favorite. Polly Angel of Kirk and Flavian Pratt looking to sweep the early double.
Yeah, if you subscribe to the DRF clock report from Mike Welsh and Hennig, Mr. Dave Grenig and Toby Terrell, you know, Angel of Kirk, her works in the morning, she's been quick away from the gate, so look for some speed. And the other part is, was the best of a worker at Keeneland, Scarlett Begonia, who won nicely with Louis Machado, first time out at Ellis Park, I want to say Monday? Horse was really impressive, yes.
Maggie, I didn't know you were that quick, like a blur across the screen from the paddock.
You know, if you're going to talk about horses fitness, you got to stay fit yourself. So I always like to keep a close eye on these fillies or on these 2-year-olds in general, because there were some bad actors. And actually, I wasn't expecting to say this about number 7, Aerial Affair, but she has been quite a tough customer throughout the preliminaries here, as they had to untack her because Jenna didn't like the way the tack was sitting because she was acting up. So then they had to go and get one of the outriding ponies to lead her around in the paddock to get the tack on her, and she has been on edge ever since. This is not something, as Jenna pointed out in that piece, that is typical for her. I mean, I watched her train that morning, and she couldn't have been more laid back, professional, just out there to do her thing. And it seems as though this first time out has got her a little rattled overall. So I'd have loved to have seen her just take a deep breath and relax a bit more, and I'm not quite seeing that. But physically, she is a good-looking type, and she's a beautiful mover that really covers a lot of ground. She's still one that's a little bit, as we say, up behind, so there's some growth, there's some development to be had. But she does come in here looking awfully fit. As number 6 is Harpoon. She sold for $220,000 after working 10 flat at the OBS sale, and we'll take a look at it here. As Paul pointed out, the Cyberknives, like he, do tend to run with their head up in the air. And I literally, said that. It's not overt here. It's not that noticeable. But, watching this, I wrote down in my notes, wish she'd lowered herself and lowered her head a bit more, as she is going to be on the inside incorrectly throughout the work here as well. So it was a good looking work, nice reach, nice efficient stride. Looking at her here on this day, she does look like a filly who might want a little bit more ground moving forward. The pedigree kind of says that a little bit overall, with Cyberknife being a son of Gunrunner, but she's been solid. She's been pretty professional. She was a bit bad coming onto the track with Jose Ortiz, but we'll see what she does here. I could not get past your favorite though, Angel of Kirk in here. She just looks the most ready, Lafitte.
And reflected. Handicappers have zeroed in 6-5 in front of this good crowd here at Saratoga on the second Saturday of the meet. 2-year-old fillies taking center stage. Frank Mirmati with the call, race 2 from the Spa live on Fox Sports 2.
Second choice in the wagering, Aerial Affair. Just backed away momentarily, goes in this time. And here's Christopher Vetter to complete the lineup. Christopher Vetter goes in. They're in the gate. And they're off. And a quick start for Hot Fries. Hormesis along the rail matches strides, and Angel of Kirk, those three right across the track. Aerial Affair is 4th. Harpoon on the rail in 5th, followed by Rum Twist and Christopher Vetter. Hormesis is the quickest of the quick, passing the half-mile pole and opening up a length. Angel of Kirk immediately moves to attack and does so smartly. Angel of Kirk, through a quarter in 22 and 2, has blown by Hormesis as they come to the quarter pole. Another 3 lengths back. Harpoon off the rail into 3rd, and down at the rail, Hormesis is next. A bid coming from Aerial Affair, but it is Angel of Kirk, powerful to the 8th pole. An authoritative 4-length lead, with Aerial Affair, Rum Twist on the scene trying to get a piece of it. But this is all about Angel of Kirk, sharp in victory. Coaxed to the wire to win by 5. Rum Twist a solid 2nd, Aerial Affair, and Christopher Vetter.
Dominant on debut, Angel of Kirk, much the best. Flavien Prat, 2 rides on 2-year-olds, 2 wins. That's one part of the story. Richie, this is the other. And what happened at the start with Aerial Affair?
Yeah, keep your eye on the 7. She has spread out. She's moving her feet. She acts up. And now she's not standing completely correct. Now, one of 2 things going to happen. She's going to stumble or she's going to hop. Well, she hopped at the break. Now, I don't think that cost her the race by any means. This filly that won at Angel of Kirk is the deal. I mean, she was very, very good and very professional. And Maggie called that shot. She was the most professional or the most finished product of this group.
Yeah, Maggie hit the nail right on the head. Listen, the 7-horse, give her one more start. She's a nice filly. But
she
the
ran
5,
3rd.
Yeah, she did. The 5 just did everything right. Broke right on the button, laid 2nd or 3rd, made the move, sustained it. And, you know, she tipped her hand in the morning. She ran already with a horse that won first time at Ellis Park. She's now a winner. But, you know, you got to give credit to the other two horses that run here. The 4 ran up in there, Rum Twist, but the 7 Aerial Affair is going to be just fine.
Greenwell Thoroughbreds, $500,000 filly, Angel of Kirk. That was impressive. And this is what she's cut out to do. Sprint.
Yeah, by Yao Pan, who needs no introduction, a Grade 1 winner here when he was getting bitten
While
through
being
the entire.
savaged.
Yeah, he's getting bit on by Firenze Fire and held him off in the forego. And he's been a tremendous young sire.
He really has. You know, he kind of reminds me of, he's kind of been like a Speightstown, right? When Speightstown first came out, everybody was like, oh, he's just a kind of a sprint type, but then they kept getting better and better. And Yao Pan, I think a lot of people were like, you know what? He's a small little sprinty type. Meanwhile, he is breeding these monsters who can run. They run first time out, they run second time out. They are just nice, physical horses. And I think the one thing that they got good minds.
That filly can motor. Angel of Kirk, Flavian Pratt, 2 wins thus far. Live mounts in both stakes races, the Caress and the Bowling Green. When we come back, Horseshoe Indy Signature Day of Racing, Indiana Oaks, Indiana Derby. We're on site. We'll preview. You're watching Saratoga Live on FS2.
Tonight on America's Day at the Races, join us for special coverage of the 50th edition of the Meadowlands Pace and Samantha Perry live from Prairie Meadows for the Iowa Derby. Tonight, America's Day at the Races, 8 Eastern on FS1.
Tickets to Saratoga Racecourse are on sale now. Secure seats in the Grandstand or Clubhouse or get a table in the Pick 6 Picnic Paddock, Miller Time 4-Star Dave Sports Bar, or the Michelob Ultra Stretch. Available now through Labor Day. Book today at NYRA.com.
So glad you could join us. Look, that sun's out. Saratoga Live FS2. Good crowd here at Saratoga. America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Just watched an impressive 2-year-old filly here, Angel of Kirk, and about to watch the second race at Monmouth Park. Horses warming up. $7,500 claiming sprinters, 6 furlong dash, Island Spirit 3-2, Mambrino 2-1. Megan Burgess on site. Megan.
And Lafitte, this race was completely broke apart once the number 6 was scratched out of here, which looked to be the favorite, with many of these horses vying for favoritism. The number 5, More Power, kind of an interesting, at a bit of a price at 7-2 currently for Devin Doherty, who managed to notch 2 wins from a small sample of starters. She's a young female trainer, if you're not familiar with her at home, who's been doing really well with these lower level claiming types, getting him into the right position. More Power, I'm a bit familiar with from wintering down at Oaklawn as well. He's just such a robust, sizable individual, the number 5 is, and I've never really felt that he was that 5.5 furlong type. Now, getting to the six furlongs, he's been better and better to me, being able to show that early speed. Now, 2 back, he was pretty disappointing. I do find that was a much better group, and now he's at the completely right level if he can kind of get engaged and be forward. I did like him and found that he has the right races to meet this group, and you're getting a better price than perhaps a horse like the number 1, Mambrino, who I've just never been Mambrino's biggest fan. You've got to appreciate what a sturdy individual, though, he is. I mean, he's had some really nice races. He just hasn't been able to see the winner circle since 2025, and also was bet down to favoritism last time out. Disappointing. Now getting first off the claim for Juan Bernardini. He's gonna have to be forward from that inside. We'll see just how far he can go. But I thought this race was incredibly interesting with the number 5, Lafitte, More Power, hopefully being able to get to the front end from that good outside draw, especially with the scratch of the main speed. And in these one-turn races at Monmouth Park, that's exactly where you need to be.
All gas, no brakes. Jose Ferrer on More Power at 7-2, Megan. Post-time Monmouth Park. And look, it's an exciting time for horse players in New Jersey as Naira Bets now live in New Jersey for all our friends in the Garden State. Sign up today. Get a new membership sign-up bonus of $200 deposit match with code NJ200.
Yeah, it's giant. It's giant because New Jersey's been a wagering conundrum that has just been solved, believe me, for a long time.
Solving this second race. Paul, what do you think as Mambrino pictured the 9-5 current favorite? Only 5, but competitive.
Yeah, I agree with Megan. As you see the prices from race number 1, El Mayani got the job done at a little over 3-1. Yeah, Devin Doherty's gotten off to a good start. She claimed a horse. I think it was last week, it had a monster win. This horse should show some speed. Now Jose Ferrer aboard. I kind of give Mambrino one more shot, but I will say this. When Paco Lopez loses on a horse, now he's gone. This horse lost at 20 cents in the dollar. It's a tough sell with the 1 back.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. One thing that Megan said that I subscribe to as well, Paul, speed, one-turn dirt races at Monmouth. Speed is such a premium. And Jose Ferrer, I marvel at Jose Ferrer. He and I are literally 2 weeks apart in age, right? He's 62 years old.
You had the same book at one time?
49.
We had the bug together. We were apprentice jockeys together. I've been retired from riding over 16 years. He's still winning races. I mean, honestly, I marvel at it. He's a very physical guy, very strong rider, and he'll hustle one right to the front.
Yeah, my nuts that I see Perry Oots win another race in the last couple of days.
72. So I have a plan,
Holy
Lafitte.
Smokes.
I'm going to wait until he officially retires. I'm going to come back like it's 74 and win one race.
You hear that, Carmella? You hear that, Carmella?
You see,
incoming texted 4,
I know.
3, 2.
We're getting racing from Altoona, Iowa. Glenn Corbett's still winning races. He's almost 70.
Wow. Unreal.
It's incredible. Incredible.
Jose Ferrer here on More Power. Quickest of the quick, we'll see. Final check of the toe board reading 9-5 on Mambrino. Matt Dinnerman with the call. Race 2 from the Shore's greatest stretch.
2 back. Island Spirit. And to the outside post. More Power to round out the group. Field of 5 in here to go 6 furlongs. We're ready to go. And we're off. Good beginning for all. More Power on the far outside. Blue Marble, these two are quickest. Foil is part of the action moving forward between horses. Island Spirit and Mambrino down on the inside. They're sorting themselves out. More Power as the lead now opens up a length and a tail. Mambrino second with Foil. Island Spirit 3 wide and a gap of 3 to Blue Marble, who is aggressively ridden out of the gate. He's dropped to the back of the pack, is void of early pace. It's up top. More Power leading the way by a little less than 2. Island Spirit in the orange jacket taking the second position now. Mambrino back in third, nickeled along a little bit. Space of 5. Foil is given way to the back, about to be passed by Blue Marble. It was not Foil's day today as they round the far turn and approach the quarter pole. More Power, narrow lead. Here's Island Spirit there on the outside. These two locking horns as they come to the top of the stretch here. Island Spirit in the orange cap is asked to go, and he goes to the lead. More Power second down on the inside now. Island Spirit's got a half length on him. Island Spirit going for home now. Mambrino picking up the running in the second position. Island Spirit 16th to go. A length and a half lead on Mambrino, who's trying. Island Spirit 20 yards from home. He's going to find the wire in time. Island Spirit over Mambrino. Ran well, second best though. More Power third, and then came Foil and Blue Marble.
Got very interesting late, but Island Spirit holds on in the second at Monmouth Park.
Yeah, back-to-back wins in here. Like Christian Moraz is going to get the horse home here. You see Louis Rivera, Mambrino. I know what Megan says. This is what Mambrino does. I'm going to get there. No, I'm not. No, I'm not. I'm going to run second.
Plugging away. About a neck shy in the end. Mambrino.
Back-to-back wins for the 4.
There you go. Island Spirit in a groove. 3 career victories, all at Monmouth Park. As for Angel of Kirk, this is just the beginning in her debut. Eye-opening performance here at Saratoga, trained by Brad Cox. Greenwell Thoroughbreds, Angel of Kirk, and ridden by Flavien Prat. 2 rides, 2 wins. And after took that picture, was with Maggie.
Here with winning rider Flavien Prat aboard Angel of Kirk, and she took all the money, Flavien, and she just did everything right. What was it like being aboard her as you turned for home at the quarter pole and she was just cruising?
Yeah, she was very professional. She jumped well out of the gate, and I felt like I was cruising all the way around. She took a nice breather when she got she took the lead by the 3/8 pole, and then when I asked her, she gave me a run.
How much easier, in your estimation, is it for 2-year-olds to win like that as opposed to how we saw in the first race? And that was probably with the experience just better, but it seemed just easier for horses this age to do it when they're forward.
Yeah, I mean, there's obviously a lot less to overcome when you break well and get yourself in the clear. I think they're just 2 different individuals. One is, seems like he's going to stretch out and distance is going to be his friend, and her, she has very much a lot of speed, and so she took it as at her own advantage.
They're all individuals at the end of the day. Coming up, one of our features today is the Caress, and you'll be aboard in our time, who you've ridden before. And last time we saw her, she was 5th in the Intercontinental. She was down on the rail. Is she comfortable there, or would you be more, inclined to take her outside today?
Well, I think I drove outside anyway, so I'm not sure I'm going to, end up on the rail. But she won at Kinlan on the fence, so I don't think that was a problem. I think she broke poorly last time, and even though she regrouped well, it never felt like she was traveling the same as she did at Kinlan. So hopefully it was just a matter of a bad break, and she can come back and run a good race like she did at Kinlan.
Epic. Well, congratulations here and good luck later.
Thank you, Maggie.
All right, Flavien Prat has a hot hand to start the day, guys.
I don't know if he's going to need the luck, Maggie. Prat with the 2 wins. He rides Old Crazy Bone in the Bowling Green. Contender in the Caress, as they were just discussing. And, oh, yeah, by the way, the even money favorite coming up in the 3rd race, Spiteful Lily.
Yeah, and Intellect in the 4th race has been a beaten favorite, twice? The last 2 times. He's got... Ew. You can't sweep the card unless you win the first 2.
He is and finding that groove and momentum early on.
Well, when you've got a set like he has, so many live mounts, knock out the first 2, you start thinking even bigger, and your confidence level rises. Not that I don't think he lacks confidence anyway, but...
2-time Eclipse Award-winning jockey Flavien Prat locked in early on here at Saratoga. As for Brad Cox, all right, so he just saddled the winner here at Saratoga, Angel of Kirk. Not done yet, not by a long shot. Has leading change in Shelbyville, Indiana for the $300,000 Indiana Derby. We'll preview.
charge. It is pouring it on, winning the Dwyer by the length of the stretch. Charge It wins it convincingly in this Grade 2 Suburban. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the NyraBets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch and bet on live horse racing from over 300 tracks worldwide. Get expert picks, play live money betting contests, and boost your bankroll with daily promotions. NyraBets is the official betting partner of Saratoga Racecourse. Sign up now. New members use promo code SPA200 to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with NyraBets.
Prince of Monaco's Too Good for Moose, an impressive winner of the Best Pal. Miramondi's all hot, but Prince of Monaco Too Good.
Prince of Monaco, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Monmouth Park's main event is NyraBets Haskell Day, Saturday, July 18th. Watch and wager as the country's top 3-year-olds converge on the Jersey Shore to enhance their championship credentials. Play our $400,000 guaranteed pick 4 and $300,000 late pick 5 on a card that includes 6 stakes races. First post is 12 noon. It's all NyraBets Haskell Day, Saturday, July 18th at Monmouth Park Racetrack.
Great to have you with us. Saratoga Live with a live look there in Shelbyville, Indiana. Horseshoe Indy, gorgeous Saturday afternoon. For Indiana Derby Saturday, 3-year-olds, Key Scratch, Bob Baffert's Desert Gate is out. Out of the woods, 9-2. Our money man, Key Contender, 4-1. Leading change for trainer Brad Cox, 3-year-olds, competitive edition of the Indiana Derby. We welcome in Michelle Yu on site. Out there, Michelle, set the scene for us on this marquee day of racing at Horseshoe Indy.
Well, Lafitte, you mentioned the gorgeous conditions right now, but a couple of hours ago, that wasn't actually the case. We had a serious downpour here overnight and into the early morning, so you'll see the track is now listed as wet fast. They actually opened it up as sloppy, but the sun has come out, the crowds have come out, and the track has been upgraded to that wet fast, and I think they might even continue to upgrade it throughout the day. So far, it's playing a little bit speed favoring, as you kind of would expect, but we haven't had any crazy long shots, so I'm hesitant to label a bias on there yet. We'll watch it throughout the day and see what happens, and hopefully we get up too fast for the Indiana Derby. Now, talking about that, leading change comes in off of just one victory in his life, and it was a sprint race over at Churchill Downs. He broke from the outside of 10 horses. I thought he looked fantastic. Really professional effort from him, showing a little bit of early lick, then get himself a really nice stalking position, and then power away at the end. He did win by over 6 lengths. He was just a tick off the track record, and with a pedigree like this, you think 2 turns should be up his alley. But Brad Cox has to come in here with this horse with only 1 race under his belt. He's going to face winners. He's going to ship. He's going to go a round of ground. So it is a tall task for leading change in here, especially with horses that have a lot of local success. There's multiple stakes horses in this field, and it should be a salty task for him. But should he be able to graduate from here, I think sky's the limit for this horse. Also, he is a son of Gunrunner, but his sister is She Dares the Devil. She actually won the Indiana Oaks here for Brad Cox in 2020 before going on to win the Kentucky Oaks when it was held in September and banked herself over $3 million. So he's got some big shoes to fill as well, Lafitte.
Now the big price, Michelle, She Dares the Devil in the 20-1 neighborhood for that Kentucky Oaks, yes, in September during the pandemic in 2020. Much more from Michelle in that Indiana Derby here at Saratoga. Race 3, horses in the paddock. And you're looking at Spiteful Lily, who is currently even money the favorite. Her most recent right here, Belmont Day. Same level competition. Spiteful Lily, Richie, ready to pounce, but naive Melody on the best part of the racetrack.
Yeah, and this was just a really good effort, and she's ultra consistent. I mean, other than 1 race in her entire career, she's basically run the same race every time, Paul, and you got to admire horses that show up with that effort every time.
You know, her first start of her career is when she ran on the mud. She ran a 96 Beyer, and I think a lot of people are trying to get her towards that or wondering if she'll ever get towards that. Now, she had a little bit of the layoff. She just seems like she hasn't run. She's 6 now. Like, listen, I pick her, but she's very vulnerable at 4 to 5. You got to look at it 2 ways, Lafitte. Either she's going to move forward or she's going to go backwards. Obviously, that is, you know, going to happen either or, but at 4 to 5, do you want to take that chance?
What is she showing you, Maggie, Spiteful Lily?
That she's going to go forward. I really like what I'm seeing from Spiteful Lily. She's a muscle mama. I mean, she just looks fantastic here. And you wonder, yes, it wasn't a particularly faster race, so there's not that inclination of, oh, wow, it's really possible that she's going to react from that. But also, it still was a very good effort off of a very long layoff. And so sometimes horses will go backwards because they're so cranked up to put in that big performance first off. But I don't see that with her. You know, those horses, they tend to be lighter and really drawn up or very nervous. That's not the case. Now, to be fair, Spiteful Lily, historically speaking, is a bit of a high-strung individual. And while I didn't cover that comeback race, I watched, I went back and rewatched our show into how she was behaving, because that one time where she ran really badly, she was a mess here in Saratoga. She ran off in the post parade. She was just so tough to handle, and Flavien Prat kept her with the pony, because he is a guy that likes to take them away, kept her with the pony, had a real light hold of her mouth, had his feet out of the irons, and I presume that's exactly what he's going to do here, because also she is a mare that can be really light-mouthed, meaning that she does not like a lot of pressure on her mouth. You got to stay out of her way. I love the post position today, and she just looks phenomenal here in the paddock. Lafitte?
Can you expand on that a little bit, Richie? A light mouth.
Yeah, when we talk about jockeys and hands, it's how much pressure can be applied to a horse's mouth. The bit lays on the bars of a horse's mouth, and if a horse has a light mouth, they can take less pressure. A little more pressure, they're going to throw their head around, they're going to fight the bit. So a rider has to be very sensitive to how much hold he can actually take of one.
Spiteful Lily, 4 to 5. The filly you just saw. You went with Army Gal.
I did. I think she's ultra consistent. I wish there was a little more speed in here, because she doesn't seem to have the same kind of speed she used to. But she's another one that's ultra consistent. I'm a big Jose Lezcano fan. I just believe that he's one of the most underrated riders on this circuit. All he does is show up every day and does his job as a professional.
Yeah, always. Jose's that guy that just hits 285 every year. It's just true, and he can do it on the turf. He can do it on the dirt. I think he's more effective on the turf course. But yeah, he's going to give you a solid ride. Sometimes I look at the form. When I have Jose Lezcano, I kind of know what I'm going to get. You kind of know what the horse is going to do. There's not going to be any tricks up his sleeve.
Mild-mannered, man of few words. You just saw him on Army Gal, 4 to 1, co-second choice, post-parade. Let's meet the field. Next on stage, quick turnaround ran opening day.
Cleverly named Next on Stage, gets back off the turf, and that race kind of dirties her form up. Those are the kind of horses I like.
My favorite names all time. Then Mischief Lady, welcome back, Katie Davis.
This horse could be the speed. 2 starts ago on the dirt, she got off to a bad start. With a better break, she might be the filly to catch.
Number 3, Gridlock by Cross Traffic. Busy campaign, 9th start this year.
Yeah, it just feels like she's going to have to get a little bit faster than what we've seen from her recently, and I don't miss the Bell Parkway already.
Longest shot on the board, it is Strudis.
Yeah, more pace will help this mare by Practical Joke. She's going to come from out of it.
Number 5, aforementioned Army Gal, second at 2 for Linda Rice.
Consistent, I like her. She's well drawn, just one horse outside of her. By Army Mule, who is 3 for 3 for Vinny Viola's St. Elias stable.
Terrific racehorse. And then the odds-on favorite, Spiteful Lily, representing outside speed.
Like I said, the drawback here, she's a 6-year-old mare, second off a long layoff, and she's been heavily bet in all of her starts.
The runners in this compact field of 6, fillies and mares sprinting 3/4 of a mile, third of 11 at Saratoga in 4 minutes. We mentioned trainer Linda Rice has 2. Army Gal, number 5, and that mare pictured next on stage. Manny Franco in the saddle, and the numbers, this combination, what damage they've done together in 2026.
Strong, 37% with one trainer. Manny has really made inroads into so many outfits. He's got maybe as diverse a business as anybody on the grounds.
Yeah, you know, it seems like when all the big boys have gone over, Jose and Irad and all those guys go over to Kentucky riding those special days, Manny's kind of been that guy that's sat back the last couple of years. Sometimes that can help your business. I think a lot of people were questioning, why is Jose Ortiz going to Louisiana? Well, that sort of paid off, didn't
It's
a little bit.
Yeah.
Worked together very nicely. His brother obviously suspended the first few days here at Saratoga. He's won 8 riding titles, 7 riding titles here at the Spa. Brother Jose with a running start, fast start here in the first few days at the Spa. Another look at Flavien Prat, speaking of riders at Saratoga, putting up big numbers in the damage Paul he could do this afternoon. The 2 wins with the 2-year-olds and loaded, riding contender after contender the rest of the way.
Yeah, he gets this one home, 3 for 3 with a nice little slate. Let me ask you, Mig, how much weight do you lose in a day if you ride all 11? Honestly.
You can drink Gatorade, water. I used to have like a potassium mineral mixture that I would drink. You could drink and stay hydrated all day. You'll still lose 5 or 6 pounds.
Yeah, I remember I used to go to spring training, Lafitte, about 205. I'd come home about 178 every year, and that's eating heavily as much as you can. It's just you just can't keep it on. I always wondered, riding these many races, being that light, you have to lose weight.
But it's good, then you can go and eat.
It makes it that much easier when you have that many live mounts as Flavien Prat does, looking to sweep the first 3 races on the program with Spiteful Lily. Maggie, but the filly to her inside, Army Gal. What are you noticing pre-race?
Army Gal is a little bit of an interesting prospect in here as she comes in off yet another line in her form, another layoff, where last time she was running over a track that was sealed, and it just seemed like she broke a bit slow from the inside. She moved to the inside around the turn, and then she kind of moved out and kicked on in the early part of the stretch, but then she idled late. And she's a horse that never really looks that good in her coat, at least as of now, and doesn't, carry her weight like a normal, quote-unquote, Linda Rice horse would. She's got talent, but I wonder if there are some issues, whether it's breathing, bleeding, or just soundness issues that kind of keep her away and keep her from doing her ultimate best. She is dangerous because there are fast races and there is talent in there. It's just, will we see it today? I'd feel almost more comfortable taking her stablemate in here, number 1, next on stage, where the turf experiment, I shouldn't say experiment, she has run well on the turf before, but longer, but they get back to sprinting here on the dirt, which seems as though it's what Linda is intent on doing with her since claiming her. But this is the first time she'll be on a true fast track for Linda. She looks phenomenal, dappled head to toe. She's always a filly that kind of carries how she's doing on her sleeve, and this looks like a good time for her. So I think she is quite interesting. Last time on the dirt, she had to wait to get clear a bit in the stretch, and she did hit her best stride late. It's just, can she get her momentum going at the 6 furlongs? I feel like maybe a little bit longer is more ideal for her. And then Paul brought up an interesting fact about number 2, Mischief Lady, because when I looked at this race, I felt as though, could she be part of the speed just to make it tougher on your favorite? And she has shown speed in the past, but as of late, looking at her physically, she is a filly that has really lost all conditioning behind, and she kind of walks like she's squatting down a bit in the paddock. It just is indicative of a horse that is struggling a bit with their hind end. They need that hind end to get out of the gate. So all things considered, Lafitte, it just made me more enthusiastic about Spiteful Lily, number 6 in here.
Who is the odds-on favorite? We were just looking at Katie Davis and Mischief Lady. Richie, back from suspension, first ride of the meet.
Yeah, I mean, and the stewards have been a lot stricter as far as when you drop days or you appeal days, they make them take you the same days at the same meet the next year. Years ago, we'd hold it off until about Christmas time, drop the appeal, take a vacation.
Just right.
I got in a big brawl in AAA. I wish I didn't have to pay that fine when I went back down.
Flavien Prat looking to sweep the first 3 races. He's on the odds-on favorite, Spiteful Lily. Frank Mirmati with the call. 3rd race live from the Spa on FS2.
Thank you, Lafitte. Army Gal takes up her spot under Jose Lezcano. And here's the aforementioned Spiteful Lily. They're in the gate. And they're off off, and Spiteful Lily wastes no time going straight out for the lead. Mischief Lady is flashing plenty of early gas and now takes over. And just behind them, it's Next on Stage in the blue silks racing along the rail. They're followed by Army Gal. Gridlock is the gray, racing in fifth, 5 lengths off the lead and 2 in front of Eddie Strudis. The opening quarter mile for Mischief Lady was clicked off in 22 and 3/5 seconds. Mischief Lady takes them around the far turn with a 1.5 length lead. Spiteful Lily gets the perfect setup to come after her now with 3 furlongs to run. They're joined 3 wide by Army Gal, who's fighting on willingly third. And just behind them, Next on Stage, Gridlock is fifth with a 1/4 mile to go. Several chances here as they turn at the top of the stretch. Army Gal on the outside. Spiteful Lily racing in between horses. They're head and head. Next on Stage has had a good setup. The half in 46 flat. And Next on Stage emerges with the lead in mid-stretch, pulls away, and waves goodbye. It's Next on Stage, and Manny Franco just absolutely decimating this field. Wins by 5 easy lengths. Second went to Spiteful Lily. It was a photo for third between Army Gal and Gridlock.
Manny Franco, Linda Rice padding those stats. The daughter of Daddy Issues. Next on Stage by Manny at Saratoga.
And she really finished the deal here. Manny Franco, just they're padding those statistics now. 17 for 37 together this year. But boy, she just rallied nicely from off the pace and powered home. The favorite, Spiteful Lily, second best. And Army Gal just wasn't very good. She had every opportunity and kind of flattened out late, couldn't even hold second.
Well, the 2 broke today, Mischief Lady. You know, Maggie was talking about it. She caught a flyer, and she showed that speed. She could sustain it, but kind of set it up for Next on Stage. Yo, Adrian! Italian Stallions racing.
And co-owned by Linda Rice, Next on Stage. He's always a big fan of her sire. Liam's Map, impressive Woodward winner here several years back. Always thought he should have run in that Breeders' Cup Classic back in 2015, but a
So
Breeders'
fast.
Cup Dirt Mile winner in the end.
Yeah, and he's proving to be a very good sire as well. He seems to get all kinds of runners. Dirt, turf, doesn't matter.
Since we're mentioning horses that are going to be coming up, you can see Next on Stage. That aerial view is just awesome, by the way. He reminds me, Liam's Map reminds me, or Nisos reminds me of Liam's Map. So talented. If they want to go towards that, you know, Breeders' Cup Classic or toward those classic distance, I think they can handle it. They're good enough. But you know what? We keep winning all these races by so much at a mile. Let's stay here. We'll see if Mr. Bob Baffert does want Nisos to run against the big boys at a bigger distance.
Added to that list of stars inbound for the Whitney as Next on Stage here wins going away. First win at Saratoga, 5th lifetime. Manny Franco, Linda Rice team up Next on Stage in the 3rd of 11 at Saratoga. So much racing ahead, couple of stakes races, and for trainer Safi Joseph, well represented in the first of the 2 stakes races. 2 runners in the Caress, moving on up, and in our time, the 5th race on the Saturday Saratoga program.
Excelling on a cross of New York turf and Kentucky bluegrass. A 6-time graded stakes winner, including the Grade 1 4-Star Dave, Grade 1 Turf Mile, and the Grade 1 Maker's Mark Mile by leading champion European sire, Lope de Vega. So he's got that going for him. Carl Spackler, the ultimate greenskeeper, standing at Lane's End.
Welcome back, and thanks for tuning in to Saratoga Live. Well, today's third race in a mild upset. As next on stage, she got her picture taken, strutting her stuff into the winner's circle, and I'm pleased to be joined by winning owner Paul Oliva here. Geez, Aaron, you go to mess me up. He's got Olivier in my mind for some reason. But Paul, she ran so well today. As you said, a little bit of a turf experiment last time, but as Linda is so adept at bringing these horses back quickly, she responded.
She did. She came out well. She came from behind the pace, but last week was an experiment, and she looked good. She looked good.
Let's talk about the name you're fully supporting. A little bit of a World Cup as well, but
Unfortunately, the soccer team didn't make it again, but
you made it to the winner's circle. A little bit about, naming your stable this.
my family is 100% Italian. I'm first generation here, so I went there, for the name, Italian Stallions Racing.
And winning at Saratoga, does it get any better?
Huge. No, it's the best. It's the best.
Well worth the drive up from Long Island, right?
That's right, it is.
Paul, congratulations. Looks as though you guys are going to have a fun time here celebrating next on stage.
Yes, thank you very much.
All right, love to see enthusiastic winners in this winner's circle, as Paul should be. As next on stage, she was great today, Lafitte.
A lot of bad Rocky character movie impersonations going on in the set during that interview. Next on stage, though, the real deal on this afternoon, Paulie made short work of her competition.
An Italian named Paul in the winner's circle at Saratoga. Does it get any better than that?
Yo, Paulie.
Hey, he's got to represent.
As I was saying.
We haven't been in the World Cup for 12 years. It's okay. Next on stage. By the way, this is going to spike up your early pick 5. I know you had favorite, but I think Spiteful Lily was singled on a lot of tickets.
Yeah, Pratt going to have to settle for a second place finish as next on stage rolls in race number 3, Saratoga. Stakes racing gets underway, race 5 with the Caress. A little bit later on, Bowling Green. And, of course, we have on-site coverage at Monmouth Park. And a reminder, late pick 3 bonus. Hit the $3 late pick 3 at Monmouth Park. Earn a 30% bonus. Visit NYRABets.com to opt in. Horses have left the paddock, front side, and warming up for the 3rd on the Saturday card. 2 minutes out, we check in with Megan.
It's a maiden $10,000 claimer is here at Monmouth, and the number 5, Why Me Lord, taking some of that money as a lone first-time starter, and often can be viewed as some of the less exposed types in these cheaper fields. He needs a start by all measures as far as the number 5, Why Me Lord. He was just incredibly heavy, a 4-year-old who you can see has gotten, had to have some setbacks, it looks like, as far as getting to the races this late. He was gelded all the way back in 2023, the number 5 there, Why Me Lord, for a trainer who is 0 for 6 the past 5 years with those first-time starters. So just beware, taking some attention to me is definitely going to benefit from getting a start under the belt. I thought the 6, Law of Uncertainty up there at 7-1 was an incredibly interesting prospect. Gelded earlier this year in January, but incredibly sharp. They debuted this horse routing in May, and I can see why. He's got a lot of size to him, lots of range to his frame. He was tacked outside, but I do find he has the disposition of a horse that would want to go a little bit shorter. That's what he gets today, the cutback and distance, and I find he's going to have that speed from a nicely drawn post, as he was showing speed last time out, and obviously completely folded that day and gave way. Now, the barn with maiden second timers the past 5 years is 0 for 12, so heed with caution. However, I thought he was incredibly fit for this group, has that outside speed, and was 6-1 in this kind of field. I thought was a pretty interesting prospect. The number 1 currently taking the favoritism. All the luck for the Patrick McBurney barn. Horses are always looking great. They are running. They're just not seeing the winner's circle. We've got 11 horses in the money from those 31 starters this meet, but still looking to kind of get the ball rolling. His horse has had 21 chances to get that photo taken and hasn't been able to do so. Kind of needs that cutback when you go through his form lines after trying the turf last time out, and lacks that speed. That's my biggest issue with taking such a short price in a one-turn race at Monmouth, is a horse that lacks early speed and will be compromised from that inside post, just reading as a negative to me. The number 2, They Call Me Sue, I find is the best bet of this race. When you're really just looking at horses in the paddock, can kind of forgive that last race at Monmouth, and you go back through his form lines and has the form. Incredibly professional in the paddock, Lafitte, and I thought if anybody in this field was the true blue compact sprinter.
doing what he's designed to do, sprint these 6 furlongs as they make their way behind the starting gate eventually. Paul, all the luck, 8-5 at post time.
0 for 21, does have the best numbers. If going back to spring distances, the gate's just been the issue. I do like that the one's been in, if you look at the dirt races, sprinting, 10 horses, 12, 12, 12. So, you know, a lighter field. I mean, if today is not the day for the one, I don't know when it happens.
Just a lot to concede. 8-5 on a 21 race maiden.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, I always look, you know, elsewhere. Obviously, you have a stranger here and a first-time starter that's taking money, but probably taking money because people are looking for the stranger as well. The 2, They Call Me Sue. He's a gelding, so a horse, a boy named Sue.
The trainer, Sergio Robin, on the 5, he's actually been riding some of his horses. He employs Jeffrey Scarrett, who had a spill yesterday, and he's okay.
Fast times on the Jersey Shore. Filing in. 3rd race, Monmouth Park, live on FS2. Here's Matt Dinneman.
They've loaded They Call Me Sue. Lorden's Pride, post 3. Tassitap. Two back, Why Me Lord. And to the outside, Law of Uncertainty. Law of Uncertainty. Go again. We're ready to go. And we're off. Good start from Tassitap, who gets the first call. Law of Uncertainty picks up the running in the 2nd spot and presses that front running down the back stretch here. They Call Me Sue runs in 3rd. Lorden's Pride right behind. Why Me Lord, the first-time starter, is 2nd to last. 4 off the lead, 5 clear of All the Luck at the back. The 4-5 favorite will have to pass them all. Down the back stretch, a contentious tempo. Tassitap being swarmed on both sides. They Call Me Sue down on the inside. Law of Uncertainty, 3 wide going into the 4-turn run, and they've opened up 3 lengths on Lorden's Pride, who's in the 4th position, sent upon. Why Me Lord still in the 2nd last position. All the Luck joining him on the fence around the far turn. Tassitap nose in front. They Call Me Sue battling on from the inside. Law of Uncertainty calls it a day. Lorden's Pride is about to pass him, is tipping outside for the stretch drive. They have to reel in They Call Me Sue, who comes off the turn, tries to put away Tassitap. Underseed 2nd, losing 2 lengths on They Call Me Sue as they come down the lane. Now Lorden's Pride's getting going, and here comes All the Luck, and Why Me Lord even getting into it. Final 16th, They Call Me Sue with the lead. Why Me Lord, All the Luck chasing. They Call Me Sue is a winner. They Call Me Sue won it by 3 parts of a length. All the Luck 2nd, Why Me Lord 3rd, Lorden's Pride 4th.
Graduating in his 10th career start, They Call Me Sue in the 3rd race at Monmouth Park.
I always think this is a perfect kind of horse for an apprentice jockey. You're getting the 7-pound breakaways because you know they're going to be forward, and the rider's not going to have to make a lot of decisions. Just allow them to run freely.
Good ride here by Noah Herman here. Good call by Megan. The source she had on top, They Call Me Sue. Tony Wilson, he has 1 stable and 1 owner, Happy 10 stable, and they get the job done. Your favorite just kind of lumbering along.
A 22nd loss for All the Luck.
Yes.
Good effort.
Another good effort.
Too little, too late.
He'll take money again next time, but now he has 6 seconds, 5/3 from 22 career starts.
They will enjoy it once he finally puts it all together. On this afternoon, though, it is They Call Me Sue for the Happy 10 stable. Results when we come back. 2-1-5-3-4 Monmouth, plus an inbound star from the West. Met Mile winner Nysos, 2-time Triple Crown winning trainer Bob Baffert has the Whitney penciled in. A terrific Whitney field, getting that much better. You're watching Saratoga Live.
Perennial leading New York sire Central Banker, sire of a $325,000 2-year-old colt in 2026, and the leading New York sire of stakes horses again, including Hot Currency.
Hot Currency up by 4, 5 widening lengths, approaching that final furlong. No catching a geared down, dominant winner of the 4-star Crook. Give it to Hot Currency.
Central Banker, standing for $7,500 at McMahon of Saratoga Thoroughbreds.
The joy of traveling well is feeling at home, yet a million miles away from home. Discovering new flavors, or savoring the ones you already love. Not knowing what lies beyond the horizon, but knowing what matters most to you. This is the joy of traveling well. Oceana Cruises.
Up alongside of Knightsbridge, and now these two will turn for home together. Imagination on the outside to the front. Knightsbridge back into second. Tio Elvis, the horse from Japan, has rushed up on the outside, and he has taken the lead. He's taking off. Oh, look at Tio Elvis pull away in the last 16th of a mile. Even business today. Japan's Tio Elvis crushed them.
Elvis is in the building.
Yes, he is.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Welcome back. Saratoga live on Fox Sports 2. The fans, I get it. Saratoga, Richie, the August place to be, but the crowd today, good crowd, energetic crowd on this 11th of July.
Yeah, it's really feeling like it's filling up quick here. The atmosphere is great, and the weather could not be any better.
Seats are at a premium here. Got to bring your lucky bear, too.
Whatever it takes.
Yeah, and you know what? I get a kick out of the people that dance as soon as you come in here every day. It's so awesome. It gets your mood ready to go as soon as you walk in here.
Nysos makes you want to dance. As good as he is. Terrific, terrific racehorse. Inbound. Plans are to run in the Whitney, according to two-time Triple Crown winning trainer Bob Baffert. Richie, sensational Belmont Stakes Day in the Met Mile.
Really love what he did, right? He broke sharp. Then Flavian realizes, hey, the speed all of a sudden, he eases back. That's not easily done. They're not cars, right? You don't set up on the accelerator, step on the brake, and they cooperate fully, but he did. And then he comes with a dominant performance. He shouldn't have any trouble with the mile and eighth either.
I don't think so. I just think he's the best horse in training. Whether he's the best horse at a mile and eighth remains to be seen. But like you said, what he did to make Knightsbridge and journalism look like also-rans,
that real good second to Forever Young at a mile and an eighth on the other side of the planet in the Saudi Cup. 2 losses, which you can't fault him for. That Saudi Cup and also that runner-up effort in the Churchill Downs, in the killer of all killer Churchill Downs you'll ever see on the undercard of the Kentucky Derby, which reminds us to remind you, Fox Saratoga Saturdays are back starting next week with the Grade 1 Duncan Diana. The best horses, the biggest races, marquee affair after marquee affair, Fox Saratoga Saturday all summer long. And just to expand on that, Whitney on August 8th, Richie, Nysos and this field coming together, Sovereignty, and Nitrogen, the filly, taking on the boys. This coming together is one of the best Whitneys in recent memory.
And it feels like this is one of the stronger older horse divisions we've had in a long time because these 3-year-olds coming back at 4, and then horses like Nysos and Nitrogen adds a whole nother layer. Philly taking on the boys, and our best races have been here.
Let me ask you a question. For Nysos, if you're worried about the distance, and I hate when people say the horse isn't going to get the distance, they all get the distance. Is it better here on the tighter turns for him, or would it be harder for him like at Belmont on the sweeping turns?
Oh, it'd be a lot harder for him at Belmont because at Belmont, when they run a 1-turn mile and an eighth, the race speeds up in the middle. Here, they'll jump out, run to the first turn, and then it tends to moderate, and that helps the horse get more ground.
Easy to get caught up in a race like the Whitney and how it's coming together, Maggie, but we have our first look at turf racing here in these $16,000 claimers who have arrived in the paddock.
Yeah, no, they're $80,000. Some of them are. Lafitte, as we'll take a look at what is a very nice group of horses here in the paddock, and a real handicapping puzzle when it comes to how the pace is going to develop. And there's a few horses that have to answer distance questions, and there's one that has to answer the turf question. That is number 7 in here, Life and Times, as he is a son of Justified. Now, the dam, she never tried the turf. One of the 4 siblings to try the turf did win on it, so not a glowing familial stat, but the Justifies, they seem to be very productive when getting on the turf. And looking at Life and Times, again, I haven't seen him in quite a while. Actually, I was only on hand for his debut. But looking at him here, he has such a long, slopey, slack pattern and a flat foot to him. So there's a physical for him to take to this surface. He's a little bit lighter behind, very angular as well. So I think he will appreciate getting to the turf. Now, how did dynamics play out? How, does he run this race? Well, it does feel as though there's a lot of pace and some horses coming out of shorter races and horses that go straight to the lead in these miles that should be out in front of him. But still, I think he'll be handy enough, translating his dirt form to the turf today, that should put him in the right kind of position. As we'll move on to a horse who is stretching out, and that is Burhan, who did go the 2 turns, 7.5 furlongs for his first start in this country, which was off a bit of a layoff. Now, as much as we give Chad Brown the credit he deserves with horses coming off the layoff, it just seemed as though this guy would benefit from that start, and 2, he just seemed to be running a bit too free, going the 2 turns around that tight course at Gulfstream Park. Well, the fact of the matter is he virtually gets the same thing here today, going this mile on the inner turf course at Saratoga. The thing on the flip side of that, there's also other speed in here. So where does he fit? Can he, extend his speed? I don't know. Honestly, he's built more like a sprinter. And last time that we saw him, he did have trouble going the 6 furlongs over a very kind of slow yielding turf course when a horse that was to his inside started to bolt around the quarter pole and he had to steady back, losing ground. So I think Chad Brown's really trying to search for an identity for this horse. Where does he belong? A mile's fine, but I just don't know how he wins this from a dynamic standpoint. He is, though, more quiet than what I saw from him in that Aqueduct race. And then we'll check in with the horse who is just in raging form since coming back as a 4-year-old, the New York bred. Sounds like a plan. Well, I don't know if he gets to dictate terms today on the front end, but at least he draws really well on the rail. And this horse is just thriving, Lafitte. He looks so good, so confident. Definitely has that swagger of a horse that is carrying 2 race win streak into this one here. It will be tougher, I think, this time around, but again, it feels like he's drawn well and could be in the right position to strike again.
Wish I could claim him for 16. $16,000 claimers at Monmouth Park running on grass. We promise these a little more expensive. My apologies. How will he handle grass for the first time? Life and Times and jockey Jose Ortiz in a groove to start this summer at Saratoga, the 3-time Saratoga riding champ. The 4th race is next, post time, 7 minutes.
Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the NyraBets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch and bet on live horse racing from over 300 tracks worldwide. Get expert picks, play live money betting contests, and boost your bankroll with daily promotions. NyraBets is the official betting partner of Saratoga Racecourse. Sign up now. New members use promo code SPA200 to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with NyraBets.
Postcard kind of afternoon in Saratoga Springs. And the first turf race on the afternoon, post parade. We start with Sounds Like a Plan, locked in. He's won 4 or 5.
He's in great form, but he possesses speed, and I think he's going to have a little company on the lead.
Sherlock's Jewel and Joel Rosario.
Yeah, late closer here, 6 for 22 lifetime. Look for this horse late.
Final verdict, 25 starts, 24 sprints, ran well the lone route, then Intellect, French gelding, second in last year's 4-star Dave.
Yeah, a lot of second place finishes, hasn't won since 2024.
Also trained by Chad Brown, there's Buran.
Another one coming out of sprints, and probably you'll be forward.
Alan Turing got paid if you cracked the code last time.
This horse got some dirt races, or turf races to go back to. Looks tremendous on the racetrack.
Life and Times, turf debut, lightly raced, high-profile connections.
Yeah, and a lot of ability. This horse has flashed a lot of ability. Will it transfer to the turf?
Jose Ortiz in the Michael Tabor colors, then Chow Chuck, number 8, 15-1, just missed at a price Belmont Day.
Yeah, it took a while to break his maiden and kind of figure it out since then. Like you said, a good race last time.
Edgema, number 9, 15-1, still looking at Chow Chuck. Edgema, outside post, wide trip, cost him at Delaware, plus he was kind of dull.
Well, I think he's going to be aided today by pace, and he picks up the Hall of Famer, John Velasquez. Mike Deeney, win earlier at Monmouth, having a terrific year.
This field, first look at grass racing on this second Saturday at Saratoga. Milers in her turf course. Race 4 in 3 minutes. Richie, who you wound up with a 9-1 shot here. Alan Turing, let's hear it.
I like this horse. He's honest, he's consistent. He runs on turf or dirt. And I just like him getting back to the turf, the form he's in. Pat Quick does good work. And I'm a big fan of Gallagher Stud. Marlene Brody, who continued with the farm after her husband, Jerry Brody, who had Gallagher Steakhouse, had revitalized the Oyster Bar at Grand Central. They've been breeding good horses for decades. The farm started out at 100 acres, is now 520 acres. And I'm a fan of this horse, and I'm a fan of the connections.
11-1 winner on the main track. Back to turf, Alan Turing. Paul, Sherlock's Jewel for you.
Yeah, I'm taking a shot here. This horse is in for the $80,000 tag. I think Joel Rosario fits this horse perfect. I think you said it before, Meg. Joel Rosario is Ricky Bobby. He's either on the front end or he's last, and I think this horse will be last and will be launching. He's got to have a little luck in the end.
But get speed to run
what does the pace look like on paper?
Well, Sounds Like a Plan does his best running up on the pace. Not that he needs the lead, but that post kind of dictates him going forward. Final verdicts coming out of races that they go much faster earlier because they're turf sprints, as does the 5 Burhan. I think there's going to be pace on here.
Fourth in Monmouth cliffhanger, Maggie. Sherlock's Jewel at 9-1. What are you noticing?
Yeah, kind of like Paul said, I think this horse actually ran better than it might look in that cliffhanger. We saw the winner that day, Neat, just get that perfect rail skimming ride from Raylu Gutierrez. And this horse was just kind of on the wide hunt throughout that day. And Sherlock's Jewel is a horse I've always had a little bit of an affinity for. He never seems to take that much money, but he always seems to run a race that is competitive, especially when we're talking about the affair that we're in here today. And two, I like the last time he actually switched his leads. That's something he doesn't often do, or he hadn't done last year very often. So I thought it was just a sign of him doing well, and I think he is a generous price up there at 9-1. And guys, I got a chance to catch up with Todd Pletcher, and I said, have you galloped this horse on the turf? He said, nope, but we're about to find out how he likes it. But he said something about a Brad Cox trainee, Just a Touch, who seemed frustrating for Connections, who is also another son of Justify. Once they switched him to the turf, that's when that potential was realized. And he said, I thought this horse looks like Just a Touch, and I would agree. So I think that's the thought process behind Life and Times showing up here.
Don't have to wait long to see how he performs in his turf debut. Life and Times, but Intellect. Pictured there at 5-2. This was his best performance in the U.S. Last August, he's 9-1 in the Grade 1 4-star Dave. Intellect, Richie, in a bold run chasing Deterministic.
Well, right there, that jumps off at the page. It's a Deterministic, multiple Grade 1 winner at this point. The only thing is it feels like he's always going to find someone to beat him. He's got 3 wins, 7 seconds. So even though you go, well, it was Deterministic, it could have been, Francis the Mule. It feels like he's content being second.
He was second to, like you said, Deterministic, second to Donegal Momentum. Both those horses would be 3-5 in the spot, but you're right. Does he just keep getting beat by a horse. I'm surprised. If you look at the wheel pace coming into this race, you know, the 7 was the morning line favorite. The 1 and the 4 are big favorites in the pick 3s.
Grade 1 placed second in the highest level of competition, and yet winless in 6 U.S. starts.
Yeah, but some horses run to the level of their competition, and he just gives me that impression. Now, on paper, yeah, you got to love him, but I have questions about his desire to run by horses as much as he's content running with horses.
It's today to the day for Intellect. Chad Brown with 2 runners. They'll break side by side, Intellect and Burhan. And what about Sounds Like a Plan as he approaches the starting gate, now the 2-1 favorite at post time?
I'm a fan of the horse. He's obviously in great form. I just think the way this race projects to play out could be against him. I think there's a lot of speed in here.
He puts himself, this horse is the kind of horse that puts himself in the right spot. He draws the 1, but I just think it's going to be really hard to keep him off the ticket, put it that way.
Ricardo Santana shocked us yesterday, 26-1 winner in the feature, the Victory Ride. Aboard the favorite here, and Sounds Like a Plan at 2-1. Overhead look, gorgeous shot as we get set for the 4th race from Saratoga. Filing in, Frank Miramati with the call. Race 4 from the spot, live on Fox Sports 2.
Here's Life in Times. Intellect goes in. Chow, Chuck, and Ejtima. The last one. Ejtima going in. They're in the gate. And they're off. It was a clean start, and final verdict is out very quickly. On the inside, Sounds Like a Plan is battling along with them, and Life in Times joins them 3 deep. Just in behind them, Chow Chuck is trying to tuck in, wasn't really able to do so yet. And in the meantime, Alan Turing gets a sweet spot along the rail, taking 3rd. So they round the clubhouse turn, and Sounds Like a Plan is the leader. Opens it up to 2 lengths. Final verdict, a clear-cut second, 2 clear of Alan Turing. And Life in Times races in 4th, 4 lengths off the lead. Chow Chuck is next. Intellect the quarter in 23 and 2/5 seconds. Sherlock's Jewel is racing 1 from the outside. He is right inside of Burhan, and Ejtima inches up inside of that pair. Sounds Like a Plan, and Ricardo Santana Jr. went through a half in 47 and 3, maintaining a lead of 1.5 lengths on final verdict into the far turn. A clear shot for Life in Times, and now he makes his move. Life in Times attacking around that turn. Chow Chuck is next. Alan Turing remains on the rail, 3.5 or so off the lead. Burhan is next on the outside of Intellect. 3 clear of Sherlock's Jewel and Ejtima there at the top of the stretch. Sounds Like a Plan had something left, repelling that brief bid from Life in Times, who's trying once again. Out in the center, Intellect is finishing with a flourish. Here comes Intellect after Sounds Like a Plan. Sounds Like a Plan. Intellect sounds like a plan. Holds on by 3/4 of a length. Intellect, a strong second. Behind them, Life in Times was 3rd. It was a photo for 4th that did involve Ejtima.
All right, he's in his zone. Sounds Like a Plan. Make it 5 of 6. Intellect denied once again.
Well, Sounds Like a Plan. Didn't worry about what anybody else was going to do. Ricardo Santana said, this is my plan. You guys adjust around it. Good call by Maggie. This horse is just in raging form. And Intellect, now 8 seconds.
Yeah, listen, we said it before the race, it's the most tactical horse. The horse just basically said, you watched my movie on June 6th, watch my movie on July 11th. The same one, 134 flat, basically, on the front end, by herself. I mean, by himself. This New York, I tell you what, he's got, the other one he had 26 black. He's got 2 New York bred horses that can flat out run.
Yeah.
1 sprinting and this one.
Impressive winner of the Harvey Pack, 26 black. Sounds Like a Plan. Club 65 Racing. Ricardo Santana, one of the bigger stories among the riders last summer here. He's 4th in the standings, riding incredibly well and off to a fast start here this summer. Already 2 stakes wins as well. The Sanford and yesterday's Victory Ride.
Very, very strong finisher, a rider that is aggressive, likes to put horses in the game, and he's been a very welcome addition to the New York jockey colony.
I thought a good run by the 7, no? First time on the turf?
thought he ran really well, life and times.
Yeah, and here's a horse that now may have a new lease on life, could go back to maybe sprinting, but the first time on turf, you know, you're chasing a nice horse there.
It sounds like a plan who just shows up and fires his best each and every time. Even the couple of losses in the last several races, he's been right there as you look at the action overhead turning for home.
You know, and I like this. You know, Ricardo Santana kicks away what sounds like a plan, and a lot of riders will be, you know, quiet, waiting for the closers to get in close proximity. Don't wait on a closer. Then you're playing their game. Then you're basically saying, I'm going to outkick you. That's playing their game. Make them play your game, and that's what Ricardo did. And sounds like a plan. Well, everybody's got a plan until they get punched in the mouth. Well, he went right to the lead.
You know, just clicked off 23. It's just like this horse can click off 24s in his sleep, and he's just getting better and better. And the Twirling Candy had that spice on him. A $95,000 purchase, paying off.
Another win. Sounds like a plan at 9-5, 1-4-7-2. Race 4 at Saratoga. When we return, Joel Rosario back in New York. Surprised us last week with Kensington Lane, $48 winner in the Belmont Oaks. And riding a contender, Sunna in the Caress. First of 2 stakes races on grass this afternoon.
For 100 years, we've built tools to work in nature with legendary performance and quality to master every challenge. Tools for people like you who work like a pro with heart and soul. Built for nature, trusted since 1926. Steel.
And it's lights out. Locked. Pouring it on, running aggressively through the stretch to win by 7 easy lengths.
Here is Locked. Locked racing by on the outside for the lead. Locked, the wine steward, it is Locked.
Here comes Locked after Mulligan. Locked catching with every single stride, and Locked will win the Cigar Mile.
It's all about Locked, dominating the big cap, cruising home to an effortless 8-length romp.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Saratoga Live continues on this Saturday afternoon. Welcome back. Live look, Monmouth Park. These $16,000 claimers sprinting on turf. Fillies and mares field and updated odds. Out to Megan Burgess on site at the Shore's greatest stretch.
Lafitte looking at this field, a pretty competitive one. When you really go through it, the number 3 Bonita Diamond up there at a square price, currently at 5-1. And I really relish her being able to get back to the grass and do so sprinting, as this is one that does come off of a bit of a freshening since we last saw her back on May the 3rd. As she is wearing front wraps off of the freshening, just something to take note of, as she is up to 6-1 now at that price. But I'm optimistic with her. The key is to be a little bit more forwardly placed. She was routing on the turf. She was shuffled further back on the dirt last time at Tampa. And I think she's finally getting back to her game, particularly when she came off of the layoff when she was a 4-year-old, the number 3 Bonita Diamond. She was one that did come back well sprinting on the turf at this level, being able to be forward on or near that pace. And with the scratch of the number 1, Celestial Speed, she could certainly find the right kind of trip. The number 2, Tap Rixie, also should be a part of that pace puzzle. Just a big, heavy-bodied, robust 5-year-old mare, where she definitely seems as if though you need to get her going a little bit as far as moving her up off of the bench. She got some time between May and March of this year, and her last start on the turf is what people are looking to better off of a second place performance to Clay Soldier, being able to set those pretty tepid fractions. And I just felt last time out she got the right trip, it just wasn't quite good enough. Clay Soldier was in good form. We'll see if she can hold on late. I just preferred a little bit bigger of a price for the same profile of an individual. The current favorite, Gold Stamp, was the most fit, the most defined horse in this group from Mike Deeney, coming off of a second place performance on the grass, where she's a 4-year-old who's spent the majority of her time on the dirt sprinting and has some really solid turf performances. She broke her maiden on the turf, and I find she's just where she needs to be, sprinting on the grass, where she was wired last time out by True Spun, who was the odds-on favorite. She's very much the logical choice as she's floating between favoritism with a number 2. I do prefer the number 6, Lafitte Gold Stamp, but I'm going to box that horse with the number 3, Bonita Diamond, in here.
Had the winner in the last race, Megan. They call me Sue. As they cross over to the turf course here. And 2-1, Richie. Tap Rixie, the current favorite.
Yeah, I mean, and again, we talk about turf racing. We're talking about saving ground. So she's got the inside post with the scratch of the 1 Celestial Speed. And she has speed. We saw Christian Mirage with a winner earlier today, part of that racing Mirage family. Not only jockeys, we got trainers and owners, and they're all over it.
You know, the 6 has gotten the better of the 2 on the dirt the last couple of times, but the 6's races are just as good on turf. I think the 2's way better on turf than dirt, so maybe that closes the gap a little bit. But, you know, Tony Wilson looking for another. I know Megan likes the 3 in here, Bonita Diamond. Maybe that's the horse that shows him early.
These turf sprinting fillies and mares in the 4th race, Monmouth Park, and some of Monmouth's biggest races on the horizon. As always, the centerpiece, 3-year-olds in the Haskell, and several big names, including the return of Preakness winner Napoleon Solo.
And Napoleon Solo has been lighting up the racetrack in the mornings. His works have been spectacular. I mean, everybody's been talking about how he's been working. He's a very talented horse, and he obviously enjoys his job.
Yeah, Chad Summers got able to talk to him when Dry Powder won there. And Paco was glowing too, saying the horse is working unbelievable. You know, Paco's excited to ride the horse. Baby Vino, who won very nicely for Lindy Schultz, is going to need a new rider. The Puma's going to need a new rider if he ends up there. It's going to be very interesting what happens. But Napoleon Solo's probably going to prove himself that he's still a real horse in this 3-year-old division.
Needs a new rider because Javier Castellano sidelined for about 3 weeks after that fall opening day. Exciting to see what the Puma does. Didn't have a chance to compete on the first Saturday in May, and a lot of there was big expectations for the Puma going into that Derby had he run.
Yeah, there was a lot of buzz about the Puma.
Might have been your favorite,
Derby, right?
Yeah,
I mean, he really was, garnering a lot of attention.
You know, bought by Michael Ivorone, it helps a little bit with the flair. But you know, that horse had the best sheet number going into the Derby. The scratch, I think a lot of people.
He was legit.
I think before he was scratched, was the favorite in the pool.
Wow.
So there's a lot going on there. Can he get back to where he was? But he's running in some good horses. The Haskell is going to be a really good addition this year.
Naira bets Haskell at Monmouth Park, where they've reached post time in the starting gate for this 4th race. 9-5. Number 6, Gold Stamp, the favorite at post time, Matt Ditterman, standing by with the load and call. Race 4 Monmouth live on FS2.
Sliver of sunshine. Gold Stamp coming up. Patch Chrome Compass coming up. To the outside, Spiteful Election. Spiteful Election to the outside post. We're ready to go. And we're off. Sliver of Sunshine had to take up right at the start. Tap Rixie going to the lead from the far outside. Spiteful Election will play chase mode second early. Gold Stamp running alongside, and Pat's Chrome Compass between that pair. They come out of the chute. Tap Rixie, Bonita Diamond firing forward to challenge. These two together, and they open up a length and a half on Gold Stamp, who's happy to track in a good position running in third. Another length and a half to Pat's Chrome Compass. Postino's Prophecy on the rail. Spiteful Election is second to last early on, and that leaves Sliver of Sunshine to trail as they corner into the far turn. Tap Rixie, narrow lead, goes okay on the lead and opens up a length. Bonita Diamond under pressure now, losing a length on that front runner. Tap Rixie hitting the quarter pole. Gold Stamp is asked for more. 4 lengths behind now with Postino's Prophecy as they come off the turn, and then comes Sliver of Sunshine trying to get underway. They come down the lane. Tap Rixie clear. She's opened up 3. Gold Stamp coming on now into the second position. Tap Rixie approaching the 16th pole, still clear by that 3-length margin. Postino's Prophecy, Gold Stamp, Sliver of Sunshine, and Pat's Chrome Compass all chasing. Tap Rixie to win it though. Tap Rixie gets there, giving Christian Mirage a double today. Second home, Postino's Prophecy dived late. Sliver of Sunshine, Pat's Chrome Compass, they were next.
He made it. Driving finish, Tap Rixie able to hold on in this 4th race at Monmouth Park.
Yeah, the Great Bunny Rabbit just out-quicked him early, and the 4 with the blinkers on was giving Chantel Sutherland a bunch of problems. This horse finds stride late at a big price, but I think your favorite 3-2 of the last jump. It was co-favorites between the 2 and the 6.
2 wins, Christian Mirage.
Yeah, nice to see him kind of getting off the mark there and contributing a nice ride here with a filly that had very good speed on the stretch out.
Here at Saratoga, moments ago, this guy cannot be stopped. Sounds like a plan. 5 of 6 victories, trained by Horacio De Paz with Maggie moments ago.
Horacio De Paz has a really nice New York bred on his hands. It sounds like a plan. Gets his third win of his 4-year-old season. Horacio, wow. Today, on paper, it didn't look like a walk in the park. It wasn't, and he responded so well.
Yeah, I mean, you could look at it so many different ways. There's some speed, horses that come from out of it, horses with some bad class, and he took the step forward for sure.
Stakes next?
We'll see. I mean, we tried it last year, New York breds. You know, I mean, we'll keep developing them, you know, try to mirror what we did with 26 Black. You know, he went through his conditions, and then he went to open conditions, and then open stakes eventually. So hopefully he turns out to be the same way.
What's he like to be around, you know, day in and day out? Because just watching him, and I watch him, you know, pre-race for the 10 minutes, he just seems like so cool, so classy. All the little kids were giving him pets here in the winner's circle too.
You know, he's very gentle. He, you know, takes care of himself in the mornings. He does enough. He doesn't overtrain. Honestly, he's very similar to 26 Black. You know, when we got him, and as a 2-year-old, the partnership that bought him, I was like, this horse, he trains like 26 was when he was a baby. Like, they just take care of themselves. Obviously, last year he kind of threw us a clunker, and you know, we gilded him at the end of last year, but part for that reason, just because mentally he was never a horse that showed anything in the mornings, but clearly he needed it.
He's responded really well. Before I let you go, I got to ask you about your New York bred 2-year-old. That is Beautiful Carly. What are we expecting from her? It seems like such a wide open, you know, baby race.
Yeah, I mean, she's done nothing wrong. You know, we brought her right into Laurel. She trained forwardly, a lot of confidence in her. Good looking filly. She's ready to get started. You know, we never squeezed her. We never did anything too major with her. We just got her ready to get her started and just get some experience.
Best of luck with her, but congrats on sounds like a plan. He's just awesome.
Yeah, thank you.
Lafitte.
Beautiful Carly. Trainer Horacio De Paz, terrific trainer, and some real good turf sprinters in the barn.
He's just doing great work, and he seems to really be excelling with these New York breds on the turf.
You know, we see Dave Donk with the New York Jet hat. Everybody has their like signature. Tom Cruise and Horacio De Paz should get together with their Ray-Bans.
Lots to smile about for Horacio De Paz on this Saturday at Saratoga. And for the stakes racing at the Spa about to get underway, and the Caress Turf Sprinters. Caress, what a mare, 29 starts, 13 wins, including that victory over the boys in the 95 poker.
She was Hickory. And you know what? I got the biggest kick out of Lafitte. She was trained on the East Coast by Alan Jerkins. She's trained on the West Coast by Charlie Whittingham. I would say those are
penthouse to the penthouse.
Yeah, right. I mean, just incredible. 2 of the greatest horsemen on either coast for years. Legendary.
And a tremendous broodmare as well, too.
Yep.
4 Stars All-Stars she beats there in that poker, and some good horses trailing her.
Yeah, I didn't ride 4 Stars All-Star that day.
Otherwise,
that was Santos.
He probably gets there.
No, I say actually Jose rode the turf so great. I mean, really, he was amazing. He could do something I couldn't do. He could hold a horse up for a long time, and when he asked them, they were there. If I held them up that long, they died under wraps.
Patient ice in his veins. 2 stakes races on grass coming up. The Caress. Luis Saez. Haven't seen him at Saratoga just yet, like several others, serving a suspension. Back tomorrow, but today at Horseshoe Indy for the Indiana Derby to ride out of the woods. Welcome back, Saratoga Live, and a look at Horseshoe Indianapolis on this Saturday afternoon, Indiana Derby Saturday. Take a look at the field with a $300,000 purse, 3-year-olds running a mile and a 16th. And take a look at number 7, Out of the Woods, to be ridden by Luis Saez, trained by Phil D'Amato. Michelle Yu is on site. Michelle, Out of the Woods, what are you expecting from him this evening in the Indiana Derby?
Well, Laffy, he's been an interesting horse. I would say he was probably a little bit of a disappointment when they first brought him, and he was working absolutely lights out. I remember seeing this horse in the mornings at Santa Anita, and he was just outworking anything the D'Amato barn threw at him. But on race day, he just never put it all together. He was a little bit unlucky and just a whole lot of unfocused. There just wasn't a lot of try for him. And then they gelded him. He came back, he ran okay, but then he really put it together with a win at Oaklawn, and then with this victory at Churchill Downs in gate-to-wire fashion. You know, they tried him long, short, dirt, turf before that, so I don't know if it was a combination of getting out of California and getting gelded, or if he's just a horse that was a little bit more of a late developer. But He looked really good in that allowance race. After that, he headed over to the Delaware Derby. He got into a bit of a speed duel that day, which I think really set him back a touch. He kind of needs, I don't want to say a lone lead, but I think being able to relax on the front end has really helped him out. You know, he's a really interesting horse here. There's something to be said, Billy Koch, the founder and managing partner of Little Red Feather, has said about this horse, about having confidence. And when this horse started to win and then he put it together with another win, he found some confidence in him. So all these things combined with a little bit more mental maturity seems to have helped Out of the Woods. They weren't originally pointing for this race, but he's just been training so well. They needed to find another spot for him. So wound up here. I think that he looks really good coming in because he's just had so much morning potential. I think once he figures it all out, he's actually going to be a pretty darn good animal here. He is named to be good as well. He was one of the last horses that Little Red Feather bought from Eddie Woods, the longtime consigner. So Out of the Woods would be like out of the Eddie Woods consignment. So at first, Eddie was a little bit disappointed in the name because the horse wasn't panning out. Luckily, he's found something, and maybe today he'll leave as a graded stakes winner.
Starting to pan out. Out of the Woods. We'll see what he does this evening in the Indiana Derby. Much more with Michelle Yu on site at Horseshoe Indy. Back here at Saratoga, first of two stakes races, the Caress. Maggie's in the paddock, and we start with, in our time pictured, Maggie, the current 6-5 favorite. Wow.
Yeah, I wasn't necessarily expecting to see that, but she does drop out of the Intercontinental, Lafitte, where we saw Roja. I mean, she took some money that day and she ran to it, that's for sure. And in our time was kind of chasing on the inside. She cut the corner and she stayed on evenly. That day, though, in the paddock, she was a bit more revved up than what she is today. They've taken the extra step and they've had the pony in here with the lovely Lorna Chavez and Mango accompanying her throughout the preliminaries here, and it's done the trick. She is so much more calm, relaxed, all of the adjectives that you want to see, and physically she looks tremendous as she typically does, but I think, you know, just keeping her at bay maybe saves a little bit more in the tank to finish a race off. Moving on to Sunna here for Kent Sweezy. She could be the speed of the speed, or at least she's acting that way. She is a little rocket, and she's been forward throughout here. I like the fact she actually took a little bit of a deep breath once they got the tack on her, but she's got that massive hind end to her, and she just looks fast as she looks to keep a perfect turf sprinting record intact as she comes in here 4 for 4. And I thought she was very game. So she's very much a race filly. And then on the rail, we got some speed types with a closer here is Zeitlos, who, you know, she's tried this race several times in the past and she's run well, especially last year behind the Future Is Now, who in this race this year would be 1 to 9. So Zeitlos ran very well behind her. She's just looking for things to come apart. And I've always said she has a turf hoof, she has a turf sprinter look, and she looks great. Last time I saw her, she was coming in off the bench for Steve Asmussen. Thought she might kind of need a race to shake off the ring rust, shake off that nervous energy. She's been so poised here leading up to this Grade 2 Caress. Lafitte?
This Caress versus last year's Caress. For her latest appearance at Saratoga is just her third career start on grass. Richie Zeitlos launches a bid from last, with Future Is Now getting first run.
And Future Is Now, what would she look like in this spot?
She said she'd be 1 to 9 in here.
So, but this was a terrific run by Zeitlos, but she got a lot of pace that day. 21 flat, 43 and 2. I don't see that kind of pace sign on here, Paul.
It's really a tough read with Zeitlos because the confusing part is she didn't run bad at Kentucky Downs, which is a confusing racetrack. Some horses like it, some don't. But her 2 turf races are okay. The fact that she hasn't gone back on turf, confusing to me. But Steve Aspen, Jose Ortiz.
When are they going to start clicking, man? Like, when is this combination going to start producing?
Pretty good, right? I mean, Magnitude, with what he did, because if you've seen horses that have broken through the gate so far this meet, they have not run. We saw Mythical. For Magnitude to win than Stephen Foster and beat those horses after breaking through the gate, my goodness.
Look at that. It's July, man. It's July 11th.
Yeah.
And Magnitude, I don't know, might garner some attention in the Whitney.
I mean, look what he's done so far now as a 4-year-old. Steve Asmussen's remarkable as Zeitlos is on the racetrack.
Right on cue.
$1.4 million earner. He's had 19 horses earn over at least $2 million.
That's insane. The next win on grass will be her first. There's moving on up.
Yeah, the Jefferson's hunch play here. 9 to 2. I think this mare's got a shot here.
No. Sana, quick filly in his own 3 straight wins.
Yeah, a horse for Kent Sweezy, like you said, looking for 4 in a row. Really sharp, undefeated on the turf.
Obstreperous, second caress run, feels overmatched once again.
Feels overmatched, but could have a say in how this race runs, because at times she flashes speed. I don't know if she's quick enough to keep up with the likes of the 4 Suna.
In our time, grade 2 winner, disappoint in the Intercontinental.
Yeah, a little bit disappointed. I think that Flavian, after the stumble, she kind of just ran around the racetrack. You know, when she gets out of the gate, she's usually really tough. I think the outside draw is obviously going to help her.
There's Obstreperous, who you said could impact the shape of the race.
Yeah, again, I don't look at her as a win candidate because she'd have to get a lot faster than we've seen from her. But at times she flashes speed, and it appears to me like the 4 Suna gets loose unless this filly goes on a mission.
Fast fillies and mares, high-quality female turf sprinters. First of 2 stakes races. The caress is next to Maggie with trainer Kent Sweezy, who trains Sana.
That's right. Always a pleasure to catch up with Kent when he brings one to us here in New York. And Sana, Kent, putting a perfect record turf sprinting on the line here, but she's coming in with momentum.
Yep, she is. Shipped up good the other day, and so I was obviously curious to see how the noms came out. The noms were a little bit on the lighter side, and so we said, let's take a shot. And so, yeah, putting the perfect record on the line stuff, especially in a grade 2, but this would be the time to do it, I think.
What's her ideal trip?
Go to the front and don't look back, right? Isn't that's what we all want, duh, right? But no, I think Safi said in an article that Flavian's going to try to send a little bit, and we're quick though, so we'll see. But she's doing super, and have one of Mr. Miller's daughters up here, which is great, and they're watching at home right now, and just really appreciative and happy to be here.
We're happy to have you. Thanks for bringing her up here, and thank you for the insight.
Yeah, awesome. Thank you. See ya.
All right, best of luck here to Ken Sweezy with Sana. Lafitte?
Pedal to the metal, Joel Rosario.
And we know how tough Joel Rosario is to get by when he's on the lead. This filly's undefeated on the turf, sprinting especially. I think she just gets loose.
She's going to be tough in here. I took a shot with the 2 because I think the 2 is a mare that's been wanting to sprint. But the 4 horse in here, she's won 3 races at 3 different racetracks. That's tough to do.
She's locked in.
Yeah.
Sana, number 2, your top selection, as you mentioned, moving on up. There she is. Her last score. This was 2 starts back. The Giants Causeway at Keeneland. In our time, Paul, the perfect trip to beat Moving On Up and company.
Yeah, that's why I kind of like Moving On Up to great. Now, in our times, right behind the speed, she's going to get the rail split right here and go right to the front end. Now, the R with the Ramsey colors, as you're going to see, is Moving On Up. This is the first time she had sprinted in a long time. She kind of got left in the gate that day. I like how she finishes. Now, with a shorter field today, only 5 horses, she should stay intact. She's got to make up this kind of ground when In Our Time beat her on this day.
In Our Time over, Moving On Up in that Giants Causeway. Moving on up there with Tyler Gaffleone. What should the approach be? And the fact that, look, she's exiting a productive race, having chased Classic Q, who won Kentucky Derby Day Churchill Downs in the Distaff Turf Mile, came back and took down a grade 1 Belmont week here, the Just a Game.
I think the key for moving on up is just not to get too out-footed, right? Turning back in distance,
100%.
you have to stretch into the mile. But that should add more stamina. So I wouldn't be afraid if I was Tyler Gaffleone, maybe to use her just a touch more to get a little better position.
Only a 5-horse field with a horse like this, you want a closer in a 5-horse field. Is that okay because she'll stay in touch? Or would you rather have a fuller field with a lot more speed for her?
I'd rather have a fuller field with more speed. I mean, you have to worry about traffic then, but at least you're going to get the pace to run into. I do think she's faster than Zeitlos. I think she could set up a good trip. But again, I wouldn't be afraid to use her just a touch more early coming out of that longer race.
In Our Time, 3-2 favorite. Flavian Pratt, 2 wins thus far today, both with 2-year-olds. Teaming up with Safi Joseph here. The runner-up a season ago, Zeitlos, number 1, drawn inside. Is she as good today, now, as she was last year this time?
Well, I mean, that still remains to be seen. I thought her winning colors at Churchill was very good, and maybe the Chicago was just too tough for her. But she's getting back to turf. She is a 6-year-old mare by Curlin. Again, going back to Steve Asmussen, he's had so many horses earn over $1 million. I couldn't even count how many. I think it was at least 19 over $2 million. He's had a couple over $15 million. It's remarkable how consistent he gets horses to perform.
Well, she's a grade 2 winner on dirt. You know, she almost won this race last year. If they can get a grade 2 win on turf, then she's exponentially, her price in the breeding shed goes up.
There she is, Zeitlos. And as you mentioned, this a very different feel. Look, it's a good caress, but yeah, no future is now to tangle with this year.
No, but again, she got a different setup than I believe she'll get this year. I think Sana with Rosario, once he hits the front, gets horses to melt into his hands the way he does. And I like those colors in, Eaton blue with a brown
familiar,
cap.
very familiar.
Very familiar, much like Mary Lou Whitney's colors at the spa. It could be an omen.
All coming together. Sana, who is 9-5. Joel Rosario, that win in the Belmont Oaks with a long shot, Kensington Lane last Saturday. There she goes, Sana. In our time, 3-2 at post time. Frank Mirmati with the call for the caress live on FS2.
One more left to load. In our time, in the Resolute Racing colors, she walks forward, goes in. They're in the gate, and they're off in the caress. Sana is very quick away from the gate, but so is In Our Time. They match strides and open up 3, make it 4. Zeitlos is third. Obstreperous fourth on the outside, 5 lengths off the lead now, and moving on up is the trailer. The 2 favorites duking it out, both going full speed. Sana In Our Time, 20 4/5 seconds. And Sana is a little bit quicker, leads by a neck, but being pushed along. In Our Time is right with her, 8 lengths back. Obstreper is third, moving on up, trying to pick up some pieces on the outside as the field turns for home. They both went wide. Sana In Our Time. The others getting closer. Zeitlos along the inside. And moving on up, continues to make headway with a 16th to go. Moving on up, and Zeitlos come to these embattled leaders. Moving on up in the center of the course, takes command from last to first under Tyler Gaffleone to win the caress. Zeitlos was second, photo for third, included In Our Time.
Torrid duel up front.
Saratoga.
Setting the table, moving on up from off the pace, and Tyler Gaffleone in the grade 2 caress.
Great call, Paul, first of all. And I will tell you, this race ran completely different than I thought it was going to. Sana went, but the favorite In Our Time went right with her.
All over her.
They went 20-4, basically. They shaded 21 the first quarter, and I turned to you after the first quarter. I said, the back runners are going to get them both. And she came around moving on up, and Zeitlos came up the inside, but she was just best moving on up. And talk about moving on up.
Well, you have the luxury, right, when you have your other stablemate, Flavia Comprat, can go after, as you're going to see Safi Joseph here, he can go after the favorite in here and Son of the 4, and it's set it up for the other stablemate.
You're going to hear from Safi Joseph with Maggie.
That's right, but first he's got to help Mr. Ken Ramsey to the winner's circle. Congratulations, Ken.
This is the first time I've been to Saratoga since I had my kidney transplant, and I hold the world's record for a kidney transplant.
That's amazing. We're happy to see you back.
The Guinness World Record. I beat out a guy in Toronto, Canada. I got a kidney transplant at 88 years and 270 days.
Just added to the record, kidney transplant winner at oldest.
Exactly. We'll talk a little bit about moving on up. Safi, sprints were a little bit of a question mark for her, but boy, she got a pace to close into.
Yeah, she got the right pace scenario. Obviously, the Sana, we had to take her on with the other filly because if you let her go, she's going to win, and the race kind of fell apart where it picked up, moving on up, was able to pick up the pieces. Tyler gave her a great ride.
But let me tell you what I did. He worked her out 3 furlongs and 34 and change. Put some speed into her, so she had to kick today.
That's the way to do it. Sweeten them up, right?
I don't know. Whatever works.
One other thing. He claimed this filly for me. Well, we claimed her together for $35,000. Now she's a grade 2 stake winner.
That's amazing. We're used to you having homebreds, Mr. Ramsey, so congratulations.
This guy's in the top 10 anywhere you go.
That's right. Well, Safi Joseph Jr. and Ken Ramsey teaming out with moving on up. She's done just that, from claiming 30 Lafitte to a grade 2 winner.
Great claim. And Ken Ramsey, like there's competitive Richie, and then there's that.
Yes, remarkable. I mean, he's in the Guinness Book of Records. He's going to let us know about it. Ken Ramsey, born in 1935, and his enthusiasm for this game never wanes.
He's awesome. Listen, he had a horse, for a lot of people don't know, you're going to see those Ramsey colors. He had a horse named Kitten's Joy. And when the synthetic happened at Keeneland, I get it. It helped the sire, Kitten's Joy. But he poured everything into that sire. And a lot of people said in North America you can't have a turf sire, but Kitten's Joy is one of them. He was roses there. He's won some Barbados Cup, and he now won the Caress.
By a Breeders' Cup Classic winner, Accelerate, moving on up, turning for home last in the stretch, while the front runners who slugged it out, torrid pace, and now moving on up towards the outside, finding her best stride, Richie.
Yeah, and we see this happen from time to time, right? It looks like a ton of speed in a race, and riders are looking at each other, don't want to get engaged. Didn't look like much speed in here, and the favorite in the second choice made it a match race, but it wasn't a match race, because here comes moving on up and Zeitlos to pick up the pieces.
Yeah, another good race by Zeitlos. She adds to that 1.4 million.
Back-to-back second place finishes in the Caress Zeitlos. But the winner, moving on up, winner's circle lead in. Brought to you by the Fasek Tipton July Selected Horses of Racing Age sale July 14th in Lexington, Kentucky. Nominate your racehorses today. Moving on up. Paulie doing the George Jefferson over here.
I got to say thank you because you handed me that ladybug right before the race. I appreciate that.
Never fails. Superstition in sports only stupid if it doesn't work. Ken Ramsey's moving on up, and Tyler Gaffley on it 5-1 in the Caress.
Charlatan is the leading second crop sire by stakes winners, graded stakes winners, and graded stakes horses.
Charlatan, ultra impressive.
It's a new day for a new king.
Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the NyraBets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch and bet on live horse racing from over 300 tracks worldwide. Get expert picks, play live money betting contests, and boost your bankroll with daily promotions. NyraBets is the official betting partner of Saratoga Racecourse. Sign up now. New members use promo code SPA200 to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with NyraBets.
16-2, a big black colt. He's a horse that is built for speed. With Practical Joke, it really is a case of like father, like son.
It's domestic product kicking clear and opening up here in the stretch.
When he ran that speed figure of 106, we were under no illusions that we had a very exciting prospect on our hands.
Domestic product just in front. Domestic product.
When you see horses like that who are capable of replicating the success of their fathers, that have the look that domestic product does, it gives you great confidence.
Those smiles, enjoying this one. Ken Ramsey and company, Safi Joseph, Tyler Gaffleone, moving on up in the Caress. Paul, 5-1 in the end. Well done.
Oh, thank you. Gets the job done here. And that's, you know, the pick 5 ended up being okay with 2 favorites to start, 392. Moving on up. Gets the job done here. A mare by Accelerator, the Cairo Prince mare, Stifle Yourself. And you heard them. $30,000 purchase now, over $600,000 in the bank.
Far back, the front runners dueled, table set, and moving on up, knocked it out of the park in this grade 2 Caress. One graded stakes race down on turf Saratoga. One to go, the Bowling Green coming up later on this evening. Back at Monmouth Park, a live look for race number 5, $12,500 maiden claimers at fillies and mares. Looking at Refined Lane at a price-seeking Serenity, odds on Megan Burgess.
Lafitte, it seems as if, though, this race does go through the number 5, Seeking Serenity for the Wayne Potts barn, who does look to be the controlling speed. And what an advantage that will be in a race that seems it's lacking in that department, as she was sent off on an aggressive warm-up under Luis Rivera Jr., first off of the claim here for the Potts barn. And when talking with Wayne, he said she's got one way to go, and that's forward. Now, she's not the most athletic. She's definitely not the strongest overall, but Wayne's words, not mine, she's meeting her friends in this spot. And, you know, last time she was wired, but last out when she was also bet down heavily, and the winner kind of got that better trip on her that day. And I just find she's the horse to beat. I didn't have any other problems with her, especially in this group, but I thought a little bit of a long shot that's interesting. The number 6, Dylan Rose for Roy Huston, incredibly fit, lacked run last time out off of the layoff, and just looked like one that needed the start back on June the 26th. Now dropping in class to the tag for the very first time is a New Jersey bred against open foes doing so. And the barn has solid numbers second off of this kind of layoff with maidens 2 for 15, 7 of those 15 runners came in the money. So something incredibly lucrative to layer underneath the heavy favorite, who I agree is the horse to beat. The number 2, Love in the Hills, an incredibly heavy-bodied filly, a sharp, compact, and burly sprinter. I do appreciate, though, was way more relaxed in the paddock. Back when I saw her on June the 27th, she was incredibly sharp and aggressive. She's continuing to wear those front wraps on all 4, as she has in all 3 of her starts since dating back to May. We'll see if she can get a little bit more sharper, Lafitte, from her inside post. That's going to be the key, as will it be for the number 1, by My Dreams. But I agree with the betting public. The number 5, 3 to 5 favorite, the horse to beat.
Yeah, a standout here in Seeking Serenity. Paul looking to graduate in her 4th start in the 3 runner-up efforts to this point.
Yeah, 3 to 5 is probably warranted in this field. I guess the only thing you could say, maybe the 2, Love in the Hills, was 62 to 1 last time out and was right behind your heavy favorite, the 5, only a couple lengths behind. I don't know if the horse can make that up. We have a toga party to her, right?
They're getting rowdy on this Saturday afternoon at Saratoga.
No, you guys aren't hearing right. They're saying, Paul, after that last win.
$12 winner in the
wow, what a picture.
Caress. We have to put a feature together, and you could be key in this, Richie. Like the swimming pool, the pool that used to exist at Monmouth Park in the jocks room, or just outside the jocks room.
It was so much fun to go to ride there when they had the swimming pool, and there was so many great stories. Like if you walked out in that pool area with your street clothes on, you were getting thrown in the pool.
In you went.
In you went.
A lot of people don't know where the scoreboard is, right by the paddock. Right behind there is the pool. Now they have the Breeders' Cup winners there, but that's where the pool used to be.
Such a
about
cool
20
venue.
years ago, Mig?
Yeah, and they took it out for the Breeders when the Breeders' Cup
So
was run
07,
there
right?
to make
Put
it
it
a media
back.
center.
Put it back. Such a cool venue. Fast times on the Jersey Shore. Monmouth Park. Post time for the 5th. Matt Dinnerman standing by.
By My Dreams, Love in the Hills, and Refined a Lane, the first 2 to go in. Seeking Serenity has loaded as well. Dylan Rose. Hard Luck Woman to the outside. We're ready to go. And we're off. Stutter step start from Refined a Lane. No problems from Dylan Rose, who's on the lead with By My Dreams. These 2 are together. Hard Luck Woman right behind them, taking back to run in 3rd and sit in a stalking position. Seeking Serenity just got a tap on the shoulder to claim 4th from Love in the Hills, who is well ahead of Refined a Lane, maybe 15 lengths off the second to last placed horse. There's a half mile to go here, and the leader up top is By My Dreams, leading by a half length. Dylan Rose, the presser on the outside, going into the turn. They've opened up 2. Seeking Serenity into the 3rd position, attempting to get closer, but she's under a hard ride to do it. Rounding the far turn, Seeking Serenity really being asked to pick it up now. Gap of 6 to Hard Luck Woman, who has given way to the 4th position. Then comes Love in the Hills and Refined a Lane as they hit the top of the lane. Dylan Rose off the turn is a narrow leader here on By My Dreams. Dylan Rose at 10 to 1 going for the finish now. Seeking Serenity on the outside, bearing down for a challenge though. And here comes Seeking Serenity. It took her a little while to get going, but she's up to challenge the front runners now. Seeking Serenity soaring to the lead. By My Dreams has reclaimed 2nd. Dylan Rose tired in 3rd. Coming to the finish Seeking Serenity is clear, and Seeking Serenity will win by 3. By My Dream second, Dylan Rose third, Loving the Hills fourth.
Not the bridesmaid on this afternoon. After 3 consecutive runner-up efforts, Seeking Serenity graduates at Monmouth Park.
30 cents on the dollar last time she lost, but gets the job done here with Louis Rivera, who's been riding well with Paco Lopez and all those guys kind of out of town. He's been picking up a lot of the slack.
Favorite delivers. Monmouth results forthcoming, plus jockey Manny Franco. From that assembly line of terrific Puerto Rican riders, third all-time leading rider at Aqueduct sits down with Aqueduct's all-time leading rider.
The joy of traveling well is feeling at home, yet a million miles away from home. Discovering new flavors, or savoring the ones you already love. Not knowing what lies beyond the horizon, but knowing what matters most to you. This is the joy of traveling well. Oceana Cruises.
Manny, it's pretty remarkable what you've been able to do in your career. 17 times leading jockey at Aqueduct, third all time to myself and Angel Cordero. I have no doubt you would have caught me if Aqueduct stayed open, but you ran at a racetrack.
I'm sure I did.
How does that feel, though, to know that you, like you said, have written that chapter of your own, of the history of New York racing?
For me, it's what I want to accomplish in my career. When I retire, I want my name there because that's for what I work for every day. It's an honor to be next to Angel. He used to be my agent. A guy like you, you rode all your career in New York, and just a bless and a dream come true for me.
Coming off another fantastic Aqueduct meeting, come right to Saratoga. What was last year like for you up here, and what are your expectations for this year?
It wasn't a bad meet because I win 2021, but sure, your expectation is you want to try to do better than last year, you know, and sure, it wasn't that way, but like I said, my mind is still in the, you know, same way, keep working hard every morning, day in and day out with my agent, and that's what I'm doing every year here in Saratoga.
You came through the jockey school in Puerto Rico. So many great, talented jockeys have come through there. What was that experience like? Was that something that you'll always cherish?
Oh yeah, definitely. The school in Puerto Rico, I think is a big advantage because they show you everything before you get on a horse. You learn from the bottom to the top. So I think it's one of the best schools around the world.
What was it like watching, and you guys are friends, you both came through the jockey school, Jose Ortiz, watching him win the Kentucky Derby this year?
No, it was unbelievable. It was great. Give me goosebumps because I know him from the school. It's just unbelievable year for him, the year he's been having, and wishing he's the best.
One of your biggest wins of your career, you won a Belmont Stakes, obviously, but you won the Travers here with Tiz the Law. What was that sense of accomplishment, that feeling for you?
That's the best feeling in the world. When you have a horse like that, sometimes one on a lifetime, so you gotta enjoy the moment. That's what I did, because I felt like I had the horse. So when you have the horse, your confidence level is on the top. So every time the horse runs, I say, okay, this is my time. So.
Every jockey wants to win the Kentucky Derby. Is that #1 goal?
That's my #1 goal. I would love to do that in my career before, retire. And I'm gonna work for that.
Dream of just about every jockey. Richie, great stuff with Manny Franco to ride Uptown Rosie, and love how he reminded you closing day Aqueduct. You're lucky, man. You're lucky they're closing Aqueduct.
I count myself lucky, but I told him, and I'm very proud of him, and I have no doubt he would have caught me, Paul, but he did, in reality, run out of racetrack.
Yeah, he did. It just happens to be that way, Mick. You're etched in stone. And here's the crazy part. You could tell the way he is talking that he obviously looked up to you. It's got to be cool when you have a lot of these riders that kind of looked up to you and your work ethic, and now you're interviewing these guys.
Well, and he talked about his work ethic, and I love, listen, the harder you work, the luckier you get.
Strong, physical, talented rider Manny Franco to ride Uptown Rosie. #2, Call Me Rosie, to be ridden by Katie Davis. Maggie, these New York-bred 2-year-old fillies, Call Me Rosie, live on the board.
She is, exactly, Lafitte, and I was interested in her when, I did the prep work for this race. Now, she goes out for Orlando Noda, who's gotten off to a very good start here at the meet, but those wins come with claimers, which is where the bulk of his success has come from. In fact, over the past 5 years, he is only 1 for 19 with 2-year-old first-time starters. But Call Me Rosie, while she does not have much pedigree on the bottom side, she is by Mind Control, who's gotten off to a nice start. Obviously, he was a very good 2-year-old himself, winning the Hopeful up here, but 2 for 13 in dirt sprints and 2 for 8 with his first-time starters. Bigger filly, definitely has some physical maturity to her overall. She is wearing blinkers and a shadow roll, which is what she has been preparing for this start in the mornings. At last work, 48-1, she was by herself. Katie was in the irons, the blinkers were on. She really covers some ground. She got shaken up a little bit at the wire, but she didn't look like she was going the 48-1. So I appreciate the move that she put in. She has gotten a bit sharper since they've gotten the tack on her. She looks fit. I think she's intriguing, and coupled with the fact that she is taking money, so she must be somewhat live here as we'll look to the inside with Rasa Pena, #1 for Mike Maker. Now, they paid $125,000 for this daughter of Mo Donegal. She did work 10 flat. She was asked a bit. She stayed on her inside lead, but she kind of looked like a big lumbering type. Well, that's exactly what she is here in the paddock. She is a big girl. She definitely has a lot of scope to her, which is typical of the Mo Donegal. He hasn't gotten off statistically to that auspicious of a start. But when you go back to, the sales results and what people thought of them at the sales as a freshman sire, they were very high on the list. So maybe they're horses that eventually just need more ground, kind of like he did. And I get that feeling with her, though she has been a pro and she does look fit, just might be wanting some more ground. Next, we'll get to a few more, Lafitte, as I get it back to you, but horses already here in the paddock.
Yeah, more with Maggie and these 2-year-old fillies of the New York bred variety. And back to Call Me Rosie, and something you jumped off the pages to you, Richie, the one particular workout, a breeze from the gate.
On the Belmont training track, she did go 46-4 out of the gate. Fastest of 69 works at the distance. That means all half-mile works, right? but those works on the training track out of the gate always come up faster. The way they kind of have the gate on the outside rail on the training track and the way they've got to run to the pole, it's a huge running start. And it's almost to me like probably a second faster than it would be like working out of the gate in Saratoga.
Significant. Certain racetracks where there's more run up than others and where times can be deceiving.
Yeah, and listen, 47-4 is still a good gate work, but 46-4, again, you got to take that with a little grain of salt. But the mind controls have been running, and it's an interesting thing. He stands at Irish Hill and Dutchess Views, but it's a venture between Rock Ridge, Waldorf, and Hidden Lake Farm as well.
Riders up, Katie Davis, Call Me Rosie, Maggie, and the first-time starter by Connect, Secret Connection. What are you seeing?
Yeah, of the firsters, Lafitte, she is the one taking the most money, as we do see the second-time starter, the lone horse with experience, Annotate, taking the bulk of the play here. But Secret Connection, she opened up with some money. And Jeremiah Engelhart, he is always so good with these 2-year-olds up here at the spa. Now, you might notice a bit of interesting equipment on her. She is wearing cheek pieces, those fleece pieces that are on the headstall of her bridle, acting like a shortcut cheater blinker. She has been working in them. She is a beautiful filly. She's such a lovely physical, very well balanced, incredibly athletic. And watching her workouts, two back on First TV, she was inside of a 3-year-old maiden, Kuliana, who is a boy as well, a colt, or gelding, excuse me. She drew away under stout restraint. This filly has some promise to her, but the same can be said for a horse that isn't taking nearly as much money in number 7, Demule. Clever, daughter of Army Mule, who is so good with his dirt sprinters. He hits at 15% with his 2-year-old first-time starters. Now, there isn't much immediate pedigree. The second dam did win first time out as a 2-year-old, but this filly has been working with an older debut winner that won here last week in One Beautiful Bill. Also a colt, and she's been working heads up with him at the at Belmont Park over the training track there. She's incredibly athletic. She got sharper when they put the tack on her, which I like to see. She knows it's game time. So at 8-1 Lafitte, I think she's very interesting for Always Dangerous Connections in Brad Cox.
Brad Cox looking for a second win this afternoon with a 2-year-old Demule at 8-1. Yesterday, we saw Iron Orchard make her long-awaited 3-year-old debut in the Victory Ride, a New York-bred filly, Grade 1 winner of the Frazette, who will emerge from this field. These New York-bred 2-year-old fillies. We start with Rasa Penna, the 3 Diamond Farm first-time starter.
Yeah, and they reach out for Flavien Prat, and I always think that's a positive when they're reaching out for one of the leading riders.
Number 2, Call Me Rosie, the mind control debuting filly.
Yeah, Katie Davis will be aboard. You know, this horse got blinkers in the last 2 works, and they've sped her up big time.
Secret Connection, those cheek pieces, Bonaventure Stable, first-time starter.
Yeah, filly by Connect out of a flatter mare, very charming for Bonaventure.
Uptown Rosie, number 6, Relentless Pursuit Racing, first-time starter.
Is it to Call Me Rosie to Uptown Rosie exacta?
Lots of Rosie. Lots of Rosies in this one. Demule, Army Mule debuting filly. Maggie liked what she saw.
Well, she got the pedigree to win early, and I like the fact that Maggie gives her high marks, and Brad Cox needs no introduction.
You'll see her shortly. Demule, still looking at Uptown Rosie. Manny Franco. Great stuff with Manny. And the camaraderie between him, the Ortiz brothers, etc. Just another terrific, terrific rider. Yeah, that assembly line of Puerto Rican jockeys. There's Demule.
Yeah, again, I think, you know, again, getting the high marks from Maggie and top flight connections.
Randy's Girl, LSU Stable, first-time starter.
I thought this horse was the long shot. It's got a sneaky work back in May 23rd.
Number 9, Beautiful Carly. Rashida Paz looking to saddle a second winner.
Well, one of the things we look at is the board with these young horses to give us a little indication if they've been, you know, eye-catching in the morning. She's not taking much money.
Lady Azul, Ponyless, another fresh face.
Yeah, Peter Kazimias, the Greek crew here for Lady Azul. Dexter Haddock, they're live usually 26-1.
There's the pony. Look out, Annotate draws in, has a race under her belt.
You know, she was favorite on June 18th. Now she's favorite right now at 7-2. Maybe give her a start again, but I don't know if you want to bet her as the favorite this time.
And in the queue from the outside with Dylan Davis.
Yeah, home bred for Buck Butler, who was New York Thoroughbreds Breeder of the Year 2 years ago. And looks like she's had a nice steady work tab, gets the outside draw with Dylan Davis.
Eye-crossing start to the pick 6. New York-bred maidens revving their engines. 2-year-old fillies who will graduate. We'll find out in moments. And circling back to that filly and Secret Connection and trainer Maya Engelhart. Jose Ortiz in the saddle. And the statistics, Richie, we've seen thus far, 2-year-old first-time starters at Saratoga.
Yeah, Maya does great work with his 2-year-old first-time starters. And Lafitte, Jose Ortiz's other horse drew in the 12 Annotate. So Secret Connection ridden by Tyler Gaffleone.
Gaffleone on Secret Connection.
I like what I'm seeing. And this is a perfect example of why jockeys, one of the reasons why jockeys ride with shorter stirrups. You need some body weight, some leverage to kind of control these horses when they get strong. You ride short to get aerodynamic when you want to go fast. You ride short to help restrain one when you need to.
So obviously, shorter stirrups on quarter horses, longer stirrups on steeplechase horses. Basically the way it goes, right?
Well, yeah, slightly, yeah, because you're getting over them fences. You need
right.
a little leg.
You need a little leg, yeah.
And we look behind the trees there. Secret Connection.
What do you do with this horse, Lafitte? Favorite first time, kind of didn't run. Do you want to take this horse at 3-1?
The experience, just that one race, and how often we see that summer after summer, how much of a difference it makes between the one with experience and those that it's all their first day on the job.
I will say this, the horse was working in Cincinnati or the Kentucky area at Turfway Park. So ran off there, now has had time to train here, so obviously could be better. There's so many other horses to look to. I don't know if I want to take this
lots to like in the sense that like she was favored.
Yes.
She took a lot of money. She flashed, speed, and faded so often. That particular formula leads to an improved effort and a second career start.
Well, they're just more clued in. They know what they're there for, and experience counts. Paul, I'm sure like you played a lot of baseball, but your first time up in the big leagues had to be a little bit nerves going on.
Yeah. You're shell shocked. You always are questioning yourself whether you belong there or not. That's just the bottom line. I always tell everybody that it's always easier to get there. It's harder to stay. And that's true.
And Call Me Rosie for you?
Yeah, listen, I just like the way this horse has been training in the morning. Katie Davis gets aboard. Orlando Noda, 2 for 2 at the meet. I get it. She's been going really fast in the morning, but if she can get out of the gate and that plays, sometimes that could be the best to be in front early. I know she's going to have to fend off a lot of other fillies in here.
Richie going with Secret Connection. Maggie going with number 7 at 6-1 in Demule, but looking at the tepid favorite, Maggie in Annotate and Jose Ortiz.
Yeah, I think we all went to the live first-time starters, but we could be doing it as a party foul here and taking the one horse that has experience out of the equation, which would be Annotate, your current 3-1 favorite. Now, she was favored in that debut, a field of 10, in which she broke running, but she got pressured from the inside and the outside, including the inside horse being your eventual winner, Tiara, that day. She had to be steady back a little bit at the quarter pole by Ricardo Santana, who is not riding her. He's riding the 9, and she just couldn't recover. So it feels like she could be the fastest again, as she got very sharp once they saddled her and as she was heading out to the track. Though I will say, once she hit the track and got paired up with the pony, she really chilled out, which I like to see. So we'll see what the tactics are from that far outside post, if they let her roll along or if they try something different, because her being under pressure first time out didn't necessarily work. As we'll check in with another firster who's taking money, and like I said, I like the 4, the 2, and I picked the 7 in here. But the other one taking money is number 6, Uptown Rosie. She sold for $300,000 after galloping at Fasig-Tipton. I got it in about 10-2, 10-3. They really asked her to virtually breeze that day. She has more of a synthetic turf pedigree. She's a little bit smaller, a little bit slighter, very racy looking. We'll see what she brings to the table. Always respect anything Joe Sharp sends out.
Uptown Rosie, Manny Franco, 9-2 wide open start to the pick 6. Annotate, the 3-1 lukewarm favorite with leading rider Jose Ortiz. These New York-bred 2-year-old fillies about to sprint 5.5 furlongs. Frank Mirmati with the load and call race 6 from the spot live on FS2.
3 more left to load. Lady Azul just hesitated briefly and is going in. Here's Annotate, and in the queue to the outside stall. Goes in. They're in the gate. And they're off. And Uptown Rosie is very quick, so too Demule, showing speed, and Annotate on the far outside is in third. At the rail, Rasa Penna is racing a joint fourth, about 4 lengths off the lead as they move toward the far turn. Secret Connection is in between horses. In the meantime, In the Queue has moved up to claim third. Toward the back of the field, Randy's Girls, 7 or 8 lengths off the pace. It's another 2 lengths back to Call Me Rosie as they pass the 3/8 pole. 2 more to slow, starting Beautiful Carly. Lady Azul is far back, 22-2 for the opening quarter mile. In the Queue, making a bid on the outside of Demule. These two are head and head coming to the 8th pole. Demule on the inside and In the Queue in a serious battle at Saratoga. Another 4 lengths back from way back. Beautiful Carly is coming with a tremendous late kick. Beautiful Carly from last to first. What a debut. Beautiful Carly wins by 3.5. Demule was second, and it's a 3-way photo for third involving another from way out of it, Lady Azul.
That's how we start the Pick 6 on this Saturday at Saratoga. Beautiful Carly, 35-1. Richie, it's not like it went well from the start.
My goodness.
No, she broke slowly, but it might have been a blessing that she broke as slow as she did, because the inside horse broke out and took her ground right away. She would have been a beautiful Carly sandwich there, but she was in another county. She was in Schuylerville when they were in Saratoga.
Watch her swing out right here. I mean, she is absolutely right. I can't, so you guys said this 9 horse is absolutely flying. Horacio de Paz is in a New York state of mind because all of his New York breds are winning. 35-1. Yes, sir. My goodness.
And Lafitte, watch as they're coming down. The 2 horses that were battling on the lead, clean faces. Look at the winner. Dirty faces. This is more impressive when they win from off the pace.
By the way, what a call by Maggie. She called the 7.
Big effort.
Listen, Jamie Rodriguez, tremendous, but to get run down here and like to have this trifecta a couple times.
35-1.
No, Ricardo Santana, and far back, taking all that dirt. His second win in the afternoon, both with Horacio de Paz. One sprinting on grass, this one on the main track. Santana picking up right where he left off last summer at Saratoga. The trainer, as mentioned, Horacio de Paz with Maggie.
With Horacio de Paz, I'm giving him a hard time because we have it on record. He said she'll need a start, Horacio.
Yeah, I mean, like, we never really asked her to run, you know, all out. Everything was just well within herself. And, I mean, she just was a very confident filly since we got her.
Number one rule with horses, they always keep you humble. So congratulations. She did look, fit. She was ready to go. But she also showed an element of professionalism after not getting away that well. But then she raced inside and took all kinds of dirt.
Yeah, no, like I said, her confidence, her mind is, I mean, she might turn out to be a nice filly, you know, so hopefully that'll be the case.
Epic. Well, I mean, do you look at, those stake races that we see at the end of the week for her, or end of the meet for her?
Possibly. Like, I mean, I thought maybe she could need the race because obviously everybody prepares here to win first time out and do very well. So now she just made things harder for me. So at least I don't have to gild her.
Yes, she is the right sex. And, well done you hiding them at Laurel.
I got a good team over there. I've had that team since I was working for Sagamore. And, the guys, they do a tremendous job. And Laurel's always been, home for us as a home base. And it's a great facility to develop horses.
I feel you on that front. Congratulations. Well done today.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right, double for the Horacio de Paz barn. A big upset here with Beautiful Carly.
Like he's done it a million times, Horacio de Paz. 35-1 shocker. Upset engineered by Ricardo Santana. You saw Call Me Rosie running off without Katie Davis. We'll get an update. 9-7, 10-12. Beautiful Carly at Saratoga.
They come on for the finish in the Pilgrim Stakes. Annapolis by a head.
It is Annapolis in front. It is Annapolis to win the Coolmore Turf Mile.
Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the NyraBets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch and bet on live horse racing from over 300 tracks worldwide. Get expert picks, play live money betting contests, and boost your bankroll with daily promotions. NyraBets is the official betting partner of Saratoga Racecourse. Sign up now. New members use promo code SPA200 to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with NyraBets.
Gratefully and Saratoga Special, nose and nose for the wire. Gratefully Saratoga Special, gratefully would not be denied.
Welcome to Adelphi Racing Club's unparalleled partnership experience. Exclusive access to the backstretch at Belmont and Saratoga, premier accommodations on race day, and of course, experience excitement like no other. Contact us today and come hang with us this Saratoga meet.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Stakes racing on the Jersey Shore. Saturday feature, My Frenchman Stakes, $100,000 purse. Turf Sprinters, 3-year-olds. Field and updated odds. Big Destroyer, 9-5. Cairo Surprise, 3-2. They make the turn. Let's meet the field. Azazam drawn inside at 7-1.
Yeah, horse that is turning back, and this is after a decent run in the Jersey Derby. George Weaver, very good with Turf Sprinters.
Right next door, Rebel with a cause. Jose Ferrer seeking a second win this afternoon.
Yeah, this one for TriStar Farm. And like you said, Jose Ferrer aboard. This horse had some gate issues. I think it would be better today with Jose.
Caponaparo for Rick Dutrow.
Rick Dutrow's been on quite a run here, and this horse getting back to the turf. They're a good second in the Paradise
My
Creek.
Boy Star, turf debut.
Yeah, the rider is still TBA, I guess, but a horse that's actually been pretty fast.
Big Destroyer for trainer Miguel Clement.
Yeah, Miguel Clement with an eye-catching debut and gets against tougher midshipmen. Really good with Turf Sprinters.
Yeah. Cairo Surprise, 3-2, seeking a 5th straight win, but 3 of those wins on the main track.
Yeah, actually got DQ'd, went on the turf. This
Taken
horse
down
is a
back,
really
yeah.
good New Jersey bred. You don't see New Jersey breds that versatile, and it does look like 2 horses, a 6 and 8 in here.
Crossed the wire in front, 4 straight, but yeah, taken down, 3 back on grass. Revving his engines, Cairo Surprise, Megan Burgess on site. The featured event, My Frenchman Stakes. Megan and a Big Destroyer. What are we expecting in just his second career start?
It's always tough to face winners for the first time, especially in Stakes Co. But this horse looks absolutely fantastic. Big, strong, robust son of midshipmen. He just grabbed my eye from the minute I saw him and wouldn't let me go. And Big Destroyer, a very impressive debut effort where he was able to sit behind horses and make his run. He's actually got a little bit more size to him than some of the others surrounding him. But judging from Miguel Clement's comments, especially in the Daily Racing Form article about this race, just pure speed. And with some of the long shots scratched out of this race to apply pressure, he really could sit the perfect kind of trip. As I mentioned, coming off that 86 Beyer speed figure, the number 6 Big Destroyer on debut, and one where Miguel had noted this horse was maybe going to run in the grade 3 quick call at Saratoga, but with Intricate Spirit in the mix, Grunge, another strong turf sprinter, he wanted to create some separation on these colts. And he's one that was gelded, was gelded in January. And honestly, I could foresee him ending up, all things go, ending up in the Mahoney. I mean, he's incredibly strong. Been with Christophe Luriol, who was the right hand to the late Christophe Clement, now the right hand to, of course, Miguel at Belmont, and been training forwardly. So I expect big things from him. I do find he'll sit the right kind of trip and drawn it beautifully. As far as the hard knocking at number 8, Cairo Surprise, currently taking up favoritism. Paul had mentioned that disqualification 3 back when he did. He veered over in the final 16th. He had incredible run, getting in his own way that day. And when looking at his bit and his equipment, he's just wearing that rubber D-bit. I mean, nothing substantial as far as anything to correct him. Now it's up to his jockey, to try his new jockey, as he's had multiple throughout his 8-race career, where he's won 4 of those 8 races, to get him on the right path. He's incredibly versatile. He can be on the lead, but he can also have that target. I find he's better with that target. We'll see what kind of trip he carves out, but he's just been in strong form on the grass. I did prefer, of the 2 current favorites, physically the number 6, but the number 8 can certainly hold his own in this group as a New Jersey bred. The number 3, Capanaparo for Rick Dutrow. I really liked the way this horse ran off of the bench last time out in that Paradise Creek, where he was a huge price that day with the rain, just judging from just the speed horses dominating as the day went on. And horses were kind of having a little bit of trouble making ground as the rain came down. According to Andy Serling's track trends, this horse ran huge, making up ground that day on May the 9th, where the winner wired him. He saved ground further on. He saved ground on the inside, where he does meet Chasing Freedom again today, who he got the better of, but he was gaining. He actually galloped out past the winner that day. I do wish he just looked a bit stronger overall. That was my main concern with him. He is up there at 12-1, so take that as you will, is wearing those front wraps. He does appear a fit second off of the bench for connections. He's just going to have to take a pretty good step forward and get some pace more than likely in front of him to win in here, but I thought underneath he made a lot of sense, and you're getting an incredibly fair price. Quickly, a long shot to take note of the number 2, Rebel with the Cause there for Lauren Robson. I thought this horse would maybe stay at Colonial, but optimistic they shipped him here from her Kentucky string, where he is coming off of a layoff. I do find Lafitte, judging from the way this horse acted in the paddock, he's going to be sharp from the gate.
Something to watch right from the start with Rebel with a Cause as Azazam steps forward for this My Frenchman Stakes. Big Destroyer Christopher Elliott on the Jersey Shore to ride for trainer Miguel Clement. But the favorite at post time, Cairo Surprise, even money. Matt Ditterman with a load-in call post time for the My Frenchman Stakes.
Capanaparo. Half the field is loaded. My Boy Star is coming up to the gate. 2 back. Big Destroyer. And to the outside post, Cairo's Surprise. Here's Cairo's Surprise. Go again. We're ready to go. And we're off. And the My Frenchman Stakes. Good start from My Boy Star, who's on the lead. Cairo's Surprise taking the 2nd position early. Rebel with a Cause is 3rd. Big Destroyer takes back to 4th. And Azazam and Capanaparo at the back of the field early. Onto the course proper. My Boy Star at 15-1 leads the way, opens up 2. Cairo's Surprise on a stranglehold right now to relax. And now he's moving up with Rebel with a Cause. And now My Boy Star only leads narrowly by about a length here on Cairo's Surprise. Right on his tail, getting closer. Cairo's Surprise as they go into the turn. Rebel with a Cause is 3rd. Big Destroyer 4th. Nickled along just a little bit. He's 4 lengths off the pace, rounding the forward turn. 2 clear of Azazam and Capanaparo as they come to the top of the lane. My Boy Star off the turn with Cairo's Surprise alongside. These 2 off the turn together. My Boy Star finding more. Outside Cairo's Surprise. Rebel with a Cause is ducking to the inside for a rally. And here comes Big Destroyer on the far outside. Rebel with a Cause right up the inside to the lead for Jose Ferrer. Now Big Destroyer's coming on, but it's Rebel with a Cause to win the My Frenchman Stakes. Big Destroyer was 2nd. Cairo's Surprise 3rd. And then Azazam, who was 4th.
Jose Ferrer still riding winners, still winning stakes races, this time in an upset, mild upset. Rebel with a Cause in the My Frenchman Stakes at Monmouth.
This is a really nice effort for this $10,000 OBS purchase.
Yeah.
Chance Moquette, Ron Moquette's son, manages TriStar Farm. They're doing a terrific job. And this is the trainer, Lauren Robson's very first stakes win of her career.
Unreal.
Congratulations. Jose Ferrer with the rail skimming ride as Ricardo Santana from downtown at $70 winner enters the winner's circle.
That's an upset. Twice they've teamed up today. Horacio de Paz Ricardo Santana, Beautiful, Carly, and if to pause, you know that old axiom in sports, act like you've been there before. He acts like he's been there before, doesn't he?
He's as cool as the other side of the pillow, that guy. And ever since he grew his goatee, he's been winning, and he told me he's never shaving it.
It's got to be something.
I wouldn't.
Turn the page. Race number 7. Started a late pick 5 with the pick 6 starting with a 35-1 upset. $80,000 allowance, optional claimers, mile on the inner turf course. Richie, it's Starship Titan, who you have interest in, this lightly raced 5-year-old gelding in his 5-year-old debut.
Well, technically, he's undefeated on the turf because he was placed first, but then he came back with a resounding victory. He gets the inside draw, and Raylu Gutierrez, you know, a rider that has decided to dig in and stay here, is making the most out of very limited opportunities, and I think this is a very live runner. The question is the layoff.
I'm with you. Raylu's got some good rides. I landed on the 8 plans in here for Rusty Arnold, a horse that launches from way out. I think Florent Giroux's had this horse not in the right positions the last couple of times. You get Jose Lescano. Horse showed a little bit more speed last time. Maybe he can be up closer to the pace today and launch.
Raylu's ride in that cliffhanger.
Unbelievable.
That was awesome.
Really
that
good.
was next level good. See if he can get to the winner's circle in this upcoming 7th race here at Saratoga. Some real good turf racing coming your way. Still another graded stakes race, the Bowling Green here, a key prep for the Grade 1. Christophe Clement here, and you have the European Invader in Fort George. And as we touched at the top of the broadcast, the strength of this particular prep for these horses moving forward for a Grade 1 race like the Christophe Clement.
Yeah, it's a dress rehearsal for the Christophe Clement. They're going to go 3 turns, and that's why I landed on the 1. Old Crazy Bone, you know, he's going to get to save ground from the inside. And Flavien Prat is so good at identifying when it's important to be aggressive, and I don't see a tremendous amount of speed signed on here. Mike Maker, nobody better at getting horses to run marathon distances. That's where I landed.
Let's not forget about Fort George. The last 2 horses that have beat him, Rebels, Romance, and Ombudsman. A lot of people will have those 2 horses 1-2. Maybe 1-3 or 2-3 of the best turf horses in the world. That's how this horse is faced coming here today.
He gave him a scare for a few strides, did Fort George against Rebels Romance. You'll have a chance to see him in the Grade 2 Bowling Green. Fort George, what will he do in his U.S. debut? The Bowling Green coming up for those who perform well on to the Grade 1 Christophe Clement turf. As our coverage continues, Greg Wolf and the crew, Saratoga Live, moves on.
What if you didn't just watch horse racing, but own the moment? With Bond Racing Stable, you can experience the thrill of ownership without the full cost or commitment. It's easy in a racing partnership with Bond Racing Stable. They do all the work while you get access to the backstretch, morning workouts, the paddock, and the winner's circle. Whether you're new to racing or a lifelong fan, Bond Racing Stable makes it easy to get in the game. Don't just bet on the race, get in the winner's circle. Contact Bond Racing Stable and ask about a racing partnership today.
I don't have no words for this, man. This is great.
Welcome back to Saratoga Live, but we're here on the Jersey Shore celebrating a milestone victory here in this My Frenchman, the first career stakes victory for trainer Lauren Robson. This has got to feel good. You've worked with some of the best in the business, Wesley Ward. You galloped for Todd Pletcher. What does this mean to you to get this notch on your belt?
Yeah, it's huge. I mean, that's like a dream come true, you know, just to finally win a stake and, you know, just all to the horse, you know, and the owners for letting me have him. And he's a really cool horse. He's just kind of got better and better, and he's it's all about him, you know.
Absolutely, and he was able to kind of show that speed, but also rate off of horses as he comes off of performance against the likes of Outfielder. But how have you seen him being able to continue to take steps and strides towards this third start on the turf?
Yeah, it's just a natural progression, really. We were trying to find the easiest spot. We had a few different options, and we just thought little by little, you know, step up the ladder. Did look at a couple of allowance races, but with the older horses it's tough too, so we thought we'd stick with the 3-year-olds, and thought it looked salty enough this race, but he was doing good, so took a shot.
Congratulations, Lauren. What an accomplishment. All of those years of hard work and very admirable performance here for Rebel with the Cause, who got it done in this My Frenchman, Greg. But that was a fun one to watch for some pretty incredible connections.
Yeah, quite an upset as well. Rebel with a Cause springing the upset in the My Frenchman here for 3-year-olds sprinting on the lawn. And now 2 for 3 on the grass. Big Destroyer, Cairo Surprise wind up second and third. Cairo Surprise is the even money favorite. And that feature race, a Monmouth as we get back to Saratoga. And fans taking in a gorgeous Saturday afternoon here in Saratoga Springs. Nothing quite like this racetrack with the sun out on a Saturday in the summer. What a special place it is as we look from overview. And our main event still to come. That'll be on the lawn later on this afternoon. Grade 2 Bowling Green, Greg Wolf, Tom Amos, Andy Serling, Jonathan Kinchin. I don't have time for credentials. We've got too many of us. Great to see this foursome together, though, as we get set for a big one on the turf today, Tom.
Yeah, we do indeed, and it's an interesting one. It's a marathon race by thoroughbred standards, a mile and 3/8 over the grass, and perhaps it's one that could be dictated by how much speed is in that race.
Too many people, not enough credentials.
The Bowling Green presented by Emerald Evocations, mile and 3/8 on the inner turf, as Tom mentioned. Yes, 3 turns, and we'll get to Will Walden's Minaret Station. He believes horse going this distance for the first time has been screaming out for this distance for quite a while, but you have to start with Fort George here for trainer Ed Walker, who in the past had worked with Luca Comani as assistant for 4 years. He's won big races all over the world. And I guess it's the second to Rebel's Romance that stands out 2 starts ago, Andy.
It does, and obviously if he's able to duplicate a performance like that, he's a fairly likely winner. The problem I have, Jonathan, is the rest of his PPs don't exactly back that up. And especially with Mike Maker's horse loose on the rail, I don't think he has to win this race by any stretch.
Well, I think that, you know, maybe 10 years ago it was a little bit easier to assume that a European horse was better than our horses over here on the grass. I think we've caught up quite a bit in the last 10 to 15 years, and I think that's a lazy opinion just to lean on that part of it. When I look at his past performances, I don't get warm and fuzzy.
Color me lazy. You know, he's the only horse that's bred to do this. He's bred in Great Britain, and they breed over there to get this kind of distance. Here in the States, they end up here by accident.
But someone forgot to tell Kensington Lane and Title Roll, too, that the Euros don't dominate here.
You know, you say that, but we already know old Crazy Bone relishes this extra distance, so we don't worry about his pedigree. We know what he's done, and he's also the lone speed for a pretty dangerous guy going long on the turf.
Stepping stone to the renamed Christophe Clement later in the meet, formerly the Sword Dancer, but big race in its own right. Still to come, Grade 2 Bowling Green, again presented by Emerald Evocations. You can play all the action, including a late pick 5, which comes up next with Naira Bets. Get that $200 deposit match sign-up bonus when punching in that code at sign-up, spot 200, and bet on over 300 tracks around the world, including the state of New Jersey, who's now with us with Naira Bets as we get set for the first leg of this late pick 5 mile inner turf.
Allowance optional claiming field, Familiar Silks, Klarovich Stables, trainer Chad Brown, Flavian Pratt, and a long time away for Unit Economics coming back today, Tom.
Yeah, look, a wide run around the turn here. You see him in those red and white silks. Familiar here at Saratoga. They've hit the winner's circle many times. Just a good late run he makes to just miss.
The thing that's interesting about this race is it's the second division. We got so many horses, we split the race. The other division on paper had a ton of speed. So what happened is that nobody went to lead and a horse wired the field in a slow pace. This one doesn't have much pace on paper, and a horse like Unity Economics needs there to be some pace.
Yeah, he certainly does, and I think a horse like Yinzer down on the inside is one that could take advantage of there not being a lot of pace.
Flavian Pratt, he started off today with back-to-back wins, and he's got a lot of more work to come, including the one, as Andy mentioned, a catch in that main event on Old Crazy Bone for Mike Maker. So, we talked about the start from Jose Ortiz, too. Pratt having a terrific beginning to this meeting as well, as we are 6 minutes away from the 7th race against start of the late pick 5. Was anyone brave enough to put a ticket together today?
I made a bet in this race individually. I did not play the pick 5.
Does the pick 4 count?
Okay, then.
I played a little late pick 4.
No one rising to the challenge.
I made a bet later. It's right into the teeth of one of my friends. One of my friends sitting here who's going to probably get mad at me when I make that wager.
You have a friend sitting here? Other than me?
Fair enough.
Call to post.
Friends like him.
And we'll get a look at this field here. 750,000 plus already in this pick 5 pool. We'll kick things off with Starship Titan Michelle Nevenbarn off the bench.
There are less ridiculous horses, or more ridiculous horses than this one at a 10-1. I don't know where his last race came from, but he runs that, he can win.
Unit Economics going on a 1.5-year layoff for Chad Brown.
Full body of work. This horse has more better races than the rest of these horses, but how is he going to run today?
Wally World, the favorite. That was a big effort last start for Safi Joseph Jr.
Yeah, the problem is his best race might not be good enough to win this, but he does have the speed to at least be forward.
Steve Asmussen Barn has the hot hand of Jose Ortiz on Yinzer.
Yeah, I'm going to land here. A horse that has some tactical speed. Jose Ortiz is riding with an unbelievable amount of confidence. I'd like for him to clear, get over to the inside, save ground, see what happens.
Back-to-back wins for slap in the face, but a tough test for this New York bred.
Yeah, he's an improved horse for Tony Dutrow, but it feels like this race, I mean, you want to win, but it probably sets him up for a race like the West Point against New York breds later in the meet.
Daunt has Ricardo Santana Jr.
If you're allergic to single-digit odds, this is the horse that I would land on.
It's a new angle. Candytown, Todd Pletcher, and second back of his 4-year-old campaign.
I like Candytown quite a bit in here. He had a wide trip against a good inside last time, and I'm hoping Edgar Zayas is aggressive and can sit outside the horse that you like, who I agree is the speed.
Apparently a big work for Plenza coming in for Rusty Arnold.
I just worry that this one's not good enough. However, if you want to try to find an angle, was trying to close into a slow pace last time.
And just the second try on turf for Ranger Battalion.
Listen, weird horses win sometimes. The one turf race by this horse was not very good. But who knows? It's Linda Rice. Maybe this horse pulls an upset, but still hard to make on paper.
4 minutes to post here in race 7. All right, Andy, what'd you do here?
Well, I like, as I said, the 7 Candytown, who was just in an impossible spot, chasing 3 wide against the pace last time when you really wanted to save ground. He ran a very good race here last year. He's second off a layoff, and he possesses enough speed that I think Edgar Zayas can put him in position, hopefully, as I said, outside of your horse, the 4. And I just think he's an interesting play. I thought he might be a little more than 5-1. I'm going to bet him to win, and I'm going to use him with the exacta with Unity Economics. Chad Brown thinks Unity Economics is ready for the race. I worry a lack of pace could hurt him, but I still think, like Jonathan said, he's got the most best races in this race.
And you're not done. Going exacta box as well.
Yeah, I'm going to bet the 7 to win and making it 2-7 exacta box and try to make some money in here. And these are huge prices, but they're not bad prices.
Over 800 grand in this pick 5. And Tom, you are on Candytown as well?
I am. I go with exactly what Andy said. This is a very competitive horse. And to me, the right condition coming up for that one.
So a barn here with this 2 that we're never really worried about off the bench, but almost 1.5 years away. So 5-1 Candytown here. Second start back of this season.
I think that's important. You know, getting a start on the belt, like you mentioned, a couple of these horses, the 1 and the 2 coming off extended layoffs.
All right, JK, where are you going to wind up?
I'm going to land on the 4. I mean, if you watch the show, I'm a sucker for speed, a sucker for horses that can be forward. But I do think that the 4 has the ability to clear, tuck into the inside, and save some ground. And I do think that when you look at the top horses in here, the 2, the 4, the 3, the 7, we're talking about horses that whoever gets the best trip is going to win. There's no standouts here. They're all very equally matched in my opinion. So give me the horse that I think has the best chance of getting the best trip. That would be the 4.
Are you surprised he's a 3-1 favorite, Jonathan?
Yes, but I'm hoping that it has to do with those silks, and that in other pools he's not that short. West Point Thoroughbreds, a lot of partners. Their horses get bet, and they typically can be overbet at times based on their chances to
Here's
win.
our AI-assisted wager play. Recommendations based entirely on algorithmic and driven by value here. Exacta play, $2 exacta, 237 with 4 underneath.
I like
presented by
7-4.
Wager.
7-4 is good for me.
Okay, Andy will take it.
I'll get with the win bet.
Anybody keeping track of those plays? How have they done so far?
Late show, first time with us. Acacia Clement, how are you?
Hey, Greg, doing great. It's a beautiful afternoon here, and taking a look at the number 2 unit economics, as layoffs are the theme of this race. This horse does not look fit coming back off the layoff. He's always been a big burly individual, but he is quite heavy coming back. And like I said, it is typical of him to have that kind of build, but he just really strikes me as a horse that will need one. Now, maybe he is just that, and maybe he has a class edge against what he's facing in here. However, given the way the pace might play out, it felt like he might be a bit up against it. I do think that he is a horse with talent. He's one that I'll look for next time, though. The number 4, Yinzer, comes back off the layoff, and he does look fit for his return. My first time seeing him, but he does have a massive pace advantage returning to the races. Now, he did get disqualified for drifting last time out. He's wearing a Houghton bit, so a very strong bit with the bar underneath and a straight bar through his mouth, which will give his rider, Jose Ortiz, a lot more control and trying to keep him straight as he was lugging in to that foe as they were the top 2 pulling away from the rest of the company last time out. Hopefully that will help him to keep a straight course. But like I said, he seemed to check all the boxes returning to the races. However, the 7, Candy Town, he has the benefit of having had a start already off the layoff. He's also built like a true miler to me, and he is always a horse that has been very lightly framed, but for his standards and what I've seen from him in the past, he's carrying very good muscle mass and conditioning off the bench, and he's a horse that was 3 wide last time, but I don't think will be necessarily pace compromised today, Greg.
So Todd Pletcher, Chad Brown chatting there, each with runners they're setting out here in the 7th. They have battled back and forth year after year here, and it ended in a dead heat last summer between those 2.
Yeah, and the last race, Chad had to win the last race. Chad was well in front, and he had a virus in his barn, whatever. Everybody goes through tough times, and he had a sort of a slow last couple of weeks. Todd had a tremendous last couple of weeks, and Chad got him at the wire for a dead heat.
Look, you talk about the trainer's title here, the owner's title here, the riding title here for the jockeys. I will stand on this, that it matters here more than it matters anywhere else in the world. Who wins these meets as the trainer, owner, and title, they matter, and it's a lot of fun to watch that race throughout the year.
I completely agree. As a trainer, I can tell you that here it does matter. Everywhere else, and I've won a bunch of them, the next day it's like rinse, wash, repeat, move on to the next racetrack.
You won
Not here.
You won the Delta training title back in 1997, and I tell you, it was a big moment for me. I can't speak for you.
Here we go.
Round 1 goes to Andy Serling.
No, not really.
But a little left hook. Race 7 starts this late pick. 5 the favorite, the 2 unit economics. Chad Brown, Flavian Pratto were the first 2 on the card, coming off a almost year and a half layoff. We sent it upstairs. Frank Miramati, the call.
They're in the gate. Acting up there is Plenza. And they're off, and Plenza breaks smoothly. On the inside, it's Wally World flashing speed, but several of them line up, including Ranger Battalion on the far outside. He and Yinzer will set the early tempo with Candytown just off them in 3rd. A headstrong unit economics moving through along the inside. In the 4th spot, Now taking third, 3 lengths off the lead as the field rounds the clubhouse turn. Plenza is next, racing on the outside of Wally World. It's another 3 lengths back to Slap in the Face on the outside of Starship Titan. And the trailer is Daunt. Quarter mile, 23 flat. They're moving right along with Yinzer, untroubled on the front end. Has a 2-length lead on Ranger Battalion in second. At the rail, Unit Economics third, coming to the half-mile pole. And then it's Candytown 4 off the pace in fourth. Wally World is next. Starship Titan inches up inside Plenza, 46 and 3 for the half. Daunt and Slap in the Face around the far turn. Yinzer, left alone, maintains the lead a length and a half. He's been chased throughout by Ranger Battalion, who gets a nudge to come after him. 3 wide, Candytown's had a good enough trip. Unit Economics saving every inch of ground. Wally World is in behind this group, trying to find a seam on the outside. He and Plenza are head and head, but in the meantime, Yinzer has opened up 4. Wally World comes out the pack, finds his best stride late. Just in front of him, Starship Titan is finishing strongly in second. It's Yinzer, Starship Titan, and Yinzer takes him coast to coast. Starship Titan was second. Wally World finished third, and the photo for fourth went to Candytown.
Speed dominates here to start this late pick 5, and the meet's leading rider adds another Jose Ortiz for Steve Asmussen.
Yeah, let's put that race in perspective. Okay, Speed did win it, but Yinzer had to earn the lead going into the first turn, set some very fast fractions. Even if you don't know time well, you can look at how spread out the field was down the backside. Know he's going really, really quick, but he ran a great effort on the lead there. His heart got very big.
Yeah, I'm going to disagree with Tom. It was more of a contested pace in the other division where they went a faster quarter here. But this is a very firm turf course. It wasn't a particularly fast pace. He ran well to win. I'm not knocking him in any way. But I like the fact that Jose committed. You know, he went. It was an honest pace. This turf course is very firm. It's a much more honest pace than the last division. He ran well, but he got advantage of being the controlling speed, like you said, Jonathan.
Yeah, Jose did this with Mibago, if I'm not mistaken, when they had that dead heat. Going to the front in these grass races is a huge advantage if you have the horse that takes you there. You keep everything else out of the equation, and if you have a horse that's best on the day, they'll win if you can put him in this comfortable position on the front end. It's exactly what Jose did.
Good effort by Starship Titan to be second and a nice price there off the layup. Raylu gave that horse an excellent ride. I mean, obviously having the rail helped, but gave him a good ride, and he ran well against him. Both these divisions were in similar final times. This one had a much faster pace than the other Crawl Fest.
4-1-3-7 finish, number 13 at the meet for Jose Ortiz, who this time just has to hang on in front.
I think he's favored over his brother to win the title. What do you think?
Who comes back tomorrow, by the way, serving a suspension around Ortiz Jr.
Riding in Indiana today, I believe.
Yes, he is.
Yeah. And he's probably looking at this and going, what am I doing?
I absolutely love this drone footage. It tells such a good story that you don't get to see from the pan, that you don't get to see from the head-on. It's so much easier to understand what happened in a race when you have this view.
So 3-1 on Yinzer, owned in part by West Point. Thoroughbreds with connections. Let's go to Acacia.
I'm very happy to be joined by Tom Bellhouse of West Point, as it's a big day for West Point with several runners, but it has to be nice when you can wire the field like Yinzer did.
You know, this is a really, really neat horse. He gets brave when he gets out on the lead. You know, he started his career on dirt, and we went to turf. He's a twirling candy. And when he gets out on the lead, if he just goes, and sometimes they go fast, he gets brave. And today was just awesome. Off the layoff, it's great for the stable to get our first win at Saratoga. And Jose Ortiz is just hitting all the right buttons.
He certainly is. And as we said, West Point not done yet. Still a couple runners to come, including Carson's run in the Bowling Green. See if he can get back on track today.
You know, he's another horse that he's been the star of the stable for so long. Miguel has really been fiddling with him and getting him back to where he was, and we've had 3 great works in a row. We're going to just drop back, let him be himself. Joel Rosario just going to put him to sleep, but we're going to come running, and hopefully we get a outcome like today.
Well, it's always nice when you can have this many people smiling in the winner's circle. Congratulations to the team.
Thank you, Acacia.
Greg?
Big performance here and leading every step of the way, and yet Carson's run we'll see in our feature later this afternoon. And Terry Finley of West Point Thoroughbreds had said kind of a make-or-break race for him today.
Do you think that there's a text coming from Jose to his brother saying, 13.
Or the reverse, I'm back tomorrow. Prom Queen. For trainer Brad Cox, we saw in the Kentucky Oaks, troubled trip in the Grade 1 Acorn behind Counting Stars and always a runner. In action in the Indiana Oaks as the one to beat. And our coverage still to come. Stay with us.
Quality Road, proving Lane's End's tried and true stallion-making tradition. Quality Road has sired multiple Eclipse Award and Grade 1 winners, including Champions National Treasure, Corniche, Abel Tasman, and recent Grade 1 winners Hope Road and Clicquot. He's a leader of his generation. Quality Road, a stallion that stands above the rest.
Monmouth Park summer season rolls on with live racing action every Friday to Sunday. Monmouth's 2026 season proudly features a low player-friendly 15% takeout on all daily doubles and pick threes. Play our new $3 late pick three and $5 late double. First race 2 p.m. Fridays, 12:50 p.m. weekends. Get in on the action at Monmouth Park Racetrack.
It's America's original sport. And no one covers it better than americasbestracing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. americasbestracing.net is a sport for you.
Fasig-Tipton's July Selected Horses of Racing Age. Since inception, this sale has produced 28% stakes horses and the earners of more than $110 million worldwide. Recent stars include Grade 1 winners Fort Washington and Nakatomi, plus multiple graded stakes winner Banishing. The can't-miss sale of the summer for horses ready to run. July Selected Horses of Racing Age, July 14th in Lexington, Kentucky. Where will you be?
Back with you on our Fox Sports 2 coverage on Saratoga Live, but we have racing from all around the country this afternoon. And at Horseshoe Indianapolis, you can play Indiana Derby and Indiana Oaks Day with a 20% win bet bonus on all races at Horseshoe Indy. You got to opt in to take advantage at NYRABets.com. Here's a look at the lineup we'll be showing you on a big day from Shelbyville, Indiana. Starts with the Jonathan B. Schuster Memorial for Us, Indiana Oaks, and Derby to come. And with more on the 3-year-old fillies that will line up in race 11, let's check in with Michelle Yu.
Thanks, Greg. Down here trackside, and do want to make note that this track has gone from sloppy to wet fast and was just upgraded to fast out here. It's also playing pretty fair. We've seen horses come from off the pace as well as on the lead. Now, Prom Queen going to be coming up in the Indiana Oaks, and she's going to get all the class relief in here. So this race certainly goes through her because of that. She is coming out of multiple Grade 1 events, including the Kentucky Oaks and the Acorn last time out. You know, she looked great in Gulfstream when she was able to win the Gulfstream Park Oaks, but I think she was hindered with a way too far back trip at the Kentucky Oaks. I'm not quite sure what the deal was in the Acorn, maybe just the rail draw, but today with this class relief, they absolutely are going to have to run through her. Brad Cox knows how to win this race. He has done it numerous times before, so she appears the horse that we want to see in front here. Hopefully she gets a more forwardly placed position for her run in the Indiana Oaks. Greg.
All right, Michelle, we look forward to it. That's race 11 on the card, 5:55 Eastern time. Following that, of course, the Grade 3 Indiana Derby. And we have more action coming up from Monmouth as well. Post time coming up for race 7. $40,000 maiden claiming event. 2-turn mile. Let's check in with Megan Burgess.
And Greg, many of these horses all vying for favoritism with 2 5-2 shots up there, including the current favorite and the number 2, Evenly Alert for a very well-known barn in Chad Brown. But I have my hesitations as far as this first-time starter is concerned. Just looking at him, looks a bit on the softer side, as if though a start will be needed for him. The dam actually won on the dirt and synthetic sprinting, won on debut. And this horse, though, is a 3-year-old who was gelded in the spring after being purchased for $250,000 as a 2-year-old, and now they're wanting to part ways, dropping in for the tag here for $40,000. Chad Brown maiden claiming events past 5 years at Monmouth and Routes is a gaudy 29%, 4 for 14. The numbers support, connection support. Looking at him, I find he's going to be better for a start. I went to the number 6, Cuddy's Lucky. Now, I know his last race I don't love. It was a blanket finish, including a weaker field. You could argue he should have won as the favorite, but didn't get the greatest of trips. It was stalked on it, dominated up front, and broke outside, kind of wide tracking. So I find he's in a good position to use that early speed. He was the most fit to my eye, Greg, but I'm against it in per se the 2 horses taking the most money at this point.
All right, Megan, thank you. Solute, the 4, beaten favorite for the last 5 starts, but a lot of changes now. Blinkers on, Tom, new gelding.
Blinkers on, new gelding. Not the only one that's gelded in this race. The horse next door, the Gold Light, the 5 as well, who I like. Class Relief off the gelding, and a big scratch in here, the 3, who was probably the predominant pace horse. So pace a little murky in this small field.
As you saw in our bets, now live in New Jersey. Get signed up and started. Set for the 7th. Matt Dinnerman with the call.
Post 5. Two back. Cuddy's Lucky. And I'm Going Cruising. I'm Going Cruising coming up. We're ready to go. They're off. I'm Going Cruising on the outside with a little bit of an awkward break. Cuddy's Lucky going right to the lead from Gold Light, who takes a hold, will track. Cuddy's Lucky clears off up top and enters to the turn 1.5 lengths in front. Gold Light runs in second as they go into that first turn. Cuddy's Lucky is clear, opens up 1.5 lengths here and is clear on the lead and not going at a fast pace early on. Solute claiming second from Gold Light, taken back to third early. Then Evenly Alert, Foxy's Bay Malo side by side, 3 clear of I'm Going Cruising at the back of the field as the 6 runners swing up the back stretch here, where the pacemakers, they're together now. Cuddy's Lucky's got company from Solute, who tugs at his rider to be part of the action on the lead here, and Solute's got a neck in front. Cuddy's Lucky holds the inside spot, matching him. They put 2.5 lengths on Gold Light, who's in a good position running in third. 4 lengths clear of Foxy's Bay Malo. Evenly Alert is plummeted to the back of the field. He's been passed by I'm Going Cruising. I'm Going Cruising into the 4th position he goes. Foxy's Bay Malo now 5th, and Evenly Alert in an all-out drive at the back of the field. Around the far turn, Solute is asked for more, still up top narrowly. Cuddy's Lucky second down on his inside. Gold Light has gotten a good trip. He's sneaking in 3 wide, and he's moving up ominously. Gold Light with no excuses here. Got a good setup early, and here he comes on the outside. Gold Light is off the turn and pounces and grabs the lead away from Solute. Cuddy's Lucky retreats to third. Evenly Alert has made his way into 4th, is trying to rally on here, but he's well behind the front-running Gold Light, who has a 16th to go. He's clear. Evenly Alert making up a ton of ground late, finishing fast, but he'll be second best to Gold Light, who scores by 4. Evenly Alert was second, Solute third, and Cuddy's Lucky was 4th.
Gold Light with the win. Tom Amos with this one. You can leave for the afternoon.
Is that a promise? Yeah, look, Class Relief, first time the horse was in for a claim or for sale price, and made a big difference.
Jose Gomez needs a nap after that race. He rode the 2 for a mile.
Meanwhile, back here at Saratoga to start the late pick 5, Yinzer. The speed with the win, number 13 this meet. Jose Ortiz aboard for Steve Asmus. A nice call, JK.
If Tom gets to leave for picking the winner at Monmouth, I get to leave for picking this one.
Yeah, well, there you go.
Yeah, Andy, you got it.
Greg and I got it covered.
Enjoy your afternoon, gentlemen. Race 8, here we go. Late pick 4 starts here. Sprinting on the lawn, 5.5 furlongs. Entry level allowance. It is the 8 who is favored, Gypsy Art. WW Wesley Ward. He'll have Dylan Davis aboard. 3-1 right now.
You know, Wesley Ward doesn't win a lot of route races. He's much more of a turf sprint trainer, but he's so good, he's always dangerous.
13 and counting for Jose Ortiz. This is the one he will ride coming up in race 8, Cyclonite. 4-1 from the inside post for trainer Mark Cassie. What a hot streak he has been on. Dubai World Cup, Stephen Foster, Kentucky Derby, Belmont Stakes, and like lightning to start this Saratoga summer season. Will it continue? Stay with us.
Charlatan is the leading second crop sire by stakes winners, graded stakes winners, and graded stakes horses.
Charlatan, ultra impressive. It's a new day for a new king.
Back with you on our Fox Sports 2 coverage. You're watching Saratoga Live on a gorgeous Saturday afternoon here at the spots, brought to you in part by Gainesway. Power, passion, performance. So we are 13 minutes away, race 8, and there is a look at the current favorite. Again, Gypsy Art. Wesley Ward had a nice victory that surprised, I think, just about everybody on this set yesterday.
Yeah, indeed. That was the end of my pick 6 ticket.
I don't know about you guys. I find it crazy that any horse is as low as 3-1 in this race. I thought this was one of the most difficult races to handicap I've seen all meet.
I'm very spread out here as far as that goes. And you know, when you get back to this mild favorite in Gypsy Art, unlike most of Wesley Ward's horses who are brilliant from the gate, this is a horse that doesn't always leave the gate well, and not enough is made in handicapping of what that first 50 yards is for a horse's performance. You don't leave well, you put yourself in a different position, and trouble seems to follow you.
JK, your thoughts here?
Yeah, I mean, look, I thought the 1 and the 4 were both a little bit interesting. Ultimately, I think I'm going to side with the 1, Cyclonite, down on the inside. Jose Ortiz making all the right decisions. I don't typically like closers in turf sprints, but there's not a horse that I feel like is going to take advantage of the fact that there's not a lot of blazing fast speed in here. I think Cyclonite's going to be able to save some ground, and I think you're going to get a better price because of last time, that race where it didn't go so well. Sometimes handicappers look at the last couple of races. They don't get a little deeper to understand who a horse is.
Let's check in with Acacia.
And we'll get to Cyclonite in a moment, but beginning with your favorite in that Wesley Ward trainee and Gypsy Art, I agree with Tom. He is the abnormal Wesley Ward horse that does not have speed, and I think that that has been a detriment to him. You watch his last race where he was off slowly, last early, and he was running on late. He just was left with far too much to do, and the winner got the jump on him in that spot, and that's where he has really been up against it. Now they do have him with the pony saddling outside, as is typical for most of the Wesley Ward trainees, but he's acted very well marching around the paddock here, very well muscled, a typical kind of Munnings build and that quintessential turf sprinter look. My just concern is it going to be the same kind of case of what we saw from him last time out? But he absolutely makes sense and comes in with a very fast race, which is much, much faster than anything he has ever run as far as speed figures are concerned. We'll see if he can replicate that. Now, as far as the number 1 Cyclonite is concerned, who Jonathan was touching on, this is a horse who, if you watch that last race, there was a rider who was unseated. Thankfully, horse and rider were both totally fine, but Cyclonite, who didn't break well that day and was already at the back, actually leapt over Manny Franco, who had been unseated, and Flavian Pratt, who was aboard that day, pulled him up out of precaution. So that was what happened last time. 2 starts back, he actually ran okay, but we'll get into that May 23rd race a bit more in a moment, but he's one of the few that actually did handle that softer turf course 2 starts back. My biggest concern with Cyclonite is that he just never wins. He's always right there, but he did have a legitimate excuse last time out. Now, the number 9, no evidence. They're bringing him to saddle him on the walk here on the horse path as he was just bucking and kicking. That's quite typical of no evidence. I felt for my husband, Miguel, who had to saddle him on the walk at Aqueduct in the pouring rain last time. He's very tough. Again, very, very normal stuff for him. So in with the training saddle, the tallest hot walker in Juan Carlos in the barn, and being saddled on the walk with the pony, again, all normal. But he did come out of that race on May 23rd where he was forwardly placed. And horses that did not run well that day, including Pivotal Moment and Soon to Be King, have come out of that race to run better on firm turf. And that could very much be the case for him as well, as he did not appear to handle that turf course late. So getting onto a firm turf should make a big difference for some of those horses this afternoon, Greg.
All right, Acacia, thank you. Andy's play here in race 8, no evidence the 9.
I got to thank Acacia. She set up a perfect segue there, didn't she? And I agree with her. I mean, I think it's wrong that that turf course was labeled as good for that race. They went 112 and 1. If it was a firm turf, they would have gone 107 and change. That turf was yielding. And I'm going to make an excuse. And there was some giving it even at Gulfstream. And I don't think he ran that badly in the 5 furlong race off a layoff before that. I don't love this horse by any stretch of the imagination, but as I looked through this race, I found it so complicated. I just wanted to find somebody that was a bit of a price, that at least I could make a little bit of an excuse for him, so I took him.
I think it's funny, because I think if Andy was a racehorse, something tells me you'd have to saddle him on the walk, too.
No question.
If I was a racehorse, I'd be last every time, and then I'd probably kick somebody on the way back.
I mean, how many times would he be a vet scratch because you just couldn't get it on him? Tom, pick 4. You're going to put one together here.
Yeah, so I put a small ticket together, which I typically do. I don't want to break the bank with anybody. But look, the key to my pick 4 is something that most of the guys at the desk don't agree with me, the handicappers, and that is in our feature race. And the 4-horse, Fort George. He's the man to me. At that distance, 1 3/8 miles, and what he can do at that distance makes him my single, and I'll spread out around them.
That last race as well, getting a little bit of coverage where a lot of people probably feel Coach Ryan for Chad Brown, we'll talk more about, named after a pretty good football coach. Heavily the one to beat. 8 minutes away from the start of this pick 4, 5.5 furlongs, sprinting on the lawn when we come back.
Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the Naira Bets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch and bet on live horse racing from over 300 tracks worldwide. Get expert picks, play live money betting contests, and boost your bankroll with daily promotions. Naira Bets is the official betting partner of Saratoga Racecourse. Sign up now. New members use promo code SPA200 to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with Naira Bets. coming. Explorers down toward the rail, but it's always a runner. She's going to do it. And the Kentucky Oaks, always a runner. She's all the runners on top of the world.
As a lifestyle guard, I help people live their best day in the sun. That means keeping the games going. Coming to the rescue when the floaty is too floppy. And delivering high noon when the cooler's empty.
Oh, do you have any peach?
High noon, sun's up.
Standing at McMahon of Saratoga Thoroughbreds, top young stallion Solomini, a Grade 1 son of Curlin and sire of 2026 graded placed New York Stakes winner National Identity.
Inside the final furlong, National Identity. Acoustic Ave is making up some ground. National Identity is almost home. Acoustic Ave second. National Identity wins the Safe Florida Sandy.
Solomini, standing for $7,500 in 2026 at McMahon of Saratoga Thoroughbreds.
Fans taking in one of the great spots to be at a racetrack anywhere in the world, that backyard, the picnic tables. Here on a gorgeous Saturday afternoon with family, friends, and with JK and Andy Serling and Tom.
Can't beat it.
We're all friends here.
I saw a fan earlier as I was walking here, and the guy sort of raised his hands to the weather, and he said, what could be a better place than this in a day like today? I said, this place is great when it's pouring rain, and he said, I agree.
You know what? In the backyard is happening.
Yeah.
I mean, families, bring your own BYOB.
It's a happy place.
It's definitely the busiest day of 2026.
No doubt.
Outside of the Belmont, obviously.
Perfect. Just perfect.
Yeah, and that's the great thing about it, though. You feel that buzz in the air and that energy when this crowd comes out. Nothing quite like it.
Not enough places around where everybody's having a good time. You know what I mean? And Saratoga is a place where even when you're losing, you're having fun. Some less than when you're winning, but you know what I mean.
A slight pause there, but yeah, no, you're right.
I don't know about you guys, I walk in here with a smile every day. It's just so great to be here.
People in our meetings would say otherwise.
You know, I'm just trying to herd the sheep a little bit.
Horse Parade coming up as they come down Champions Way. And Jose Ortiz. Chance to collect number 14 early on at this meet. He'll be on Cyclonite for the Marcassi Barn.
Yeah, I agree. I don't care what he did last time out. I don't love his race two back, to be honest, though the turf was yielding. He just doesn't win, but he's good enough.
Bosun, Joe Sharp, Tyler Gaffleone off since January.
Yeah, off since January shows some very, very good workouts for this race coming back.
Isn't he a horse for the course type horse?
Well, that's well put, yeah.
Sweeping Shadow, turf debut coming up.
He can be forward in this race, but he's got to improve in all likelihood for a good trainer under the radar in Lisa Lewis.
Quando for Bruce Levine, Jose Lezcano.
Here's a horse that will be forward in Quando. Look for that horse to show some speed early.
Gotta go.
Mission Improbable. Rudolph Brissett has Ricardo Santana Jr.
Man, did Ricardo Santana give this horse a great ride last time out. Did everything right to run down. Weaker than these, maybe he's improving.
Forgiving Spirits, Rudy Rodriguez, who trains.
Yeah, with Forgiving Spirit, I think this distance could be a bit compromising. A little bit further was perhaps better. The same might be true of the 5-horse.
It's another from the Miguel Clement barn, the only turf try, gate to wire win.
A lot of handicappers I respect really like this horse. He can be forward. I thought he'd have to improve his maiden win, but he's a generous price.
The always dangerous Wesley Ward Gypsy Art.
Yeah, look, this is be all about the break when you're watching the 8-horse. He doesn't have to break on top. He just has to break sharp and stay with the group early.
We skip to the 10. Here's Oil Capital, Linda Rice, first on turf.
Yeah, with Oil Capital from that outside post, you almost have to think Manny Franco, the rider, is going to have to go. No experience on the turf there.
Andy, here's no evidence who you like, Miguel Clement.
Yeah, I mean, 6-1 is getting a little low on the low end for me, but I do like this horse getting back to a firm turf. He does have a very good race here last year.
Pretty healthy pick 4 pool as we look overhead. You can play the pick 4 and play along with us all summer long and beyond with the official betting app of Saratoga. That's Naira Bets. $200 deposit match new customer bonus. With that code at sign up, SPA 200 we share with everyone. And bet on over 300 tracks around the world, including now live in New Jersey for New Jersey residents. Welcome aboard to play with Naira bets. JK, how are you going to play it?
Look, I like Cyclonite the 1, but I don't like the price, and I don't like his style relative to the price. I'm going to end up with the 4 here, Quando, a horse that has tactical speed and turf sprints. There's nothing I love more than a horse that I know that can be forward in here. I'm getting a much better price than I am on Cyclonite. I'd want to be alive to the 1 and the 4. If I'm alive in multi-race wagers, I'd start multi-race wagers 1, 4, and 9. But I'll pick the 4.
I thought he got the wrong ride last time. I thought they gave up the lead too easily. I think they need to just go with him, you know? Better to go too fast in the front end than rate.
9-1. There's Jose Lezcano for Bruce Levine. With more, let's go to Acacia.
Yeah, I have always had a soft spot for Quando. He is a very cool and honest horse, and I agree. I do think that his best running is when he is able to control things on the front end. And in that chasing spot last time, for such a big horse, he just was never really able to get his feet underneath of him as well. And 2 starts back, he is a horse I think is kind of similar to what I was talking about with No Evidence. Absolutely did not handle that softer turf course. Not to mention, he didn't break as well that day either. He looks tremendous. Great energy for him too. Sometimes if he's a little bit dull acting, that's a negative for him. Not the case today. He is very bright, happy, energetic, and I imagine that he will be forward as Jose Lezcano does climb aboard and has ridden him in the past before. I'll take a shot though with the 2, Bosun, as he does come back off of a bit of a freshening, and I think he needed that freshening. Watching his recent races, he broke well in stalking spots, but just not really enough. He's warmed up very well out there on the track for Joe Sharp, and I know that his faster races have come against New York bred company, but sometimes giving a horse a little bit of time and bringing them back really is just what the doctor ordered. He's very fit off that freshening since January and has had his most recent work on the turf on the Oklahoma training track here at Saratoga. 9-2 right now on the board, Greg.
Maybe Andy's right. Maybe he is a horse for course. Part of that really hot start last summer for Joe Sharp. 2 wins. Those, as Acacia mentioned, though, Andy, against New York breds. 4 tries against open company since has struggled.
No, I don't disagree with any of that. And I'm not Mr. Horse for course. I don't love that. But up here, it seems to sometimes matter. And you cannot argue that the 2 best races this horse ran are the only 2 times that he ran here.
9-2 right now. We'll see if he can get back to some of that better form and freshened a bit.
Well, you're also not getting any value because of that horse for course angle, right? Because I think in looking at this race, does he really look like a 9-2 shot in here? Unless you feel like he just magically gets better at Saratoga, which he might, but he's got to run his good races from Saratoga to have a chance to win.
Well,
here.
His preparation has also been very good off the layoff. I mean, those workouts are good, and I'm not going to speak to the turf workout he used on the Oklahoma track over here, but the ones before that are very, very quick.
Meanwhile, it's been the 8 Gypsy Art, been favored JK throughout for Wesley Ward, and a horse who would love to see a healthy setup on the front end.
Yeah, look, don't listen to me, because I did not like a Wesley Ward runner yesterday, and that horse stuffed me into a locker, so maybe this one will do the same thing. I don't get why this horse is favored against this group.
I'm with you. And Wesley Ward with 6 starts and a win in 4 second and thirds, Wesley wins. You know, his horses win when they're bet.
Tough race here, sprinting on the lawn to kick off a pick 4 that has over $620,000 in the pool. We go upstairs on our Fox Sports 2 coverage. Frank Miramati, the call.
Thank you, Greg. Last one on the outside. No Evidence with Mission Improbable, and Oil Capital completes the line. And they're off. Quando broke very quickly, but there are several vying for the early lead as they run down the back stretch. And it is Grunge who is just as quick as Quando. These 2 duking it out, opening up 4 lengths. No Evidence comes away in 3rd. And then it's Bosun in 4th. Oil Capital on the outside 5th. Another couple of lengths. Forgiving Spirit is pushed along early, passed by Gypsy Art into the far turn. Then comes Mission Improbable, racing 3 lengths clear of the 2 trailers. And those 2 are Cyclonite on the inside of Sweeping Shadow. 21-2 for Quando. Quando in control at the top of the stretch, cuts the corner, leads it by 3. Bosun trying to get out. Grunge is still battling on bravely outside of them. Here's No Evidence, and No Evidence comes looking for the lead. Another 3 lengths behind them comes Gypsy Art, 16th pole. No Evidence in front, and No Evidence hand-ridden to score. Bosun was second. Photo for third between Grunge. And on the outside of Grunge, with a little bit of a late bid, was Mission Improbable.
3-win day for the back-to-back Eclipse Award-winning rider in those bright salmon silks. Flavien Prat, No Evidence for Miguel Clement.
You saw that horse being saddled on the walk, a little edgy in the paddock. He's been gelded, I think it was 3 starts ago, and has really shown some improvement since that's happened.
As is so often the case, the break was so important, right? So his break's great, and then Flavien finds himself in the garden spot, and John and I were sort of talking to the race, and both of us were like, he's in a good spot.
No, absolutely. He just kept kind of grinding away, and it's interesting, to see his antics, if you want to call it that, in the paddock leading up to the race. Just a little bit hard to saddle, and he comes out here, he gets the saddle on, and he's all business.
And what's good about what Acacia pointed out is that's who he is. So, if it was unusual for him, you might say it's a knock. But if he always acts like that, who cares?
Yeah, not a concern to see that behavior. Andy's point there, 9.72. Just, nice call. You get the win. Just missed your exacta play.
No, who'd I use? I used Grunge? No.
I thought you had 9-2.
No, I just said the 9 to win. I didn't bet any exact.
Oh, that's okay. My bad.
Yeah, last race. My exact, I think, finished 4th and nowhere in last race.
So you'll just take the win at 6-1. Well done.
More than happy with a 6-1.
I was trying to throw in a loss for him.
Well, I thought he was cheering for a 9-7.
I thought he was too. 9-2-7.
I was. I used the 2-7 and the 2 and 7 some exactas I played. The 7 was a bigger price. When they're bigger prices, the exactas pay more. I'm just trying to help you, Tom. Like I'd rather have 6 to 1 over 8 to 1 than 6 to 1 over 9 to 2. But I hit it.
All you got to do is own it.
Here's the
you
trip
said it during the
for
race.
Pratt. About 3 wide here.
I just got a delicious trip, And the key is the break. He broke and got that position. And if he doesn't win with that position, it's a terrible pick.
6-1 upset. There's No Evidence. Wins for the Miguel Clement barn. Reeves Thoroughbred Racing, Randy Hill. And again, that rider right there, 3 victories. There is Miguel. Well done. And more work to come, including in our main event later today. That's in the Grade 2 Bowling Green, when he will send out Carson's Run and line up against this one. Mike Maker, the new trim and slim down version, 60 pounds lighter. We need a new picture. Walks about 6 miles a day to get that new physique. And this one, he wants to do it on the front end. Oh, Crazy Bone. What a claim this horse has been for Mike Maker and company. Stay with us.
The joy of traveling well is feeling at home, yet a million miles away from home. Discovering new flavors, or savoring the ones you already love. Not knowing what lies beyond the horizon, but knowing what matters most to you. This is the joy of traveling well. Oceana Cruises.
Welcome back to Saratoga Live, brought to you in part by Mohegan Sun. All in for Mohegan, as No Evidence gets the win in race 7. Happy to be joined by winning trainer Miguel Clement. As Miguel, all of your efforts and bicep work in the paddock to saddle this horse paid off. He is tough, but all business out there.
Yeah, no, that was never in doubt, but it was impressive. He ran well here last season. I think he was 3rd in the quick call and the Mahoney. So he does have an affinity for Saratoga and firm turf.
How important was it getting back on firm turf versus the race that he ran in last time?
That is probably the only possible logical explanation for the abysmal performance the other day. But fortunately, the connections were patient, and they let us wait till we got a firm turf. And it paid us, reap the rewards today.
Still have Carson's run coming up in the Bowling Green. I know that you've been pleased with how he's been working coming back.
Yeah, without a doubt. He's better in his legs. He's training better. He's eating well. His works were very good. I've got 0 excuses today. I was incredibly disappointed, his last start. But I'm stretching him out in distance, and today is like every last stone unturned. And it's a big deal, the Bowling Green, because it's the prep for the Christophe Clement. So he needs to run well today.
I think you have a vested interest in that one. And you're smiling. That's good news.
Yeah, I'm always cheerful around you.
Always cheerful, Greg.
That would be quite a story, right? Sending this one to his late father's, the first running the Christophe Clement. He said, and obviously the horse training well, we just heard it there, but giving him every indication that he's back to his best. And this is a horse who had beat 3-time Grade 1 winner Deterministic on a couple of occasions.
Yeah, I still take the Deterministic in that fight.
No Evidence, $15.32 for the win to get the Miguel Clement barn going on a big day with Carson's run still to come. Race 9 on the main track. Out of the Wilson Chute, New York Breds, first level allowance race, and Tom Tricky Business monster debut, and then was thrown to the wolves in the Pegasus.
Yeah, I guess, but a tale of 2 horses. In Tricky Business' most recent start, broke from an outside post, kind of was lost out there, and never even got it going. And by the way, in his debut win, watching that as a trainer watching it, much the best, but kind of a grinding horse as he passed those horses. He gets blinkers today, and I think they recognize. I think George Weaver recognizes that and wants to get him in the game.
George wins a lot, obviously. Does great up here. I think it's worth noting that he has horrendous stats off of maiden wins in their debuts and their second starts. So I think a lot of them progress in the second start. The question is, can he get back to his first race?
Back to Monmouth, mile on the turf in this New Jersey bred allowance optional claiming race. Let's go to Megan.
And a lot of these New Jersey breds, Greg, have faced one another before. The current favorite, the number 6 Summer Flower for Mike Deeney. Last time out, just racing 3 wide with no cover and proceeding to be pinched back. I mean, it just had that, she had that late run, and precisely why she's being bet off of some of those troubled trips in the past. But she looked fantastic as far as getting to the dirt, as she did run on the getting to the turf, as she ran on the dirt last time out, and she does look like ultimately that's what she wants to do here. I had no issues with her from top to bottom. She is consistently quick, but this race, wasn't necessarily separated by the biggest of margins. So I thought taking 5-2 on her was a little precarious, but I do agree her last couple of races make her a player. The number 7 Easy World, it gets the blinkers on, as last time out, she was an interesting price horse in that Jersey Girl, where the winner was gone from that field after wiring on a slow pace, and she wasn't quite that far off of her. She just wasn't quite good enough late. She's 1 of 3 to come back. She finished well, kind of being tighter in that position in the race. And I do find, just looking at her, she's incredibly strong, puts herself in the mix, and you're getting a decently fair price up there. Not clicking over here to 7-2, currently up there for you guys at 3-1. Big bomb play, Rewall, the number 5. I thought was a little bit of an interesting price in against way too tough last time out in the Grade 3 Eatontown. And I will say she does come from off of it. She's going to need some pace to set up in front of her, but I do find she'll get a little bit in this race. There's about 3 or 4 horses that look to go. I do find she's interesting off of the class relief, Greg, but an interesting finale to start the day. We're surely excited that the Naira Bets app now available to these Garden State residents.
Yeah, indeed. Go to NairaBets.com, get signed up, started. It is Summer Flower, the one to beat here on the lawn to close things out at the Jersey Shore, Tom.
Yeah, look, this is an interesting race. Jersey breds going a mile on the turf. you want to talk about a puzzle, I can say this one is definitely that.
I don't know how much you guys looked at this race. Easy World, though, coming out of a stake. I know it was a Jersey-bred stake, that Jersey girl. And now getting blinkers. The horse could be forward anyway, though. Not intriguing at 7-2?
Let me tell you something about equipment changes as far as trainers go. When a trainer is making an equipment change, 99% of the time it's because they're not happy with something. They're looking to make a change. So Easy World, although, you know, a favorite here, or second choice, excuse me, the equipment change makes me stop and pause on it.
My question to you, Tom, in that vein, you're saying just a lot of times it's kind of desperation, right?
Yes. Yeah. You're looking for something different in the performance.
Matt Dinnerman with the call. Here is the 8th and finale on this Saturday afternoon from the Jersey Shore.
Lydia Rose, post position number 4. Lydia Rose goes in. 2-back Rewall, Golden Ring, and to the outside, Delightful Ava. We're ready to go. In the finale, they're off, and a very slow start from Easy World. Slow getaway from Delightful Ava, but even slower was Easy World, who basically dwelt at the start. She got out of the gate, but she's well behind her early. 1 lap to go. Lydia Rose is on the lead. Garden Gal taking the 2nd position. I Can Explain sets up shop right behind in the 3rd position going into the turn. Creative Stuff is next in a strung out group rounding the clubhouse turn. Golden Ring in midfield today, 2 clear of point to that star. Another length and a half to Delightful Ava. Then comes Summer Flower, well off the speed. Easy World has passed one runner, that being Rewall, at the back of the field here, probably 18 lengths behind. They approach the backstretch run, and Lydia Rose strings them out, goes quickly here, and leads by a little less than 2. Garden Gal in 2nd. Creative Stuff sent upon from the inside of her. Length and a half to I Can Explain in the 4th position, going kindly within 4 lengths of the lead. 5 lengths ahead of Golden Ring, and then comes Delightful Ava on the outside. Point to that star next. Summer Flower, Easy World, 3rd last and 2nd to last respectively. Easy World being asked to pick up the pace, well clear of Rewall as they go into the far turn. Lydia Rose into that turn, still clear. A length and a half. Creative Stuff 2nd. Garden Gal calls it an afternoon. I Can Explain moving up 3 wide at the quarter pole, but she's sent upon. Golden Ring hugs the rail as they come off the turn. She's got some horse here as they come down the lane. Lydia Rose trying to cling on to the lead. Golden Ring is asked for her best down on the inside in a tight spot. Couldn't get through. She has to tap on the brakes. Creative Stuff alongside now. Creative Stuff going to the lead. Now Summer Flowers coming from the back of the field. She's unleashed and she's moving fast. Summer Flower on the outside reels in Creative Stuff to win it late. A well-timed ride there, and it was Summer Flower and Francisco Martinez over Creative Wall and Kendry Rivera. Point to that star, Golden Ring, 3rd and 4th.
The favorite, Summer Flower, to close things out on this finale here at Monmouth Park. We're going to go back to the beginning. Keep your eyes on the 7. It was making that equipment change, putting the blinkers on.
Didn't help.
Tossing that head around at the
Look,
gate.
I don't know how much. They're probably going to look at that.
They should look at this and make sure, at the very least, he wasn't being held.
Let's assume that that's not the issues. Oftentimes, the generalization is blinkers on will make a horse a little bit quicker because he's more focused on what's happening straight ahead. But when a horse has run as many times as Easy World has, 17, and finally goes to blinkers, sometimes it does just the opposite. You know, it causes them to be hesitant in what they do.
The other thing, you know, you said to me around the 3/16 to 8th pole, you said these horses are gasping for air up front, and that's when we both looked and said, I think the 6 may get up here.
Back to New York for race 9, and time to play Bet the Favorite, Beat the Favorite with Tom Amos.
Yeah, I'm going to be the contrarian here. So our favorite is Tricky Business at 6-5 currently, and you know, this is we talked about this horse. He's had 2 starts. His first was very impressive, but when you watch that race on tape and watch that horse clear the rest of those maidens, state-bred maidens at that, it's kind of a grind. The next start, not a good performance at all. We just talked about change of equipment. Well, here it is. George Weaver is putting blinkers on. Tricky Business. He's looking for something a little different out of the gate, a more focused horse. Maybe he gets it, but at 6-5, I'm playing against.
You're risking it up here with Kenshin over here. He's not going to be happy about this.
Would you say this? Surprised how big a number this horse is right now on the board?
You know, I spoke to the morning line maker because I had liked the 4 and he had the 2 at 2-1 and 5-2, and I was surprised. And he texted me and said, if I had more time to do it or do it over again, I would have made the 2 even money.
I'm not far off from that right now, but you're getting 9-2 as a result on Toscano. Mike Maker Barn, who has old Crazy Bone to come. Stay with us.
Olympiad gets the gold in the Jockey Club Gold Cup.
Now bid it at $410,000. There's your winner, $410,000. $400,000.
Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the NyraBets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch and bet on live horse racing from over 300 tracks worldwide. Get expert picks, play live money betting contests, and boost your bankroll with daily promotions. NyraBets is the official betting partner of Saratoga Racecourse. Sign up now. New members use promo code SPA200 to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with NyraBets.
Some horses are remembered, other horses are passed down like an heirloom. He's the kind of horse that lives in stories, each better than the one before. He ran 3 straight years at the highest level, and he himself was elite.
Who's it gonna be? It's gonna be National Treasure.
Has opened up a 5-length advantage. So 1-horse race.
National Treasure, the key to quality.
Tonight on America's Day at the Races, join us for special coverage of the 50th edition of the Meadowlands Pace and Samantha Perry live from Prairie Meadows for the Iowa Derby. Tonight, America's Day at the Races, 8 Eastern on FS1.
Get your ticket to the longest season in Saratoga history. Season tickets and season passes are on sale now for 46 days of action at Saratoga beginning Friday, July 3rd. Lock in your summer plans at NYRA.com/Saratoga.
Back with you. Thanks for spending your weekend with us here on Saratoga Live. 12 minutes away from race 9 coming up. Mile on the main track out of the Wilson Chute as we look at the favorite, Tricky Business. Trainer George Weaver, Flavian Pratt trying to add a 4th on the afternoon. 6-5 right now. And this was the big debut, Andy.
And listen, he ran terrific that day. I mean, there's just no 2 ways about it. Both horses that he beat are in this field. They both came back to win. Now, to be fair, they ran 4 Beyer points and 6 Beyer points slower, which I think is an indication that maybe the race wasn't quite as good as the 87 Beyer. But I'll say something about King Pharaoh's last race. It was a generous 6-1. I don't know if he wants a mile, but he ran extremely well in his last race despite the figure going down, because that was a pace that completely collapsed and he was right on top of it. I don't know if he wants the mile, but I wonder, is that race as good as an 87 Beyer? But even if he runs an 82, isn't he the horse to beat?
6-5 right now. Let's go to Acacia.
And we'll take a look at your heavy favorite in the number 2, Tricky Business. Getting blinkers on, as Tom mentioned, an equipment change off of a poor performance, and just a shortcut cheater blinker being added here today. But he is sharp, especially once they got the tack on. He came into the paddock with earplugs, which they did take out when they saddled him. And since then, especially once those blinkers went on, he has gotten really on his toes, 2 handlers on his head trying to keep him settled. So given his demeanor, I like the cutback to the mile for him. He's a kind of handier, almost lighter frame type of build, incredibly fit, and he was impressive when winning first time out. I do think that today is a real litmus test for him. Was he just ready to win early on and well cranked up for his debut, or is there really a lot of ability in there? And I think we'll learn a lot more about him today, as he did not break last time, really hesitated at the start, and I think that put him up against it. Looking at a couple of his foes, the 6 Sunday Boy goes back to the dirt. I've always had a soft spot for this horse. He kind of shows up no matter what type of race he's in, and he has run well going a mile on the dirt before behind Talk to Me Jimmy, who was a New York Bred Stakes type of horse. Coming out of a couple of turf tries, his most recent dirt effort, which was off of a layoff, he was behind the very speedy Skull Coast Folly. I have always slightly preferred him on turf, but as I said, he handles both surfaces quite well, and he's much sharper today as well. By far the fittest he has looked since coming back here in 2026. The 7 Judge Boucher finished second behind Tricky Business, 2 back. He got his own win last time out. I think being drawn to the outside is a benefit for him. If you look back at his races, he is a horse that I think does not like kickback. He was climbing early on when not breaking that quickly last time out. What climbing refers to is that they're moving more up and down versus forward, not really lowering their heads, and he is a bit of a high-headed runner. Once he was taken out into the clear, he did run on a bit more. So I expect him to, with that outside post, have that kind of trip once again, which coming out from the Wilson chute, we'll see if he is able to save any ground and stay in the clear, Greg.
All right, thank you, Acacia. 9 minutes away. We'll get to our post parade shortly. Back at Horseshoe, Indianapolis, Grade 3 Indiana Derby. 3-year-olds at a mile and a 16th, $300,000 purse still to come. 6:40 Eastern start time. We'll bring it to you on our coverage a little bit later on this Saturday afternoon. Bricklin, Desert Gate for Bob Baffert both come out as we check in for more on this one with Michelle Yu.
Well, Greg, we've talked a little bit about the favorite, the fresh face. We talked about the up-and-comer out of the woods, but maybe you're looking for something else, and there's a pair of Louisiana breds you might want to look at. The first one is our money man. He was runner-up to Further Ado in the Mount Win in his last start, but the other one has been decimating Louisiana breds, and that is Creole Chrome. He just comes out of this amazing race last time out at Evangeline, where he won by 18 lengths. I know it was Louisiana breds, but anytime a horse wins by that much, he's going to get a confidence boost. He's going to feel great about himself. It gives the connections a confidence boost, and it just gets a really good race into a horse. It's not easy to win a race by that much, and while he's done his best running by far and away against his state-bred company, he has tried open company before, and we were just speaking about Further Ado. In fact, he finished behind Further Ado in the Bluegrass. He was beaten 14 lengths that day, but Further Ado won by 11, so I feel like it's kind of an off-kilter way to see how far he got beat. He's a horse that's tried graded stakes to no avail, but this is going to be a little bit easier field than he has faced in his other couple of races, and if he brings any kind of that form like he did last time against those Louisiana breds, he could be a danger in here to a horse like Leading Change, who is first-time versus winners and first-time around of ground. We know Creole Chrome wants the 2 turns.
Yeah, Creole Chrome, that was first time blinkers off. And Joe Sharp said just really got that horse to relax and saw just a totally different horse. Look forward to that Indiana Derby still to come. Thank you, Michelle. Summer Flower closing things out at Monmouth. There was a dead heat for third. 6-1, the 2 and the 9 dead heat for third. $4.40 on your favorite. Francisco Martinez for Mike Dini owns and trains 5-year-old mare Summer Flower to close things out at the Jersey Shore as we get back to our post parade coming up. Here, race 9 at Saratoga, where Tom's trying to beat the favorite. And that price starting to come down on Toscano. And JK, fairly deep waters off a maiden win to go to, a prep for bigger things to come. Obviously, a Haskell prep in that Pegasus for the 2.
Yeah, I mean, look, obviously you win like that first out. You give the trainer and the connection some confidence to take a chance like that. Broke a little bit slow, didn't work out there. You come back here, you run in this spot, try to get that confidence level back up. If the real Tricky Business, the one we saw in debut, shows up or improves, and Tricky Business could be tough. I just think there's a couple of others, maybe just one other, that makes it a little bit interesting when you're trying to find someone to bet on to win.
Here comes our post parade, and we will start with As You Chase Me, Big Price Inside.
Big Price Inside because it's a big class raise in the case of the one horse.
Even money, Tricky Business off that big debut.
You got Randy Hill Silks, those salmon silks on a Vacoma. That all makes sense.
That man looking for number 4, Flavian Pratt. Here is Toscano at 7-2.
Yeah, I mean, this is where I'm going to land just because of the price. I mean, if I'm going to get 7-2 on this one, I certainly am not going to line up to try to beat the 2 in here, but I think the 4 offers some value.
King Pharaoh, Rob Falcone Jr. with Dylan Davis.
Yeah, I think this horse wants to be up front, see how far they can take it.
There's Sunday Boy, Jimmy Ryerson.
I have no idea why this horse is 4-1.
Maybe it's the Jose Ortiz factor.
Maybe it is.
And Blues fans may know this reference, Judge Boucher.
Well, if they do, good for them. But, I mean, look, with Judge Boucher, blinkers on the last 2. I think we saw big improvement there. Step up after breaking his maiden. But you know what? Not a horse without a chance at 5-1.
Good night.
Our AI-assisted wagering tool recommending this play. Wager says $2 daily double. So Tricky Business and Toscano to the bowling green with Soleil Volant for Graham Motion. No Fort George. Wow, Carson's Run and Minaret Station.
What it's saying to me, I think, is that they believe the 1 and the 4 are overbet in the next race.
Good luck, all. 4 minutes to post here in race 9. We'll have it for you when we come back.
Every 2-year-old champion has precocity, but only one can be called fierce.
Fierceness!
Brilliant at 2.
A powerhouse win!
Dominant at 3.
Fierceness is putting on a show in Hallandale today! Fierceness to win the Travers!
Tenacious at 4.
Fierceness has won the Pacific Classic!
All the makings of a champion. Fierceness. New to Coolmore America.
Back with you, minute to post here at the premier meet in the country for race 9 on Saturday on Saratoga Live. Out of the Wilson chute, mile distance, this New York bred entry level allowance, and King Pharaoh significant here, JKY.
Yeah, I mean, King Pharaoh does have some speed. And that last performance, you have to take that into account, especially in a small field like this. The final figure came back a little bit light compared to what I think most would expect from the 2 Tricky Business or the 4 Toscano. That's the biggest issue that I see there. And then you got that University of Miami U on the back there. That's all right.
I thought he ran very well, surviving a pace that just basically fell apart. Irish Goodbye, I think, was the favorite, came from way back in there, as did Hurricane. He was actually a little closer, I think, but I thought he ran very well in the Conquest race. I just don't know if he can get a mile.
Let's go to Acacia.
The mile is the question, I think, for King Pharaoh, but I do know that his trainer, Rob Falcone, is convinced that he does want to go a bit longer, as he ran the mile coming back off the layoff for a horse that had been training incredibly well, and he just looks so much more fit. Second time off the layoff, last time out, got the job done. I agree with a very strong effort. He looks even better today. He has continued to develop and progress, and seeing him in the face of his competition here, I'm more optimistic about him getting the mile than I initially was on paper. He had a spirited warm-up out there, and I do expect him to be forward. I too, though, liked Toscano, all of us, on him, as he came off of a nearly year layoff last time out. And as you can even see with the way that he's put together, he is a big, solid individual, and he got quite hot last time, which often can lead you to surmise that they probably need a race off the layoff. And he still ran okay, where Longpour ran an exceptionally fast race that day. I think he's going to be even better second off the bench, warmed up really nicely, and should really benefit from that last start, Greg.
Mike Maker with Toscano here in race 9, and he'll send out the one to catch in the grade 2 Bowling Green next. That'll be old Crazy Bone from the inside post in our main event on this Saturday card to come.
Yeah, look, he's a big chance here with Toscano. I mean, when I look at this race, you know, and you're talking about Tricky Business again, the favorite. I know we've kind of harped on our opinions on that horse, but every single horse in this race has already accomplished what he's done. You look at this 6 horse, Sunday Boy. Take away the last 2 races on the grass. You've got a stake sprinting. He broke his maiden in a stake. His form is very attractive in terms of
Sunday Boy.
Yeah, Sunday
At
Boy.
4-1.
Well, I mean, he's got a real chance here, and I think he gets a lot of speed up front.
I'll get him in the winner's circle. I think he's massively overbet because of what Greg said, because Jose Ortiz is riding him. And by the way, looking at doubles with the heavy favorite, Maker's a heavy favorite in the next race.
Interesting. We'll get to that Bowling Green next. First things first, race 9. Out of this Wilson chute, the favorite, Tricky Business. Can he get back to that debut performance for the George Weaver barn? Let's go upstairs. Frank Miramati, the call.
Judge Boucher, the last one to load. And it was a clean start for Sunday Boy. As you chase me along the inside is Flashing Speed 2. Those two hook up with Judge Boucher, a length and a half back in third. That group followed by Tricky Business. King Pharaoh off the pace in 5th, but only 4 lengths off the lead, a gap of 5. Back to Toscano as the field swings on to the backstretch. And it is Sunday Boy with a short lead, the opening quarter mile in 25 seconds flat. So it is Sunday Boy leading by chest ahead with Judge Boucher up alongside. Then 3 across the track. Widest of all is King Pharaoh, Tricky Business, As You Chase Me inside of that pair. And a gap of 4. Toscano is at the back of the field. They've gone through a half mile now, and it's still Sunday Boy in front, just leading by a neck. The half went in 48 2/5 seconds around the far turn. Judge Boucher keeping him company throughout. These two are head and head as they come toward the quarter pole. It's 3 lengths back. King Pharaoh is set down. Tricky Business still very much in the thick of it, 4th, but 3 lengths off the lead. Needs to pick it up now as the field turns for home. Sunday Boy and Judge Boucher. Sunday Boy cuts the corner, leads it a half length. Judge Boucher just keeps on grinding with him. King Pharaoh is in 3rd. They're in the final furlong, and Sunday Boy is in front by a length. Judge Boucher will not surrender. He's 3/4 back, giving it a final try. Sunday Boy just a little too strong. Another for Jose Ortiz on the front end. Sunday Boy by almost 2. Judge Boucher was 2nd, King Pharaoh 3rd, 4th to As You Chase Me.
14 at the meet for Jose Ortiz. Decides to go to the front on a horse we've never seen in front.
I mean, this race was won in the first quarter of a mile. That was a pedestrian opening quarter of a mile. It makes it so hard for everyone to catch up when the horses on the lead, which were the 6 and the 7, are setting a pedestrian pace. And even if you don't know pace, you watch this group down the backside, you can see how closely they're bunched.
Who got left? The 5 got left. The 4 got left. I get it. I don't know how, and I didn't like the horse at all. I don't care. The 4 ran like garbage. He couldn't have won anyway. But when horses that have the least speed in the field end up walking on the front end,
and they walked,
it's impossible for me as a handicapper to know what. I just throw up my arms in disbelief because
so look how close
you
that
cannot
group
make
is, you
this horse
guys.
in front in this race. And I know the 5 got left, and obviously that changed things, but it's a little strange what just happened here. Sorry.
Yeah, I just want to point out again, look how close that group is. If you don't know time and you don't know pace, when you see horses that closely bunched together, you can almost be assured that they're going very slow on the front end.
25 and change. I mean, that was crawling.
And so that's going to make it hard to catch up. And nobody caught up to these two.
Well, to be fair, the first quarter in the mile races is always very slow because there's not a lot of run up and they go around the turn. It's usually 24 and change. And they heated up in the second quarter, which they did in 23:34, the second quarter. So they heated up a little bit, but you're right. The first quarter's a joke, but the problem with that is that I didn't like this horse at all. I could never bet him. They ran the race again. He would not win. But you cannot, if you're handicapping, you're trying to predict how races are going to be run. And when a horse who's clearly the slowest horse early is in front, I don't know how you pick a winner. I guess you just bet jockeys.
So much for that conversation we had before the race where I was telling you his form is actually quite
I get it.
good
You
when
like
you look
it.
through it.
I still don't agree with you. I believe this horse won because this race was run in such an aberrationally weird way. There's no way to predict, in my opinion, what just took place here.
Oh, look, part of it was a couple of horses didn't break like they were supposed to break, and that all bets are off.
And I'm going to say something else. Jose Ortiz is embarrassing some of these guys. And frankly, they should be watching what he's doing and ask themselves, why am I not riding like Jose?
Did he not take a move sort of out of the Flavien Prat book of riding here?
No question about it. He made these guys look foolish.
Went to the front on a horse who has never been in front. A little assist, too, with a couple of quicker horses who did not break all that great. And 14 and counting, 2-win day for the Meets leading rider, Jose Ortiz. Still to come, live coverage on Indiana Derby Day with that big one still ahead from Shelbyville, Indiana with Michelle Yu when we return.
A surging debut at 2, an international tour de force, an explosive winner of 2 sire-making Grade 1 races.
Raging Torrent running the race of his life. And Raging Torrent and Frankie Dettori cruise to victory in the Malibu. Raging Torrent's coming out party is in the Metropolitan Handicap.
Raging Torrent, the next wave in the Lane's End stallion-making tradition.
This is where it all begins.
These are the recruits for next year. They're going to be part of our roster, part of our team.
The pavilion, it was jam-packed. It has remained jam-packed.
Phenomenal feeling in the pavilion, on the grounds, in the back ring.
You have a chance to make 5, 10, 100x. Big sale with a lot of quantity, but they're going to sell over 4,000 horses here.
We had quality racehorses today, I believe, that will go on and we'll be reading about in years to come.
Keeneland Sale, you got to be here.
In the racing game, there's always a dark horse. This is Proxy. Not just a dark horse. He's a tall, dark, and handsome horse. 2 wins at 2.
Here comes Proxy.
2 turns after that. Big days, bright lights.
All class Proxy.
His first yearlings are selling now. Move over to the dark side.
Some places stay with you and make you want to relive every moment. These are the places you want to get lost in. The ones that feed your curiosity, blow your mind, and tempt fate. Places that make you keep coming back. Because every time you're there, anything feels possible.
Welcome back to Saratoga Live as we saw Sunday Boy winning on a Saturday. Second win today for jockey Jose Ortiz, who joins me now. Jose, I kind of made a joke, wanted to ask how you ended up on the lead, and you said, I was wondering the same thing.
Yeah, honestly, on paper, he didn't look like he was the speed today, but he broke clean and just let him do his thing. I wasn't going to take him back. He was traveling good into the turn, so I let him make the turn and make a decision after, and I end up on the lead.
How important is it to just break running?
When you break clean, you got options. So it fall to my lap, the lead, so I took it, and we get to the wire first.
Well done, you, for a very cool horse. But you're not done yet. Coming up in the Bowling Green, you'll be aboard Minaret Station for Will Walden for the first time. Will, pretty confident that this horse should handle the stretch out. What are your thoughts looking at the race?
Yeah, I think it's a very nice horse. He's been running with Laginos. I've been riding Laginos in every race he ran. I worked the horse a bunch of times, so I kind of know him. But yeah, it's a tough race with the Euro coming here. I think he can handle the distance. He's been running great in Dubai against very tough company on Rebel Romans, and we like our horse. We like our chances today.
Well, best of luck there. Congratulations here.
Thank you, Kasia.
And I think it's safe to say, Greg, he does his homework.
All the great ones do. $10.50 for the win Sunday, boy. This is becoming one of the great starts in Saratoga history. 14 wins
in 6 days.
Over 6 days of racing. We're not even done
even
yet.
6 days.
And obviously, Irad back last year had 17 wins over 9 days. Pratt 12 wins over 9 days. This is incredible.
Now, to be fair, in all seriousness, then Jose's riding great. Had Irad been here, they have the same agent. Irad probably wins, maybe 5 of those races, and so it's I'm not knocking what he's doing. He's riding great, but I think it's also a factor that his brother's not here and they have the same agent.
Main event, Grade 2, Bowling Green, presented by Emerald Evocations. Mile and 3/8, 3 turns over the inner turf. And it is JK, old Crazy Bone. Speed from the inside with that big win at Kentucky Downs. Terrific claim from Mike Maker. Claim for $100,000 and wound up winning over $1.5 million last year.
Yeah, well, the thing about it is that race at Kentucky Downs obviously was his best race. However, the one that really impresses me that is helping me lean so hard on old Crazy Bone today is that the comeback race going a distance that he does not want to go. He ran so well in there. It's screaming that once he gets now to this distance that he does want, in a trip where he's going to have a nice, comfortable trip from the inside, or at least he should, should be very hard to beat.
I mean, if he's not in front, something went badly wrong. I agree with everything you said.
Yeah, mile and a 16th is not, Tom, what he wants to do, and Mike Maker's still incredibly encouraged with what he saw from him in that comeback race.
Yeah, look, you guys talked about the great claim Mike Maker made. Look, Mike Maker is so good at claiming horses and improving them on the grass. When he was claiming a horse here and there off of me, if their next start was on grass, I had my fingers down to the cuticles of my fingernails.
And Mike knew in claiming that horse for 100, he could run 4th in Kentucky Downs in that race with those crazy purses there and get the money back. So he clearly claimed that horse with that race in mind.
A master of, getting horses under his care and turning them into marathoners on the grass. Here's cross-country Big 5 begins with the Jonathan B. Schuster Memorial. Race 10 at Horseshoe Indy, mile and a 16th on the turf, which is I thought, incredibly wide open. Public does not. Wadsworth 3-2 favorite right now for trainer Brad Cox with the man who has not been here at Saratoga. He returns tomorrow, Irad Ortiz Jr.
Yeah, these horses take a lot of money, especially with Horseshoe Indy.
Let's take a look at our post for this race named in honor of the former vice president and GM of racing, passed away back in 2019, John Schuster. And here's the one, Vote No for Kelsey Danner.
Yeah, so with Vote No, I mean, here we're looking at Kelsey Danner, who has done a great job on the grass as well, and a younger trainer that's coming up.
Mike Maker, Fernando De La Cruz on the 2, Judge Davis.
Yeah, this horse was a short price last time, was trying to close into a slow pace and just came up a little bit short.
17-1. Meanwhile, the favorite for Brad Cox next door with Irad Ortiz Jr.
Yeah,
again, we get our
speed.
first look at Saratoga coming up on Sunday, Wadsworth.
Yeah, tactical speed is the key to a real good horse. And Wadsworth has the ability to position wherever he wants based on what happens up front.
A little tough to make the case for noises off.
Yeah, I got a setup last time. I don't love horses off of races where they got setups.
Good play. Another from the Brad Cox barn. Here's Encino.
I think this is the horse that goes to the front. He's last year's winner of the Schuster, so he's a defending champ, and he likes it up there.
Higgins Boat, not a player, 10-1.
Came from
used to be my horse.
Out of it. Did he?
Yeah, claimed off of me for $80K.
Are you biting your? Are you chewing your fingernails?
I'm rooting. I'm rooting
I don't
for
see
him.
I don't see Mike Maker's name next to him.
Clever mischief here for Brendan Walsh.
Yeah, look, when it comes to grass racing, Brendan Walsh, I mean, he's a great trainer all the way around, but I think he does some great work on the grass.
Another big number on a horse who just ran a big effort for Joe Sharp, Seminole Chief.
Yeah, making a second start for Joe Sharp, ran well that time. Joe had him switched away from Jack Sisterson, who had him sprinting in that last start, and then Joe tried to go a little bit further.
Back class for a horse that usually does his best work going a lot longer. Balnikov.
Yeah. Tremendous back class here, and that last race was actually better than it appeared.
And Baby Max to round things out. Another for Kelsey Danner.
Yeah, another one that's drawn outside. Likely going to lose some ground around here. Doesn't have enough tactical speed to be able to get over and save too much ground.
Let's go to Michelle Yu.
Well, guys, watching these horses in the paddock, I was actually looking at Wadsworth, not thinking he was going to be as heavy of as a favorite as he is in here. And I was talking to Brad Cox about Encino, thinking that he would take a lot of play based on his win last year. And he immediately herded me over to Wadsworth. So he must have had the ear of all the gamblers out here. You know, he was coming out of that race, the allowance, and he said it was a really tough race, but it's hard for me to back a horse as the favorite who hasn't won a race in several years. He's run well at Indiana previously. He was runner-up, only beaten a nose in the Caesars back in 2023. And Brad told me this horse has been tricky because as a 2-year-old, he actually thought he was going to be a Derby type horse, although his mom is a turf stakes winner. So, you know, it's definitely down the road from what their expectations were. I am surprised that Encino's not taking more money. He was cross-headed in the dirt race, and I asked Brad why, and he said he just wanted to take a look at the pace scenario in there. So I did ask him, are you thinking to be on the pace in here? And he said he thinks Higgins' boat is going to be faster, and he's content to let Higgins' boat go and then sit off of him. He said Encino does not need the lead. When he won this race last year, he came from off of it, so he is happy for him to sit a rating spot. On paper, I also thought the 10 Baby Max was intriguing. The bettors don't like this one at all. 13-1 right now for Kelsey Danner, but he's just been knocking on the door lately in some of these allowance races where I feel like he could certainly get some piece in here. I mean, he's at 13 outs, 3 wins, 5 runner-up finishes. He has to come from off the pace. I think that's going to be his biggest enemy in here because there's so many horses that have a little bit more tactical ability, and I feel like they all finish well. So this horse really is going to have to finish with a rush to get up there, but he could certainly pick up a piece. It's crazy he's been running as frequently as he has because when you look at him, he's a big old chunk. He carries a ton of condition out here. He was acting up just a little bit, although it looks like as they come onto the turf course, he has calmed down. So we're at post time right now, a really interesting lineup for the Jonathan Schuster Memorial, mile and a 16th here on the firm turf course.
All right, Michelle, thank you. And here we go. Coming onto the turf course, 7-5 favorite, Wadsworth, Brad Cox. And he's got, of course, the horse who won it last year as well, trying to do it again, Encino, but Encino the bigger price today.
And Encino the bigger the price. I think what Brad said about pace scenario and Higgins' boat making the purse, I think that's going to happen. Declan Cannon rode Higgins' boat for me back in the day, and he knows that horse well, and he knows that horse runs well on the front end.
Comeback race off a short layoff. You know, length of 3/4 last time out, but you know, certainly know he has some big races in him. And he's gonna be forward. 4-1 right now on Encino. Stablemate though, the favorite 7-5 with a Rat Ortiz Jr. Jonathan B. Schuster Memorial from Horseshoe Indy. Let's go to John Dooley for the call.
Mischief went in well. Rat Ortiz with Wadsworth. Seminole Chief, Junior Alvarado, already with a couple of handicap wins on the card. Evan Roman with Noises Off. Mario Gutierrez with Balnikov. Axel Concepcion and Encino, like Wadsworth, both for Brad Cox. The Royal Blue of Godolphin. Here comes Encino. The mile and a 16th course here firm. One more. Adam Eskitsa with Baby Max. Wadsworth, 3-2 favorite. Course firm, this field with 49 wins between them. 12-1 on Baby Max. Course was upgraded from good to firm here on Indiana Derby Day, and Baby Max to make up the 10. Wadsworth and Encino, the Godolphin 2, now joint 2-1 favorites. They're in the gate. We're locked up. And they're off for the Jonathan B. Schuster Memorial. Encino
Toward the inside, Judge Davis is also vying for the early lead, but it's Encino who leans out for Axel Concepcion. Judge Davis toward the inside, and the Gray Seminole Chief is right up there with Encino as they make their way toward the first turn. Higgins' boat is running in fourth. Clever Mischief in fifth as they make their way into the first turn. Vote No is next in sixth. Baby Max in seventh. Wadsworth is a settled eighth. Then comes Nizazov and further back to Balnikov. They round the first turn, and it's Encino who's taken charge of the pace with Axel Concepcion, the quarter for Encino. 22.66 seconds. Encino charts the course for the run to the half-mile pole. Nice and easily out in front of Seminole Chief, who follows the leader there for Junior Alvarado. Toward the inside is Judge Davis, right there, staying planted to the rail, running in third. Higgins' boat in fourth. Clever Mischief in fifth. Vote No is sixth. Baymax in seventh. And then comes Wadsworth, who's in eighth position. And toward the inside for Ira Ortiz. Wadsworth in behind horses as they enter the far turn. 7 lengths off of Encino as they go to the far side of the Caesars course. And then come further back to Noises Off, and finally the Irish-bred Balnikov has trailed. They round the far turn, half mile, 47.09 seconds, 3/4 a tick over 1:11. They come past the quarter pole, and they've closed ranks on Encino. Seminole Chief is right there. Clever Mischief with Higgins both, and Wadsworth, the other in the Godolphin blue, is moving up toward the inside as Seminole Chief runs at Encino. They're going nose to nose for the final half furlong, and then on the outside is Baby Max, who's showing up at the finish. It's another for Junior Alvarado. Seminole Chief over Baby Max in a driving finish. Wadsworth joined at the line. Then Encino with Vote No, and Clever Mischief was right there too.
Seminole Chief, surprising how big a number this runner was. Joe Sharp, Junior Alvarado.
Yeah, look, I mean, this is a horse that came out of a race that was a winning race, and sometimes confidence is built by winning. Okay, that race was maybe a lesser class race than this, but that's when you see horses step up, particularly on the turf.
Back to Saratoga. So we get set for this Grade 2 Bowling Green presented by Emerald Ecovations, and there's Fort George, not the favorite, 3-1 right now.
That blows my mind, but apparently you guys don't think he should have been a strong favorite as I do.
Time to play Bet the Favorite.
Again?
Beat the Favorite. How'd that work out last time?
Pretty good.
Let's do it again.
Let's do it. So our favorite is Old Crazy Bones. I am beating the favorite, Old Crazy Bones. I just think that this European horse, bred in Europe, I'm talking about Fort George, the 4-horse, bred to do exactly what they're going to do today, go a marathon distance on the grass, has got him over a barrel. Jonathan?
Can we run the graphic again? I'm going to bet the favorite.
There you go.
Tom's going to beat the favorite. He's going to try to bet the 4 Fort George. But like we've been talking about, kind of my A-train horse. I always joke when you ride the A-train into Aqueduct, people always ask us that are on TV, who do we like? This would be my answer all day, the 1 Old Crazy Bone. I'm going to bet the favorite. But I need the animation. I need the animation. If I'm going to do this,
you deserve the whole thing.
I want the animation.
Do you want a drum roll too?
I would like, please do that. I'm going to bet the favorite. No, look, we talked about this. I think this horse's race at Kentucky Downs is probably the best race that we've seen from any of these horses. He came back in a comeback race going much shorter than he wanted to run and ran extremely well, doing something he didn't want to do. Now he's back in a race where he's going to get the distance that he wants. He's got a rider who's going to take advantage that there's not a lot of pace in here. He's got some tactical speed. I feel like it'll be a wire-to-wire win for Flavien Prat down on the inside.
He's got the inside post, and he's got a man with 3 wins already today. Let's go to Acacia for more.
And taking a look at Fort George, definitely one of the more intriguing runners coming in on today's card as he does make his stateside debut for trainer Ed Walker. Yes, 2 starts back, he did run second behind the remarkable talent, globe-trotting Rebels Romance, and gave him, yes, a little bit of a scare there in the stretch as he was right there, just second best. Let's remember, though, that was the first race for Rebels Romance since the Breeders' Cup, his first race of the year and off of the layoff, so that would have been the time maybe to try and find a chink in the armor. And Fort George had been wintering in Dubai, where that had been the plan. He arrived here in Saratoga at the end of June, so has had plenty of time to acclimate coming in for this race, about 10 days or so, or closer to 2 weeks. He's quite sharp here in the paddock. He does have that red hood, meaning they'll take it off before the race. He's been very energetic from the moment that he came in. One thing I did notice about his last race in the Dubai Turf, where he was well beaten behind another talented runner in Amundsen, and even in the race 2-back too, is that he had a wide trip and that he was running without cover. I don't know if it's because he's a horse that gets a bit keen and wants to be forward, but sometimes, and it's not common to see European turf horses do that, they like to kind of settle in, get behind horses, switch off. He does not really seem to be that type. Maybe that will translate well here to American racing. Now, the number one, Old Crazy Bone, as we've discussed, does seem to have a pace advantage from the inside. He was not the quickest last time, but was forwardly placed behind Dresden Rowe, who kind of kicked on, and he ran on a bit with him. But it was his first race off the bench, and he probably is better going longer, as Mike Maker has had so much success with these types of horses, and he's built like a horse that wants more distance as well. Length to his frame, but a really solid individual as well. A horse that's now, as a 6-year-old, with that 101 Beyer speed figure at Kentucky Downs, going 1.5 miles. He looks tremendous second off the bench, and I know with his tactics, that's why we're seeing him favored, Greg, but he backs it up in the paddock as well.
6-5. Thank you. Okay, so let's go back to his shining moment since being claimed for $100,000 for Mike Maker and company. And it was this Grade 2 Turf Cup. He beat Tawny Port, who punched his ticket to Melbourne.
It's not, I'm going to get back to something we were just talking about. That's the brilliance of this claim. Mike Maker absolutely claimed, knowing there was this huge purse in these sort of random Kentucky Downs races, because not only he claimed for 100, he went right to the preview race for it, right? Finished second, beaten ahead at 13-1. Then he stretches out and wins it at almost 7-1 that day. So I think it's kind of interesting. It was like, not only Mike had a plan, and it really worked out. And even if it didn't work out as well as it did, he wasn't going to lose any money. All he had to do was run the top 4 in Kentucky Downs, and he got his money back.
You're 100% right. But talking about that race at Kentucky Downs, that track is such a unique turf course. It's not like any other American turf course we have in the United States. And you're leaning on that race. I think you need to be careful of that.
I agree with that sentiment completely, but I'm not sure his race 2-back isn't good enough to win this race at Ellis, and he's the lone speed. That's why he's a favorite.
Meanwhile, here's Fort George. For trainer Ed Walker, this will be the state's debut, and this is the Dubai City of Gold, where he was runner-up to the globe-trotting multi-millionaire several times over, Rebels Romance.
Yeah, now keep in mind, in this race, he did not break well. Broke from an outside post. He lost a little position. He was wide, turning for home. Well cleared the third-place horse. And you can see it right there on the screen. This was a huge effort. A race like that today, it's not close between the rest of these and him.
I don't agree with that, which is fine. But what I would also say about it is he may be a 4-year-old that's improving. He may be getting better this year, right? He hasn't run since March. He's coming back. It's been a 3.5-month layoff coming into this race. The rest of his races are not as good as that race. Now, listen, running second at Rebels Romance is great, but is there a possibility that was just a little prep race for Rebels Romance? Go ahead.
Go ahead. Well, start before that, he wins a Group 3 as well at 1.25 miles on the grass. And then his last start, he faced the best turf horse on the planet in Ombudsman.
I don't disagree with those things. It's in Dubai. It's a little bit different. I'm not sure. As I said, he may really have improved as a 4-year-old, but his races aren't that good relative. I think Maker's horses' races are better.
We talk about, too, Old Crazy Bone didn't want to go 1 mile and a 16th. Fort George didn't want to go 1 mile and an 1/8 last start against Ombudsman.
I mean, I think it's a really fair statement.
Well, he's won it a mile. He's run it a mile.
I'll tell you what really does surprise me, though, the fact that he is the 3rd choice on the board in here in a very small field. And I think it's all pace related.
It's all pace. Prominent on the 1 is the pace, but I think the 6 is Jose Ortiz money too. Don't forget that. And a trainer that wins at a high percentage.
Will Walden.
He shouldn't be third. He shouldn't be 3-1. That's fair.
Has been on a tear, and this is Minaret Station in the Grade 3 Arlington, missed by 3/4 of a length. He says, Will Walden, I'm very confident he's going to love this distance. and excited, JK, to get him around 3 turns.
Look, I mean, if Will Walden thinks he's going to appreciate the distance, and if he does appreciate the added distance, then he could be in the mix here. The problem I have with it is he's run so well going the mile, and a 16th type races. To me, this feels like a little bit of a reach, a chance. I'm not getting exactly what I want out of him these last 2 starts. Let's try this. Now, it could be something that works, but it doesn't feel great to me at a short price with 2 other horses in here that are pretty good.
You can't deny how strongly he finished at that distance, but so many times as trainers, we get fooled running a horse at a distance with a brilliant finish and think further is always going to be better. It doesn't work that way. I'm not saying it's going to work or not work for the 6 horse today. I'm just saying it's easy to get fooled, and this horse is totally unproven at this marathon distance.
I agree with all of that. I think he's the 3rd likeliest winner in this race. I think that's what we're all sort of saying. What I would say in fairness is he's taking a shot, right? He's not ready to beat Lanyos, so he thinks, you know what, maybe he'll be good enough going longer. If he wins, I can run in the Christophe Clement. Opens up a whole lot of opportunities for him going longer. And if he doesn't, go back to shorter races, right?
Well,
I agree with what you said, though.
He's
Absolutely
methodical. He's one paced. And then when he's asked for more late, he's got an electric turn of foot.
To me, it's very smart as a trainer to do what he's doing. I don't think it's that smart to bet on him as a horse player.
And turns of foot in mile and 3/8 races aren't as effective as they are going shorter. Would you agree with that, Tom?
I would. And I back to what Jonathan said, I'm not disagreeing with entering the horse in this spot.
Right.
It's about whether he's the right bet or not.
We're all in agreement.
Daily double of the day and earn a 20% bonus. Go to NairaBets.com. You got to opt in to take advantage at NairaBets.com. So good luck to everyone playing on NairaBets, including in the state of New Jersey. Welcome aboard Garden State to play with NairaBets. 5 minutes away from our main event, this Grade 2 bowling green. 3 turns ahead. And the one who should be leading every step of the way, at least early on, old Crazy Bone, is Flavien Prat. Looks for number 4 today.
Yeah, and he's going to put this horse in the front end, assuming he gets out of the gate, and I don't think they're going to catch him.
Graham Motion Barn. They'll have Tyler Gaffleone aboard Soleil Volant.
Yeah, look, in that horse's last race, the pace was slow up front, very difficult to catch up. Still ran a very good second.
Grade 2 Sycamore winner at 1.5 miles at Keeneland, Desvio.
Yeah, listen, you know, you take a shot. He's effective, running okay at longest races. And this is an under-the-radar good trainer.
Group 3 winner in the UAE, runner-up to Rebels Romance, former Breeders' Cup Turf winner, multiple Breeders' Cup Turf winner, Fort George.
You see that GB in parentheses after Fort George's name? I mean, he was bred in Great Britain. They breed to go this distance. In the States, we do not.
Carson's Run. Multiple Group or Grade 1 winner, but that was quite a long time ago.
If he could find his 2024 form, he's a player and he's won a stake at this distance. The problem is he has lost that form.
We've heard from Miguel Clement saying he's training back like he's at his best. We'll see. Minaret Station, Will Walden trying this distance for the first time.
Yeah, look, I think it's a great idea to give him a shot going this far, but it's hard to bet on a horse that hasn't done it.
So 4 minutes to post in our main event here on this Saturday card. Prestigious race, certainly in its own right, but again, a stepping stone to the former race formerly known as the Sword Dancer, now the Christophe Clement later in the meet. Meanwhile, back at Horseshoe Indy, Seminole Chief, Joe Sharp and Junior Alvarado take this Jonathan B. Schuster Memorial. Now back-to-back wins, JK, for this horse. $30 winner.
Yeah, absolutely. It was very impressive today. Junior, we miss you. We'll see you when you get back here. It's hard to win a couple races in a row, especially when you start to get into these stakes levels, these higher level races. And they were able to do it and paid $30.
2 for 2 under the new trainer of Joe Sharp now.
3-year-old fillies, Grade 3 Indiana Oaks, $200,000 purse. And Prom Queen odds on are at Ortiz Jr. for Brad Cox, who was 5th in this year's Kentucky Oaks and then a troubled 4th in the Acorn.
Yeah, she's good. She just kind of makes her own problems. She's a tricky horse to ride.
I mean, it's hers to win, don't you think?
Oh, she's the horse to beat.
Back here to Saratoga with the bowling green. Just 3 minutes to post. Let's go to Acacia.
Happy to be joined by trainer Will Walden, who sends out Minaret Station. Will, I know that you have said that you really feel this horse has been waiting to try this distance. What has made you think that?
Yeah, just kind of rhythmic stride he's got, always has had. And, you know, in these faster paced races, you know, he almost struggles to kind of keep contact and keep up there. And, you know, the one race, the American Derby last year where they crawled, I think they went 3/4 in 15. He was able to be in you know, a pretty good position going down the backside, and it was a race fractional wise was similarly run to a race of this caliber, like 11 to 12 furlongs. But that's just, you know, that's just my opinion. Obviously, we're gonna see if it works here, but yeah, just always, and Dad too. Dad won the Manhattan going 10, and just feel like this horse has been asking for it.
Has some pedigree as well. Jose Ortiz told me he's had a chance to work this horse a few times, though he's never ridden him. You have to be confident with how well he's doing out on this track.
Yeah, absolutely. Jose's worked him a bunch, and then he's rode against him the past 2 times, and he's been on Laganos, obviously. But, you know, Jose's a phenomenal rider, and he needs no introduction from me. He'll ride his race and hopefully get him in a good position and hopefully get the job done.
Thanks for the time, Will.
You bet.
Greg?
Will he appreciate these 3 turns? When you were training, what gives you the indication that you do think a horse is going to like ground like this?
I lean on pedigree. It sounds to me like Will's doing the same thing when he talked about instill regard and being the sire of this horse. But I lean on pedigree and family oftentimes, particularly on the turf.
2-1 right now. Shorter price than Fort George.
Yeah, it's funny. I mean, look, we're all saying that he's taking a shot here, but every single one of these horses took a shot at some point to try to go longer. So it's not as if he's incapable of doing it. I think we all just agree that at 2-1, he's not the horse that we would wager on trying this new thing.
100%. And as you say, Tom, he's absolutely right. You know, the marathon turf horses in this country are just not that great. And so if he should run well here, it opens up an enormous amount of possibilities. He could run against, you know, he can go to that big purse race, Kentucky Downs. He can come in the Christophe Clement. He can do so many things where they're just not as tough races as those mile to mile and 16th, mile and 8th races.
Meanwhile, there's Carson's Run. So a horse who early in his career, he beat Deterministic, who would go on to become a 3-time Grade 1 winner. Obviously, did not go on with that and continue to be that kind of horse. So this is a big race for him. Can he get back to a semblance of what he was here?
I just wish that in one of his last 5 races where he hasn't won, that he would have just shown me a little bit more of that brilliance he showed when he was 3. He just hasn't.
And even though he won at this distance, it wasn't any better than his shorter races. It's not like he improved with distance.
Let's go to Acacia.
Well, just to wrap up thoughts on the 6 Minaret Station, we just heard from trainer Will Walden about how evenly he runs. This horse also has the demeanor to suggest that he will appreciate going longer. The only one that's really gotten very amped up in the preliminaries here is the 4 Fort George, but Minaret Station is a calm, cool customer. Though he's not the biggest, he does have a big stride, that even running style, and that switched off demeanor that you like to see for horses stretching out, Greg.
All right, Acacia, thank you. As you see, this Bowling Green presented by Emerald Ecovations. And the favorite, the one to catch, Old Crazy Bone from the inside. What a claim for Mike Maker and Flying Peace Stable. $100,000 claim back in June of last summer. Wound up winning, in addition to that one race before he was claimed, $1.6 million thanks to those inflated purses at Kentucky Downs.
The money to check cashes. What a beautiful, you know, look at that picture. It just looks so, you know, it's just so beautiful. Look at the horses out there on a beautiful day here in Saratoga.
It is a gorgeous day.
Incredible.
Here.
So not only, I think the biggest surprise, not Fort George not being favored, but the fact he's the 3rd choice on the board in this race.
Stunning. Stunning. Do the 1 and the 6 keep each other company in the front end early, you guys?
I don't think so.
You think the 1 goes?
I think the 1's just faster. I mean, I think that Jose, like the last race, will look to be aggressive and get him in the picture, but I think the 1's faster.
First time going this distance for this one right here for Will Walden Minaret Station, Grade 2 Bowling Green on our Fox Sports 2 coverage. Let's go to Frank Miramati.
They're in the gate. And they're off in the Bowling Green presented by Emerald Ecovations. An Old Crazy Bone leaves no doubt about his tactics, bouncing right out on top. And on the outside, here's an immediate challenge from Fort George. So those two hook up right away. A gap of 5 already to Soleil Volant in 3rd. Desvio is 4th. Minaret Station and Carson's Run as expected at the back of the field. Into the stretch for the first time, Flavien Prat has Old Crazy Bone, the favorite, galloping along with a 2-length advantage. Fort George backs off 3 more lengths. Soleil Volant is on the inside of Desvio. They race side by side with a lap to travel. Minaret Station 4 lengths off the lead, and Carson's Run is tugging just a bit as they move by us through a quarter that went in 24 3/5 seconds. Old Crazy Bone into the Saratoga clubhouse turn, in charge, has a lead of almost 3 lengths now on Fort George, who's been second since the gate opened. Soleil Volant and Desvio third and fourth, swinging on to the backstretch. Minaret Station, Carson's Run, half in 49 2. Old Crazy Bone in hand over Fort George, who comes back at him. He's tugging a touch as Fort George wants to put a little pressure on the favorite now, coming to the half-mile pole. Soleil Volant has maintained that third spot. Desvio is next. Then comes Minaret Station. Jose Ortiz wanting a bit more from him, coming through along the inside, through 3/4 in 1:15 1. Carson's Run at the back. It's a compact group. Old Crazy Bone. Fort George is going to test him right now. And these two are sprinting for home. The mile went in 1:39 4/5 seconds, and Fort George puts his head in front and sets sail for home at the top of the stretch. Old Crazy Bone comes right back, though. Old Crazy Bone, Fort George giving it everything he has. But on the inside, it's Old Crazy Bone digging in tenaciously. Fort George is a length back second, trying so hard, and a late run from Minaret Station. It's going to be Old Crazy Bone leading them virtually all the way. Fort George fired so hard, and Minaret Station in the Bowling Green.
Old Crazy Bone on the front end. He got a stern test from Fort George, who would not go away, but he's able to hold him off. 4-win day, Flavien Prat.
Man, this is a tight finish. Obviously, the one won it. You know, the pace was not that quick in this race. Here, we're going to come to the wire here.
I want to watch these horses. They come to the wire here. Flavien's raising the whip. He kind of stopped riding a little bit early there. Jeez, Flavien. He won the race, but
Wow, that's a good photo.
He kind of stopped riding that horse a little early, and I don't like to knock Flavien. I think he's great, but is it me?
Well, they put it up. The one's your winner.
Wow.
Wow.
That was a
last minute 3 that you banked in. Flavien just banked that one in.
Yeah.
He made it.
If he got beat,
he
By
made
the way,
it.
Will Walden, he was right.
That horse ran good.
Yeah.
That horse ran
the
tremendous.
6-horse Minaret Station, from off the pace and a slow pace at that, ran a super race.
Jeez, Flavien.
1-4-6-3, Old Crazy Bone. That big win at Kentucky Downs, and now he adds this Grade 2 Bowling Green. What a claim for these connections.
Yeah, but I want to say something. This horse terrific. Fort George ran great, because I don't think that's, the 1 is the speed, but I think the 4 was taken a little out of his running style. Not that they were going that fast, but still, to be there, and yeah, it probably should have been a bigger margin, because Flavien seems to have relaxed a little bit early in here. But regardless of that, even if it was a half length to 3/4 length, I think that Fort George ran extremely well. I think everybody in here ran well. It's a good race.
And you might have noticed early on in the race when they turned down the stretch the first time, Fort George was probably 5 or 6 lengths off the rail. The last thing he wants to do with a European horse, he wants to get cover. He's not going to get it, but he also doesn't want too aggressive without cover. They're learned to run when they see open ground. I didn't expect Fort George to be there early, and he probably had to work with him a little bit.
All right, let's take one more look here at this finish and keep your eyes. Oh, sorry, first time around, what you're talking about, Tom.
Yeah, I mean, you can really see it out of turn. On the pan, it doesn't show it as much, but for sure, Fort George wants to be relaxed, despite the fact that the pace was slow.
He rode the 4 the way he had to ride him to try to win the race, and that's, one of the hardest things, I think, Tom, for a horse to do, taken out of their running style. The 1's in his comfort zone, right? Fort George is not in his comfort zone, and he still ran a very good race. The last 3 aces of this race, by the way, were in 34.2.
And you got a horse closing
Minaret
into that.
Station must have made up, I got to say, at least 3 or 4 lengths into that race, right? So he went 33 in a low piece the last 3 aces of mile. He didn't win, Will Walden wasn't wrong.
No, wasn't wrong at all.
Faster pace, and he wins.
Here's a look from overhead, and we'll try and get a look at that finish again to go back to what you're talking about with Pratt. But here from overhead, man, Fort George, to your point, Andy, yeah, this is not his game, and he ran big despite that.
I'm not sure the best horse won this race, guys, and we all liked him. But I'm not sure the best horse won this race. I think you can make a case that all three of these first three horses ran extremely well here.
I'm sure we'll see it, but the way that Flavien was smiling, it's almost as if he knew. You know, look, when you see it again.
Look at him, he knows. He knows.
He turned the stick over to put it away.
Well, he was using the right-handed crop, showing it to his horse, and then it was in hand. And
I think the stewards may have a conversation with him after that.
I'd like to see that again. It's just so not him to not.
I think
he's pretty darn good to judge these things, and maybe he knew he had it wrapped up.
I think he kind of misjudged when the race was. I think he had like a, like a brain freeze or something.
I don't see that. He's just such a pro.
Everybody has moments. Smart. Even occasionally, I do something stupid. I know it's hard to believe, but
no,
not you, Tom, but me. Let's watch it again.
Well, we'll get a look at it here in a moment.
He knows. He knows.
For Mr. Pratt. And let's take a look at what we're talking about here.
I think you're right. I mean, he's already standing up on him.
Tell you what, he's lucky the trainer's not named Tom Amos.
I think this was.
What are you suggesting?
That was past the wire.
Yeah, that was past the wire.
That's over and done with. I'm retired now. I'm friends with everyone.
I believe you got a few rants against jockeys left in you, Tom.
4-win day, and he will be on a contender in the nightcap. Stay with us. We'll be back.
Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the Naira Bets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch and bet on live horse racing from over 300 tracks worldwide. Get expert picks, play live money betting contests, and boost your bankroll with daily promotions. Naira Bets is the official betting partner of Saratoga Racecourse. Sign up now. New members use promo code SPA200 to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with Naira Bets.
Back with you on Saratoga Live. Grade 2 Bowling Green in the books. Our program brought to you in part by Hillendale at Alapa. Let's take a look how close it was at the wire. Pratt And
down
those
riding there.
hot
You can't
pink
say he's
silks on the inside, holding off for George by a narrowest of margins. Let's go to Acacia.
And happy to be here with winning jockey Flavien Prat, who's had another tremendous day at Saratoga. Flavien, Old Crazy Bone, able to use his speed. How important is it having early foot in these marathon races?
Yeah, it was key. I mean, obviously there was no pace in the race, and stamina is his friend. So I mean, I wanted to nurse him, but in the meantime, I didn't want to go too slow and turn it into a sprint. So it worked out good.
Tell me a little bit about the final couple of strides to the wire. As did that get a little bit closer maybe than you expected with the 4 right on your heels there?
Yeah, I mean, honestly, he was at the end. He was kind of drifting out, and I was trying to keep him straight. And yeah, I mean, the European horse made a late charge as well.
He held on, and was very game. It's kind of amazing when you're going a mile and 3/8 and then it's separated by inches at the end.
Yeah, absolutely. Just a brave horse and a pleasure to ride him.
4-win day at Saratoga. Not too bad, right?
No, it's been a great day. I'm very thankful.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Greg?
We may need to get Pratt on set next week.
He's probably dying to come on with us. Probably.
Sure, he'd love to chat about it.
I'll text his agent, see if we can get him up here. He's probably dying to spend some time with us.
$4.80 for the win. A 4-win day, regardless of what happened. It worked out and leads every step of the way. And look at this afternoon. Starts off with the first 2 winners here. Takes the big one as well.
Right, we're talking about Jose Ortiz. This guy in, 6 racing days has won 2 races a day. Is
2 back.
Slightly below Jose. Man, these guys are great riders.
To Horseshoe Indianapolis, grade 3, Indiana Oaks. And Prom Queen coming out of back-to-back grade 1s. The Kentucky Oaks, the Acorn, 5th and 4th respectively in those races. Here's a look at star actress, though. Bill Mott, Junior Alvarado looking for his 3rd stakes win in a row.
Bill Mott has been aggressive with this horse at times. This would be a good sign, but she's a little slow on figs.
10-1 next door, Nala Brad Cox with Fernando de la Cruz.
Big step up here, huh, Jonathan?
Yeah, no, this is another one I think is definitely one that can be in the mix.
Maximum Offer, Ken McPeak, and one who wants to be forward.
Yeah, I agree. Can be forward. She's got a couple races that are okay. She's probably the 3rd likeliest winner.
The best race of anyone, and not just last time out, but it happened to be last time out, was Betty's Pearl, wasn't it?
Yeah, I love this horse's race last time. And this is why I'm going to land here 2-1 into the teeth of 3-5.
And Prom Queen odds on at 3-5.
I am a big fan of this horse and thought she was really unlucky in the Kentucky Oaks, but she's a tough horse to ride. She's made some very good riders look bad with her antics.
All right, Ortiz Jr. there for Brad Cox. Let's go to Michelle Yu.
All right, guys, so Prom Queen, the deserving favorite right now in the Indiana Oaks. Just based off of the last couple of races, you heard Brad Cox quietly bullish about her chances in here. Really happy with the draw for her on the outside. But I got to tell you who won the warm-up, and that was the one, Star Actress. Big, gigantic filly in here for trainer Bill Mott. She has a lot of street cry in her because she is huge. I told Junior Alvarado when he came out he was getting a trampoline to get on her. Bill Mott has had a very good day at Indiana so far. Already has saddled 2 winners on the card, and she just went away under Junior in this huge solo warm-up. I mean, really in the bridle in a strong gallop. I mean, she galloped out around the turn before the majority of the field made it to the top of the stretch. So really wanted an aggressive warm-up from her. She doesn't have any pace on paper, so I don't necessarily think that they're trying to warm her up to be on the lead or anything, but she does break from the rail, and I think they just want her to get out of there and get herself into a good position early on. I also thought the 4 Betty's Pearl was intriguing in here for Brian Lynch. She was knocking on the door at the beginning, trying to break her maiden, and finally broke through. He said she's always been a little bit of a looky-loo type filly. She would get to the front or get close and then just kind of hang. So they added those blinkers 2 starts back, and she was runner-up to Maximum Effort, and then she was a 6-length winner last time out at Churchill Downs. So really needed those blinkers to kind of help focus. He also said she's just trying to come into herself at this point. She's a daughter of Munnings out of a Tappet mare, so I think the distance should be okay for her. She's very tappety looking, and she's a gray over here, and she's got that little wandering eye where she's kind of looking around, trying to look into to get into some trouble. Mario Gutierrez ships in to ride. Him and Brian Lynch teaming together at a very solid 30%. I didn't get to see her on the warm-up, but I certainly liked what I saw from her in the saddling enclosure. We're at post time right now for the Indiana Derby, 4-5 on Prom Queen. We'll see if she can't come through with another graded stakes win.
Yeah, thank you, Michelle. Indiana Oaks post time coming up, mile to 16, so 4-5 on Prom Queen. But back to Betty's Pearl. And JK, you like that last race as well. No one in here seems to have that fast a race, do they? But I guess the distance a question.
Yeah, I mean, Prom Queen's got a couple of races in the past that were right there. But yeah, I would say Betty's Pearl is the one that if she runs back to her race she ran last time, she should be very tough to beat.
Brian Lynch can always be dangerous, Tom, when he has a good one.
He's having a hell
Trainer
of a
of the
year,
four.
too. I mean, Brian's having, I think, the best year, maybe the best year and a half of his
No question.
career than what I've seen.
Yeah, she's a major threat to the favorite. I think the favorite is really good, but she's tricky. I think she's a tricky horse to ride. I think, maybe Brad's trying to get sort of a more confidence booster if he's going to think about taking on the big girls again in the Alabama, because she ran very well in the Kentucky Oaks, and it wasn't Javier's fault. She did it all. And I talked to him about it, and he said, she's difficult.
That Gulfstream Park Oaks was a big race. I think she was shown the crop, but I don't think it was ever even used on her in that race. I mean, wide in the first turn, just a dominant race. I mean, 4-5 to me is a acceptable price on the 5-horse.
Yeah, I mean, if it wasn't for the race that the 4 ran last time, she'd be 2-5 or 1-5. Now, to be fair, the 4 ran that race last time. Can she run it again? Because it's a bit dichotomous in the rest of her form, right?
And meanwhile, the one that Michelle said won the beauty pageant, star actress Junior Alvarado, looking for his 3rd stakes win in a row on this card. And certainly it wasn't as fast as a Gulfstream Park Oaks from Prom Queen or Betty Pearl's last race. She was 3rd in the Ashland, though, grade 1 off a maiden win.
Yeah, and 3rd to Percy's Bar that day. I mean, that's no slouch. So.
And when Bill sort of shows that kind of confidence, take those shots, she's probably showing him something, whether it happens today or not.
Well, that horse came over from Churchill Downs, so it wasn't like he shipped all the way from here.
No,
Grade
I know,
3, Indiana Oaks, Prom Queen, 5th in the Kentucky Oaks, 4th in the Acorn. The odds-on favorite, John Dooley, the call.
Queen, now 4-5. Prom Queen like Nala. Both were Brad Cox here in the grade 3. Fast track at Horseshoe Indianapolis. And Prom Queen. They're in the gate. And they're off in the Indiana Oaks of 2026. Maximum offer away well. Nala toward the inside, and here's Prom Queen, who strides up right outside of Maximum Offer as they make their way into the first turn. Betty's Pearl and Star Actress has dropped back to last with 7 furlongs to run, and it's Maximum Offer has taken the early lead for Luis Saez in front of Prom Queen. Toward the inside is Nala. Royal Blue with the white epaulets as these leaders go to the back of the track. Betty's Pearl and one more to Star Actress. 5 lengths from top to tail, and it's Maximum Offer in charge of the early pace. The opening quarter, 24.74. That's the slowest ever in the Indiana Oaks. Maximum Offer slows them up. Aaron Ortiz and Prom Queen staying close to the pace, and there's not much early pace on Maximum Offer, who dictates her own terms going past the half-mile pole with Nala running in 3rd. Then on the outside is Betty's Pearl, and Star Actress remains last. It's Maximum Offer, and she's in charge of the pace. Half mile, 48.95, steady as she goes. Maximum Offer to just inside 3 furlongs from home. With on the outside, Prom Queen poised for a bid. Maximum Offer tackled by Prom Queen. And Betty's Pearl is right there in range. With on the outside, Star Actress, who's in the forepath, making progress now for Junior Alvarado. And Nala up the rail. They turn for home. 3/4 from Maximum Offer has led them a long way. In 1 minute 12.44 seconds, Betty's Pearl is coming with a charge, but Maximum Offer, she's still there for Luis Saez past the 16th. And Maximum Offer was unstoppable in the Indiana Oaks. Maximum Offer, wire to wire, 1 by 3 from Betty's Pearl and Nala. Then Prom Queen and Star Actress was last.
Maximum Offer With the big effort here, third win in her career, Ken McPeak, Luis Saez. They just can't catch her here in the stretch.
No, pace makes the race. I mean, Maximum Offer went to the front alongside Prom Queen. I thought that was a great setup for Prom Queen, who did not fire at all when the running started. But the pace setter, Maximum Offer, kept going.
Rats Connections and Luis Saez as well for a good ride. And I think Prom Queen has got to be one of those incredibly frustrating horses, right? You know in there's a lot of talent, but she seems to be her own worst enemy.
Upset in the Indiana Oaks, the Derby still to come. Let's take a look at our finale. Here on this card at Saratoga. Going to close things out on the turf at a mile and a 16th. New York breds, maiden special weight. Can he possibly get 5? Flavien Prat will be on the 5 Karsten for Jorge Abreu. Coach Ryan, though, Chad Brown, Manny Franco should be the favorite at post time.
He's a little chilly on the board. I mean, you know, he ran well enough at a 2-year-old to win this race. He lost to a very good horse in his last start, Jackson. Thought he was going to be very hard to beat.
13 minutes to post, and that is Coach Ryan there in the background, named after a man who likes his horse racing, likes Saratoga, and has rejuvenated that Ohio State football program. 2024 national champions. This one named in his honor. Current 3-1 favorite, Coach Ryan. We'll have the nightcap when we come back.
Can wait no more. 3/4, 111-3. Lion Lake attack and fits right. Angles out for the drive behind them. Kind of a stubborn Lion Lake.
Charlatan is the leading second crop sire by stakes winners, graded stakes winners, and graded stakes horses.
Charlatan, ultra impressive.
It's a new day for a new king.
It's time for the first major yearling sale of the year. A sizzling source for success on the track. The July sale is the most underrated sale in America. July produced 2 Breeders' Cup champions in 2025, She's So Spicy and Splendora, as well as Grade 1 winner Argos. Plus recent graded stakes winners Chip Honcho, Forged Steel, and Roja. The Fasig-Tipton July sale of selected yearlings, July 14th in Lexington, Kentucky. Where will you be?
A reputation of excellence isn't built overnight. Day by day, year by year, decade after decade. For over 100 years, Claiborne's commitment to quality has led to unrivaled success. Building on the past, building for the future. Claiborne Farm. The tradition continues.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Back with you on Saratoga Live, and an upset in the Grade 3 Indiana Oaks. Luis Saez, Ken McPeak, and it's Maximum Offer, who had been in the Grade 1 Acorn against Counting Stars and always a runner, Belmont at Saratoga week. Finished dead last after setting the pace that day. Different story today.
Got the right pace today. That was a crawl in the front end, and Maximum Offer his heart got big turning for home.
Different competition.
Yeah,
I'd say.
Kind of shows you how good the other top dogs are in that division.
$13 for the victory, and the boys get their shot coming up next. Grade 3 Indiana Derby at a mile and a 16th, $300,000 purse. No Bob Baffert and Desert Gate. Bricklin comes out as well for Rudolph Brissett, and with that, our money man taking play, but the big favorite, Leading Change, Brad Cox. Huge debut at 7 furlongs. His mom, of course, produced Kentucky Oaks winner and 3-time Grade 1 winner, She Dares the Devil. So start number 2 coming up for Leading Change. Let's go back to Michelle Yu.
Now going towards the Indiana Derby, you have Leading Change in here. This is a big jump straight from the maiden ranks into Grade and Stakes Company. What has he shown you?
A lot, obviously, to do this. This is something we know. I don't think I've ever done this with. But listen, he's a horse that we thought a lot of last year. Thought he could, be one of our better colts, or he was one of our better colts. And he obviously had a setback, but he's trained really well. He's got a great mind. If there's a horse that could do it, I think he fits the mold, and we're expecting big things from him.
You debuted him sprinting, obviously. We're going to Route of Ground. Pedigree says it should be fine, but is Route of Ground always what you wanted to do?
Totally. He's bred to do it. Obviously, the family's, had a lot of success going 2 turns, and, this is what he wants to do. The 7 furlongs last time's not what he wanted to do, and he's good enough to do it. So, big number. We're hoping it's plenty of time, and, once again, he lacks seasoning. We'll see what happens today.
Big sister, was She Dares the Devil. She was a winner here. Do they remind you of each other at all?
Yeah, good minds. They're very, very, very good minds. Easy to deal with, easy to train, and obviously very talented.
Best of luck, Brad.
Thank you.
Pretty good way to start your career, the way leading change did. 92 Beyer, wins by 6.5 lengths and 7 furlongs first time out. Obviously that big pedigree. Related to a Kentucky Oaks winner, 3-time Grade 1 winner. What do you expect here for start number 2, Tom?
Well, look, it's a big move, right? 1 race under his belt, going to 2 turns, going against experienced horses. Look, Brad is very, very good. Future Hall of Famer when the time is right, when he has enough years under his belt. If Brad wants to make this move in the Indiana Derby, I think it's the right move.
Yeah, I mean, no problem with that. But it's not. He's got a couple of okay horses to run against, but I agree.
All right, meantime, well, this race coming up. Let's go back, wrap up the Oaks, and back to Michelle.
Thanks, Greg. Joined right now by Chris Beccari, co-owner here of Maximum Offer. And you said you and Kenny picked this filly out together.
That's correct, in September. That's correct.
What'd you like about her?
She looked very athletic. She looked like she had a little more speed than some of those, that type of pedigree, and that's what we liked about her. And she had a really good movement about her, and hopefully she held together, and today she rewarded us.
She was very valiant today on the front end. You told me you had a plan going into it.
Yeah, just to try to slow it down the best he could, and Lewis did a great job. I'm very appreciative of that, so it all worked out very well today.
Did you think that she was going to have enough fortitude coming down the lane?
I think anything's possible. Any pace makes any race, so when he was able to control the pace a little bit, that made all the difference in the world.
Congratulations. Great win here.
Thank you very much.
Greg?
Maximum Offer. Huge victory. Ken McPeak, Luis Saez, Beccari Racing. As we get back to New York, and one more coming up on this Saturday card here. And the public is caught on to the hot hand today. Pratt's the favorite on the 5.
Well, I wonder a little bit if some people are looking and thinking, well, why isn't Pratt riding for Chad Brown in here? And I'll answer that. Because Manny Franco rode Coach Ryan last time, because this is a head of plains partner, Sal Cumin. There's a relationship with those horses, and Manny frequently rides those horses, so there's nothing behind the scenes there. Manny was going to ride the 10, so people are betting on the number 5 because they think Manny's supposed to be, that Flavian's supposed to be in the 10. They're wrong. They may bet the winner, but that's not a story.
And it is slightly Karsten the 5 with Pratt looking for his 5th. The 5-2 favorite on the board. We start with Professor Proton, Mark Hennig-Barn, first time on turf.
He is the interesting horse in this race with some pedigree, trying the turf for the first time, and he's a Bob Newhart character from The Big Bang Theory, which I knew you knew, Tom.
Oh, yeah, I'm big on The Big Bang
Best
Theory.
show on TV.
Classic Commander, Cantermachi Barn, and they've had a hot start to this meet.
They've had a hot start. It might continue here. I like this horse at 10-1. I particularly like that last start, which we'll look at a little later.
Tango debuts here.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. It is after two turf winners, so if you want to throw them in the bottom somewhere, take a shot.
Here's Runcut, James Bond Barn, turf debut.
Turf debut, and not a lot to go by there, but the mom was 0-3 in the grass. Siblings have not tried the turf yet.
4 and counting for this man right here, Pratt on Karsten.
He is the logical other horse that ran well in his debut with a little bit of a wide trip.
I thought this was a logical horse, 7-1.
What happened last time? That's the only problem.
Yeah.
Well, one thing for sure, with before the win, the 6 horse, the pace was a crawl. I mean, it was hard to close into that.
Tiz Lowry, Chris Engelhart Barn.
Did have a wide trip last time in his first turf route, but he'd have to improve a lot.
Stablemate, getting on turf for the first time, Imperial Anthem.
Yeah, this one is a bit of a question mark to me as to what to make.
There's plenty of turf on the dam side, though. I will say, the dam and the second dam.
Manor Park switching barns was effective for State Bred Maiden 50 last start.
Yeah, that was a pretty soft group, to say the least.
And Coach Ryan, 5-2 Chad Brown, Manny Franco.
Yeah, trouble trip last time, in my opinion. Had to kind of check to avoid clipping heels and had a very, very good finish after that.
Named after Coach Ryan Day. The Buckeyes and the Maximum Heat debuting Linda Rice outside.
First-time starters in turf routes over the last 5 years. Linda Rice is 1 for 20 with 7 hitting the board. I'm guessing this is a prep to go to the dirt in the second start.
6-1 right now for the debut with the leading rider in the irons, Jose Ortiz. Play all the action at Naira Bets, including the Garden State, now live in New Jersey. $200 deposit match, new customer bonus. You get that offer when you punch in that promo code at sign up, SPOT200, and bet on over 300 tracks worldwide. Start winning today right there at NairaBets.com. What a beautiful perfection Saturday this is. I mean, that scene we just saw overhead.
It's magical.
If you're a horse racing fan or just a fan of getting away from anywhere, come here.
Yeah, we love having you watch at home and appreciate that a lot. Hopefully you get a chance to come visit us here, because if you haven't been to Saratoga, you come once, you'll come back every year for the rest of your life.
Ryan Day's pretty intense as a coach.
Agreed. As
Chad
most
Brown have
coaches
that
can
same
be.
intensity, Andy?
Chad's pretty intense. Chad's pretty intense. But, you know, you got to be intense to be
So win at
successful.
a high level, both are doing?
Yeah.
You got to be. What about this last performance where he faced next out winner Jaxer?
Jaxer's a really nice horse for Grand Motion. I thought he ran well to be second. I just think this is a horse that ran well enough at 2 to be competitive here, and with any routine improvement, he's going to beat this field. I'm not planning to beat him.
I thought he had a little issue turning for home. He had to check to avoid, perhaps clipping heels. He shows great finish here. It was a good race.
He's 2-1 now. It's not. I don't think 2-1's an unfair price on him. I wouldn't bet him at 6-5. 2-1, I think, is very fair. I'm going to use him with Professor Proton, though.
All right, so did you go back to your case for Professor Proton at 17-1 the one?
Well, there's turf for the second family. He's a hard spun. This horse actually ran pretty well in the dirt last time. He's got a pedigree to suggest he can improve on turf. He's 17-1. Do you need that much of a reason to bet 20-1 shots?
You're not liking him because you like that show, How I Met Your Mother,
you
or
never
whatever
watched
show
The Big
it was.
Bang Theory?
Oh,
Seriously?
The Big Bang Theory. I thought it was How I Met Your Mother.
J.K. Tom and I are all
Couldn't
getting together
remember that.
tonight. We're going to watch the whole run.
You should.
Yeah, all right, yeah.
It's one of the
Binge
greatest
watch.
shows in the history of TV. You have no idea how funny it is. You guys are crazy.
Minutes of post coming up. Let's go to Acacia.
And taking a look at the number 5, Karsten, who was taking that early attention as Flavien Prat looks for 5 on the day. This horse has one race under his belt, yet he was acting like a first-time starter back in the paddock. He was screaming nonstop, especially when another horse got close to him, just acting very green, like he hasn't been here before. And obviously he ran over at Aqueduct and not at Saratoga, where there is a lot more commotion. He has settled now that he's gotten on the track, which I was pleased to see, because I didn't love how he was acting back in the paddock. Now, he does look incredibly fit coming back in his second start. He was a little bit green in the running of his debut race as well, finishing on his left lead, but certainly a horse that could and should move forward in his second effort. The number 10, Coach Ryan, coming back to make his 3-year-old debut. I didn't cover either of his first 2 starts, but I'm guessing he was gelded because he needed it mentally. He got much sharper once he got out on the track, started throwing his head around a little bit as well, getting a little bit more revved up, but he came back to Manny Franco nicely. He is a horse that carries some good condition, being a son of slumber, but he does look strong for his return to the races. I thought he ran well in his second start behind a talented and precocious 2-year-old in Jaxer. Now some price horses. The one, Professor Proton, I am very interested to see get on the turf. Big flat hoof on him, looks like a turf horse. The second dam, while she didn't win on the turf, did run a 99 by her speed figure on the grass. Now this horse was a late scratch back on June 13th, not warming up well. To my eye, he did move well in the warm up today, and he got much sharper as they get closer to the gate, Greg.
All right, Acacia, thank you. JK, where are you going to wind up here?
I'm going to land on the 5, Karsten. This horse I thought ran very well first time out. Was trying to close into a slow pace. A lot of times that can be a little bit hidden. When the horse is on the front end, we just saw it in the feature race in the Bowling Green, where old Crazy Bones got loose on the front end. Trying to close into a horse that's loose or to a pace that's not fast sometimes doesn't look like it's that tough, but it is very tough to do. I thought Karsten ran extremely well first time out.
And the winner, Sir Oscar, is a heavy favorite for Grand Motion. Heavy favorite.
I'm all about the 2. At a good price at 9-1.
Doesn't, whether he wins or not, doesn't the 6 have several races, though, that win this race?
His last race, very disappointing, but he does get a rider switch, so he's not impossible. I agree.
7-1 right now.
He's had chances, but he's got races good enough. I agree.
9-5 favorite, the one named after Coach Ryan Day of the Ohio State Buckeyes. Third time, will it be the charm? Manny Franco aboard, but the story of the day has been Flavien Prat trying to get number 5 today on the 5. Karsten for Jorge Abreu. Let's send it upstairs. Nightcap on the Saturday card from Saratoga. Here's Frank Miramati.
All right, Greg, here is Coach Ryan for Manny Franco, now clicking down to 9-5 in the late stages of wagering. And maximum heat. Colors of the Broman family. Goes in. They're in the gate. And they're off. Fast start for Karsten. Tislari is up close. Professor Proton is down along the inside. And then it's Manor Park who's 4th through the early stages. Runcott moves through very willingly along the inside, and he moves to take that 3rd spot, rounding the clubhouse turn. Before the Wind is racing in mid-pack, has 6 lengths to make up, racing 2 clear of Imperial Anthem. Tango Tango is next through an opening quarter that went in 23 and 1/5 seconds. At the back of the field are Coach Ryan, Classic Commander, and Maximum Heat. They run down the back stretch, and it's Professor Proton ensuring the pace in front by 1.5 lengths. Karsten gets the nice setup now, just cutting in, making it 1 length advantage. Runcott is in 3rd. Then Tislari in 4th before the Wind, 5th, 5 lengths off the lead. They're followed by Manor Park. Imperial Anthem is next. Coach Ryan in the turquoise still has 10 lengths to make up. He's asked to pick it up now into the far turn. Down on the inside, Tango Tango with Classic Commander through a half that went in 48 and 1. Maximum Heat still is the trailer. Professor Proton has been the controlling speed. Karsten is 3/4 of a length back second. These two 1-2 the whole journey. Behind them, Tislari angles out in the purple colors. Runcott is down at the rail. 1 furlong left for Professor Proton, clinging to the lead 1.5 lengths. Down the center, Coach Ryan is starting to come home nicely. Coach Ryan has 3.5 to make up in the final 16th. He's lugging in just a touch. Professor Proton, Manor Park on the outside with a late surge. Manor Park will take the lead, and Manor Park gets there. Coach Ryan a flying second. Professor Proton was 3rd. It was a scramble for 4th.
Manor Park moving to the Jamie Begg barn. Tyler Gaffleone's had a big Saturday.
Indeed he has. I mean, here's a horse that was stepping up a bit in class, but really had the right kind of figures to perhaps be competitive in here.
I couldn't have made this horse, you know, in the trainer change, and happy for Jamie. But he comes out of a very weak field. If you don't believe me, look up Blue Pill, the winner's PPs. Coach Ryan cost himself the win. You watch, it's not Manny's fault. Manny swung him out at the last moment, but he'll lug in severely right in here, and that cost him the win. Professor Proton, a good bet at a big price, just not quite good enough.
Yeah, look at
right there. See him?
I won't ever probably have a horse who ran for 50 twice for a good trainer, switching to another trainer, trying maiden special weights at Saratoga. That's just a thing for me that I can't imagine myself ever taking that shot.
Tyler Gaffleone won the Caress earlier today with moving on up. And now he takes the nightcap on Manor Park at 12-1. 9-10-1-5 finish.
Congrats if you had him.
And for a moment, Andy,
I thought I had a shot for that 110 box and the 10-1 press, but listen, Ray Lou did the right thing. He was aggressive. He went to the front. He gave him every good chance. Just wasn't quite good enough. Wow. Wonder what the
hats off to the winning trainer on the trainer switch.
Pick six carryover. Pick six carryover. $166,702 into tomorrow's card. Start getting to work, guys. I know you haven't looked at the card yet, Tom.
Starts 3rd pick six carryover of the meet already, right?
Yeah. 6 racing days. I mean, yesterday one winner for $348,000.
Here's the overhead view. Take a look at the winning move.
Got a very good ride.
Tyler Gaffleone, so big here a couple summers ago. Injury, we didn't see him last summer really.
Yeah, he wrote
now
at
back.
Ellis, because
Yeah.
I think his agent, Matt Musiker, I've been talking to him, and he just said, coming off the injury, to try to come to Saratoga, to build your business back up would have been a mistake, and he was right. Tough to miss it, but great to see him back, and he's had some terrific meets here.
12-1 ending, and that, part of the reason we will get that pick six carryover into Sunday. Very, very difficult card. I believe this is not in the pick six, but I think 5 maiden races on the card tomorrow. So there's going to be a few in that pick six
Number of
sequence.
first-time starter race.
I know there's a really good 2-year-old maiden race on the grass going 2 turns. A horse that I bought as a yearling is in there. Gosh, the outside horse. Shoot.
Oh, the horse has a big pedigree. He's a half to a good horse. He's the 11 horse, right?
Yes.
I have my. I'll take a look. I'll take a look at my bet.
Get to that
yeah, I know
tomorrow.
you're talking about Tom.
And the runner is.
Yes, correct. And the runner
Thank you, JK. Tyler Gaffleone, though, closing things out on this Saturday card. Had this stakes win earlier, as mentioned, in the Caress. And we'll see if this can kickstart his meet a little bit. And Jamie Begg taking over training of Manor Park, stepping up in class, no less, Tom, the win.
Yeah, and I mean, you gotta give a gold star to Trainer Begg. I mean, he takes this horse over and sees the reason to move up, which rarely we do as trainers, and gets the win.
Grade 3, Indiana Derby. When we come back, 3-year-olds running for a purse of $300,000 at 1 mile and a 16th, including the favorite for Brad Cox. Stay with us.
Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the NyraBets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch and bet on live horse racing from over 300 tracks worldwide. Get expert picks, play live money betting contests, and boost your bankroll with daily promotions. NyraBets is the official betting partner of Saratoga Racecourse. Sign up now. New members use promo code SPA200 to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with NyraBets.
Magnitude doing it nicely thus far. Mr. Omaha not letting him out of his sights, though, as they come toward the top of the stretch. It's My Birthday swings widest into the lane as he tries to close ranks on Magnitude. Coming down to the final furlong, suddenly 4 lengths in front. Magnitude strutting his stuff in the Iowa Derby. It's just a matter of how far. 7, 8 lengths in front as they come through the final 16th. It is Magnitude, and he was ready to roll.
Cruising to victory brought to you by Oceana Cruises, your world, your way. And this was a race last year when the Iowa Derby officially became known as the pathway to the Dubai World Cup and Stephen Foster.
Well, this one was off the layoff, right? Hadn't run since the fairgrounds in one of the preps, I think.
A risen star. He got a 107 buyer that day.
And he came back and he showed his stuff.
I thought it was the pathway of the Travers. Greg, I was wrong.
You did go against Sovereignty, but wow, tables have changed. You weren't that far off. Iowa Derby coming up tonight on our FS1 coverage. You'll see it kicking off at 8 Eastern time. We go late into the night on our FS1 coverage. And our Fox Saratoga Saturday, presented by Oceana Cruises, kicks off with the Diana, presented by Duncan, July 18th. Jim Dandy, the prep for the Travers, the Whitney, which will include Mark Cassie's sensational reigning champion 3-year-old filly Nitrogen tackling the boys. What a lineup we have this summer.
Nisos, and Magnitude, Sovereignty, and Baeza.
Manor Park taking this nightcap. Sometimes a chain of scenery, Tom, is all you need.
Yeah, look, I mean, it's nothing more satisfying. I don't care what the level is than taking up a horse and feeling like you made a difference in getting the win. And certainly that's the case with Manor Park and her trainer.
Can I be Andy right now?
No, you got to give Jamie Begg a lot of credit there, getting this horse home. Great job. Great ride by Tyler. Nice job. What's
Can
that?
I play Andy Sterling for a moment? Tom, how many times did horses leave your barn and win? First off,
well, it happened, but you know, as much as Andy does like to bash me, one of the things he said on the air was, "You're not going to make a living doing that."
Yeah, no question. The numbers claimed from Tom Amos throughout your career, not very good.
All right, we got one leg left in this cross-country pick 5, and a couple of big numbers there too. Wow.
75. So what are we at? 450, roughly 500 on that horse at 14-1. So we're at 7,000 for $2. So we're about $1,750, but 1,700, let's say, for 50 cents parlay. Wow. Hope you're alive.
Car Talk's my second favorite segment. My first is when Andy does math like that on air.
I love it. It's one of our best segments.
I mean,
Tyler Gaffleone earlier today, Caress. This was his other win, moving on up for Saffy Joseph
Little
Jr.
pace in this race.
Would you
Yes,
say
there
so? I
was.
mean, look, I know the Saratoga Springs has more police per capita than anybody. They would have gotten tickets for going that fast, turning for home. And the one guy that saves and runs at the end, he's got plenty of gas in the tank, and it is adios, amigos.
And she had run very well with a bit of a trip in Just a Game. It just, the concern with her was she really a better horse going longer? Well, she might be, but she, with that trip, got it done, and a nice win for her. As the other, I saw Ken Ramsey. I haven't seen Ken. I can't remember the last time I saw Ken.
Good win for him. Great to see him out here at Saratoga in that winner's circle, where he spent a lot of time in the past. But good for Tyler, too, to get going at this meet.
And just so you know, on that, doing the math there, it's actually very easy for me, because if I'm completely wrong, nobody up here would know.
Did you just come clean on us?
I didn't say I was
You've
lying.
been doing this for years to
if
us.
I was.
Back to the Grade 3 Indiana Derby, and so much buzz about this Brad Cox favorite, 4-5, and there's leading change. We talked about out of Starship, Warp Speed, who produced She Dares the Devil, Kentucky Oaks winner, now 4-5 for start number 2. Let's go to Michelle.
Brett Calhoun with our money man in here. Last 2 efforts, Brett, against Open Stakes Company, he ran so well. Have you seen a lot of development from him?
Yeah, he's just continued to improve. Obviously, we liked him as a young horse. Down against some regional horses, restricted company. And he's just gotten better and better as we stretched him out. You know, he had a little hiccup down there, got sick, and he missed a race in between. We stretched him out off of a little bit of a layoff. Responded well, ran great on the undercard of the Derby. I thought he probably was the best horse that day. He was just a little wide both turns. So that gave us the confidence to go into the Matt win. Obviously, we knew it was a tall order facing Further Ado if he threw his A game, and I thought Further Ado did run his game, his A race, but I thought we ran a great race and gave us some confidence to come in this spot.
Now coming into this spot, he doesn't seem to have a lot of pace. Is there going to be enough for him to run at in here?
You know, it's funny, we talk about that all the time. That horse has got a little more speed than he's shown, and I think he's just kind of got himself in a rhythm and developed a style where he sits off it a little bit. But I think, if necessary, I think Axel can get tactical position.
Now his sire, Mr. Money, was a winner of this race as well, right?
Yeah, that was that'd be really a lot of fun to follow his path.
Best of luck here.
Thank you.
Well, this one faced pretty stout company last time out. Second behind Further Ado in that grade 3 Matt win. Meanwhile, huge long shot on the board here in this Indiana Derby. Let's go back to Michelle Yu.
Well, Greg, you're taking a look at Mr. T right here. This would be the local hope, and you can see his trainer is Justin Bailey. He's also the co-owner and breeder. In fact, he just recently took out his trainer's license. So for the last race, that was his very first starter for this horse. And he's got one stall here. He's also the farrier, not only locally, but he does some quarter horses at some farms nearby. And they opted to run this horse in this race instead of the state bred because he's still a colt, and they think that getting some graded stakes placing here, or a graded stakes win, could help him out from a stallion standpoint, and they really want to make a stallion out of him. Justin says that he really is a fan of this horse. He's got a little sibling as well, although it's in another trainer's name because he only has the one stall. He's been overseeing him as well, and this horse has been pretty much on tilt the entire time we've been in this paddock. He is obviously local. He's based here, so you would think that he would be a little bit more well-behaved, but he's certainly the one that's acting up the most. But he's got a lot of local hopes and dreams here from Mr. T if he can get a piece of this Indiana Derby.
It's a very tough spot for this Indiana bred to try and do it. We'll see if he can make an impact here. 16-1 on the board. Let's go back to the favorite here for Brad Cox. And you know, you talk about second start of your career, JK, going into graded stakes company, but the way, as good as he ran in the debut, and here it is it that big a shot?
I mean, it's not like he's shipping into running the Travers, right? I mean, this is a good race, a race that he's being asked to do something, but I don't think it's impossible based on the numbers that he ran. I also like what we heard from Brad Cox, that like he wants longer, and the fact that he ran this well going this short is an indication of his talent. I think that he'll have a much easier trip, a much more comfortable trip now in here today, doing something he wants to do. I think he's going to be very, very tough.
I think there's only one person that didn't think that there should be a heavy favorite in here, but horses like this always get overbet. I mean, to be fair, our money man just lost by 2 lengths to Further Ado. I'm not saying I'm against the favorite. I'm just saying 4 to 5 is going a little overboard.
But to touch on what Jonathan said, as a trainer, if you're going to take a shot in a quote-unquote derby, this is the one to do it in. There's nothing. I mean, 2 of the favorites in here are very good Louisiana breds. So, you know, I mean, nothing against Louisiana breds. I've trained a bunch of really good ones, but if you're going to take a shot with something you think's really good, this would be the way to do it.
And look, like we saw with that bump with Magnitude, this is a stepping stone, right? It's obviously a big race. You want to win it. But if you can win this impressively, now Brad has a little bit more of an understanding of what he's got, and he can point to other races down the line.
Start number 2 for the 8 leading change to come. When we return, grade 3 Indiana Derby, $300,000 purse for these 3-year-olds when we come back on Saratoga Live.
The 2 of them coming down to the wire. Forte on the outside, and Forte to win the Breeders' Cup Juvenile.
Forte starts to gather in the top horses. This is going to be very close, but the champion prevails. Forte wins.
The joy of traveling well is feeling at home, yet a million miles away from home. Discovering new flavors, or savoring the ones you already love. Not knowing what lies beyond the horizon, but knowing what matters most to you. This is the joy of traveling well. Oceana Cruises.
The sun shines bright on Caraconte. His versatility is evidenced by winners on all surfaces across the globe.
Spandarella turns it into a procession. Yet another grade 1 for this magnificent daughter of Caraconte. Roja waved goodbye right out of the gate to win the Intercontinental.
And his offspring are lighting up the sales ring.
$300,000, Emma, thank you.
Caraconte, standing at Gainesway.
It's just super exciting.
This is a real immersive experience.
It's the respect from the outside that they get, but along with the way that you feel when you're part of it.
High-class horses, really big races. We want you to be behind the velvet rope.
The bar that they set is different than everybody else, and it needs to raise everybody together.
Your job is to show up and have fun. We'll take care of the rest.
Back with you on our Fox Sports 2 coverage. Coming up later tonight, this will be on FS1. Meadowlands Pace coverage. It kicks off at 8 Eastern. You don't want to miss it. I hope you join us later on this evening. Plenty more action still ahead.
I like Nia Truss. I was there when Nia Truss.
Be a good choice.
I was at Meadowlands when Nia Truss won the Meadowlands Cup, or Meadowlands Pace.
Well done. Call to post. Grade 3 Indiana Derby coming up. And it's still odds on here on Leading Change. Maybe another big-time 3-year-old to add to the mix in this division. First things first, we'll see if he can take that next step here in just the second start of his career. For one of the top trainers in our sport, Brad Cox with a Rad Ortiz Jr., of course, going to make his Saratoga debut for the 2026 season on Sunday. Here's the two, Mr. T, the big long shot, the Indiana bred that Michelle touched on.
Yeah, stretching out in here off of that last sprint, he's going to have to find a lot.
How did you not say I pity the fool?
I was going to.
So disappointing.
I thought about it.
You're an A-team fan, right? A little B.A. Baracus?
I think I was too young for that.
Zenol, Fernando De La Cruz for Jonathan Thomas.
You know, that last race was better than the margin of victory. Don't sleep on this big long shot.
Our money man, we heard from Brett Calhoun. This horse just second to Further Ado last start in the Grade 3 Matt win.
Yeah, this guy, they're talking about Andy, our money man. Somebody was screaming at me over here, screaming they wanted to, they like Andy, calling him our money man. This horse is live in here for sure. Will be the main competition
This
for the favorite.
Louisiana bred with the race that was jaw-dropping. First time blinkers off at 1-9. Crushed Louisiana breds.
Yeah, he ran extremely well that day. Ran very fast. Won by 18 lengths. Sometimes that can be deceiving, but the speed figure came back fast.
Out of the woods for Phil D'Amato. Luis Saez aboard.
There's some speed in this race, and that sets up well for Brett Calhoun's horse, the 4. And Out of the Woods, the 7, is one of those speed horses.
Is he as good as his debut and his advertised start number 2 for Leading Change?
It's the kind of horse that if someone told me they love this horse and they're going to bet this horse to win, I'd say, yep, go ahead, do your thing. If someone said there's no way in heck I would ever bet this horse at 4-5, I'd say I understand it. It's all about what you're trying to accomplish here. I think this is the most likely winner. He's probably a little bit overbet.
I believe the dam of Creole Chrome won the CCA Oaks for Christophe Clement. How's that? Just had to get that in there. Important handicapping fact. Yes. Is that true? It's a weird race. She was like 8 wide around the turn.
And Creole Chrome, look, one of the most interesting stories in this race. That was on Lasix, though, as well. Will not be on Lasix in this race, that crushing performance at Evangeline Downs. So we go back to Out of the Woods here for Phil D'Amato.
Yeah, check this race out, and specifically up in the upper left-hand corner, the date of this race, May the 2nd. When they run these races Derby weekend, believe me, whatever the condition is, it's twice as tough as it is anywhere in the nation. This is a big race on the lead, and he beats our money man who runs 3rd in this spot, coming on at the end.
How about that? Does it gate to wire as well. As for this Louisiana-bred Creole Chrome, this is the performance where he just crushed the competition. He was supposed to win, but maybe not by this much. 18-length score.
I'll leave the Evangeline Downs replay to the Louisiana man.
You have any horses run big figs at Evangeline Downs in your career, Tom?
I have. I've been going there since I was in college at LSU. Would drive over at night. They have a little stopover when you cross the bridge called Grosse Pointe. That's where I would get my beer. And then I'd go to the races, and I'd stop on the way home.
What famous New York Yankee is from Lafayette,
Oh, it's got to
Louisiana?
be their pitcher.
Ron Guidry,
Yeah.
Louisiana Lightning.
9-2 on Creole Chrome, and again, that was first time blinkers coming off, and he was a different horse. Let's go back to Michelle.
Well, guys, I was really impressed with the poise Out of the Woods showed in the saddling enclosure. I was standing with Billy Koch from Little Red Feather and just talking about him when they first got him and how good they thought he was. He would outwork anything they put him with in the mornings. And then in the afternoon, he had bad luck. He just didn't want to run. He wasn't putting it together. And they finally ended up gelding him. And he said that it's really helped him out in the afternoons. It also could just be getting away from California. He was being beat by some really good horses in California, including Greatest Stakes winner Plutarch, the Mr. AP, who was runner-up in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile. So it's not like he was just running into horses who would eventually be claimers. He was running into horses that were going to be good. So once they got him out of there and they gelded him, he's really put things together. I know that you guys said that there's a lot of speed. I think that Billy might think they have the possibility to be lone speed in here. We saw Luis Saez win the Oaks in that fashion, getting to the front and being able to slow it down. And what happened to him in the Delaware Derby was he got into a little bit of a speed duel and was bested by Big Cuddle, who was, I mean, he's a really good horse. He's got an excellent record, and, you know, he's just a tough individual. So looking here, you know, there's a chance that Out of the Woods might end up being this lone speed horse, letting Leading Change sit right off of him. I don't think he's going to go completely uncontested in the front with, you know, no pressure at all, but I don't think he's going to be knocking heads with anybody going up the backside. I thought the 3 Zinnel was an interesting sort. I remember watching him before he debuted over at Santa Anita, and I always liked him in the morning. He didn't run bad. He didn't run great on debut, but I thought he ran okay. And then Jonathan took him over to Churchill and ran him on the grass, and he said that was a complete mistake on his part. Now, his dam, Theodora B, is a grade 1 winner on the grass, so you can give him a little bit of leeway for that, but he just did not like the turf at all. So if you just draw a line through that effort, you really get 2 good route efforts, and he said this horse absolutely wants to stretch out. So the more ground, the better. Jonathan Thomas has done very well here in Indiana, and he's picked out the right horses to run here. Obviously, this horse broke his maiden here. You know, we do have a rider change, but that's okay. You're going to a leading rider at the meet with this Rispoli not coming in. I think he's really intriguing if this horse just kind of is starting to put things together right now, because he's always worked like he wanted to be a good horse. He had a nice warm up there as well. Also, I thought the 4 Our Money Man, who we already talked to, Brett Calhoun, made a dazzling appearance. I kept looking over and thinking, ooh, who's that horse? Who's that horse? And every time it was Our Money Man. He's got dapples on him. I thought he warmed up with a lot of poise, and he just looked fantastic here in the warm-up. So we'll see if he can't step up from his second in the mat win. Good luck.
Grade 3 Indiana Derby. How good is Leading Change? Looks sensational in the debut. Start number 2. His graded stakes debut for Brad Cox for the Rat Ortiz Jr. Let's go to John Dooley for the call on our Fox Sports 2 coverage.
Track. The Waxel Concepcion with Our Money Man. One more Rat Ortiz with Leading Change. Son of Gunrunner went on Churchill Downs debut for Brad Cox and Wolfman Racing. They're in the gate. They're off in the Indiana Derby. And Mr. T out to an alert start for Mitchell Merle. Mr. T to the early lead. Here comes Out to the Woods, and Leading Change is right up there with the front runners as they enter the first turn. And then comes on the outside Creole Chrome, who's running in 4th as they round the first turn. Zenal and Our Money Man has drifted back toward last. As they go to the back of the track, just over 6 furlongs to run. And the leader is Out to the Woods, quarter 23.81 seconds. With Luis Saez, Out to the Woods has taken the early lead here in front by 3/4 of a length. Ira Ortiz has Leading Change right there, close up to Out of the Woods, making this run toward the half-mile pole. They're 4 clear. Mr. T, the Indiana Futurity winner, is running in 3rd for Mitchell Merle. It is about to be joined by Zenal, who's coming with a bit up the rail. Our Money Man is now picking up between horses, and on the outside, Creole Chrome. Half mile in 46.84. Here comes Leading Change up to confront Out to the Woods. So this is 3 furlongs out. And our money man in the Wildcat Blue, steady headway for Axel Concepcion. Leading Change has taken a short lead from Out to the Woods, who tries to respond to pressure at the quarter pole. Our money man right there, 3/4, 1 minute 10.55 seconds. Zenal straightens away in 4th. Creole Chrome and Mr. T. Top of the stretch. Here comes our money man and Leading Change up to the forefront. From toward the inside, Out to the Woods. They're deep in the final furlong. Zenal's running in 4th. Iron Ortiz and Leading Change, the son of Gunrunner. On the outside, our money man, the son of Mr. Money. Leading Change holds our money man to win the Indiana Derby. Leading Change, he's 2 for 2 and repels our money man, then Out to the Woods and Zeno.
Leading Change, tested by the more experienced our money man, but survives. He's now 2 for 2 and he's a graded stakes winner, Tom.
Yeah, look, I mean, this is how they drew it up at the entry box. They looked around. This horse was cross-entered, or considered, I should say, in Iowa as well. They looked for the easiest spot. You can do that when you get the nominations before entry time. They thought this was it. They were right.
I'll tell you what, if I'm not mistaken, the 4 dropped the crop. And if you lose a race by a head, you'd like to think you would have liked to have had that for the last 16th of a mile to continue to keep your horse's attention. He dropped it right outside the 16th pole, the 4. I think that's Axel Concepcion.
It's a very nice race by both of these horses. And as far as the winner, I think because he was 3 to 5, some people might say a 1 to 2. It was a little disappointing. He just won by a neck. But I think you got to get away from that a little bit and say, this is just a second-time starter, stretching out from 1 turn to 2 turns. He was on top of the pace, did the work, got between horses. Other horse came to him and he held him off. So, yes, he didn't win like a 1 to 2 shot did, but I think he showed some professionalism second time out. Things will get tougher going forward, but he'll be better for this race, Jonathan.
Completely agree.
And let's go back to what JK was talking about with the 4 here and Axel Concepcion. Crop in his hand right there. In that left hand.
He's just waving it, right? He's not actually using it on the horse. He's waving it, right?
He's not using it anymore, that's for
but
sure.
I mean, but even before he dropped it, it didn't look like he was using it. He looked like he was just sort of waving at his horse, didn't it?
Remember, you only get 6 strikes with the crop under Heiss's rule. Who knows? I don't know how many times he used it before that. Maybe that's all he could.
Well, that's the Dirty Harry rule.
do.
Did I whip him 5 times, or 6 times, or only 5?
He wound up hitting the right hind leg, by the way, of your winner when he dropped it.
Maybe that helped him.
But I also think that sometimes, I think, Tom, you'll agree, I think sometimes at a certain point, just showing it to him also can work.
100%.
So even if he was out of opportunities there.
Brad Cox with another talented 3-year-old. Let's go to Michelle.
Thanks, guys. Brad, what were your thoughts about the race?
I thought they were going quick enough up front. Looked like Irad was riding him confident, felt like he had the leader measured, and obviously we know that the horse that ran second from Churchill ran against Further Ado. He stayed on well, and our horse showed a lot of guts to finish up the race in good order. And to start your career in a 2 for 2 and a maiden a great stake, it's very tough. First time we've tried it, and he's a very good horse.
What's next for him? I mean, is this a horse you're thinking Travers?
Well, I mean, we'll think about it. I don't know. We'll see. Obviously, we have another very good colt in Commandment with Bothnon, but he's a good colt. I think he's got a big future.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Sorry, guys, I let Brad go. The horse is coming back right here. By the way, that's Irad's first win here at Indiana.
4th, as you saw, Indiana Derby win for Brad Cox, and potentially a date with the Kentucky Derby of Belmont Stakes winner of the Travers Golden Tempo. We'll see.
Yeah, I would think if Brad's being optimistic, he's probably more thinking Pennsylvania.
That would be quite a jump up.
Yeah.
I'm going to find out what that blanket of whatever it is that they just put on him is in just a second.
Savor this victory for now.
Well, you're on your
off
game
a maiden
today.
win. Graded stakes win here in start number 2. We'll be back with more Saratoga Live right after this break.
Before the charge, there is the wait, the stillness, every muscle ready. They have carried us through every fight we ever dared to begin. 250 years ago, on this ground, a new nation found its footing on the backs of horses that would not flinch. Their kind still stands here. His name is Bucero.
That man right there ready to get his Saratoga meet going on Sunday after serving a suspension to start things off. Pretty good fill-in here with a graded stakes win on a very talented 3-year-old for Brad Cox, leading change. Now 2 for 2 in his career as he takes the Grade 3 Indiana Derby, holding off our money man. Let's go to Michelle.
Guys, joined right now by Irad Ortiz in for the ride. This was your first win at Indiana, right? Congratulations.
Thank you. I think I win the year before, but today is the first win. So, I mean, I'm happy to be here. Thanks to all the connections and, you know, nice horse. So I'm happy to see him on the winner's circle.
Now, Brad said that they'd liked this horse since he was a 2-year-old, and I heard you talking right now that you said you liked him since he was a baby, too. You've been familiar with him?
Yeah, last year I had the opportunity to start working in the work this horse in the morning. We love him. He's very kind, very straightforward since day one. Unfortunately, he don't make the race that day at Kinlan. He had to scratch, and after that, I get on him before his first race at Churchill, and he worked good again. So we was really high on him, and he don't make us look bad. Honestly, he win the right way, and today come back 2 turns, first time 2 turns against these kind of horses. He's a step up, and he did it. You know, he's a nice horse. He has some ability, so hopefully stay together.
Now, are you excited to get back to Saratoga? Your brother was racking up the W's today.
Yeah, Jose and Flavian, I guess. I mean, they're rolling. You know, they have big gap, but I mean, it's what it is. Have to make my days and, you know, try to come back and do the same thing that we always do. Keep working harder and try to do our best out there. They are so nice. We have a tough colony right now, but they are pretty good. And, you know, it's hard to catch them when you're giving that much lead, but it's what it is. I mean, we try to focus on our team right now, our business, and try to do the best as we can out there.
All right, well, good luck coming up at Saratoga, and congratulations here.
Thank you.
Leading change, perfect 2 for 2 with Irad our board, guys.
Long-awaited Saratoga debut for a man who's ruled the riders' standings here over the last decade or so. We'll get his official Saratoga start on Sunday.
You know, and I mean, to be fair, and by the way, it paid 3 times the parlay, the question Big 5. Irad's on a free roll, right? Now nobody could possibly expect him to win the title, so if he should even make it close, it's quite an accomplishment,
Don't
right?
count him out.
No, I'm not.
Golden Tempo, of course, passing Jim Dandy, and is going to wait for the Travers for trainer Sharita Bo, the Kentucky Derby Belmont Stakes winner, who Silenced a lot of critics, JK, with that victory in the Belmont.
Yeah, I don't know if you said my name on purpose because I was one of those critics.
I was too.
I did not think that his race in the Kentucky Derby was as impressive as it looked. I thought he got a nice setup that day. He got the opposite of that in the Belmont Stakes and was very impressive. He's earned, in my opinion, not that it matters, not that anyone cares, he's earned being at the top of the class.
You know, I was thinking, and I'm not comparing because I'll Have Another was a very, very fast horse. But when I'll Have Another ran the Derby against Bodemeister ran this incredible race. He got involved in this wicked toward pace. And I'll Have Another kind of picked him up. Maybe it's going to be different in the Preakness. And the Preakness, Bodemeister loafed along in the lead, and I'll Have Another still ran him down. Kind of cool.
Going to be an incredible summer. And we'll wait and see. Maybe we have a new face that's going to be lining up against some of these top 30-year-olds we just saw win for Brad Cox. That would be a tall order, but you never know. Moving on up, Tyler Gaffleone for Staffy Joseph Jr. Pace melted down in that caress. He took advantage. Grade 2 Bowling Green. Part of a 4-win day for Flavien Prat. Mike Maker, what a claim with old Crazy Bone. Just enough to hang on and get that win on the lawn. And leading change for Brad Cox. Another top 3-year-old. He's 2 for 2 now. We'll see you tonight.
This is a special place where champions from around the world aren't just celebrated. They're made into legends. With every turn, every wager, every photo finish, every garland of purple and gold.
They're off in the Breeders' Cup Classic.
When the Breeders' Cup comes back to Keeneland, it doesn't just crown a champion. It calls us home. The Cup is calling.
It's America's original sport.